Futures back in the red here this morning, ever so slightly, coming off second straight positive performance heading into the weekend on Friday. Thursday, we got above some significant resistance for all three U.S. markets. It was, in fact, the best performing week for all three U.S. markets since all the way back in June. So we'll see if we can't get things turned around heading in the right direction this morning. A ton of individual names moving around once again. Chinese ADRs among those showing all kinds of strength here. U.S. President Biden meeting with President Xi over in China currently, talking about a wide range of topics. So some comments coming through from that meeting just as we speak even. So we'll discuss what that might mean for the overall market going forward. Again, CPI was the big headliner last week. This week we get PPI, not as significant reading on inflation, but still worth a note. That'll come out tomorrow. Heading into that, though, still a ton of things moving around here this morning and a ton of opportunity to get to. It's Monday, November 14th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at how things stand right now. Still the NASDAQ lagging ever so slightly here, about 0.5% to the downside. You can see the Dow trying to get back to positive even right now, 0.05, 0.3 there for the S&P. More positivity coming back in on this front down here at 2% for Bitcoin, Ethereum as well, 1.4. It was, or both were negative when I sat down this morning. Back to the upside. Good to see after just a wild week. For crypto markets last week, we'll discuss some of the not currencies, but some of the equities, I should say, that moved surrounding that. Welcome in. Brand new week, brand new Monday session to get to here, guys. Good morning. We have a few things of note to get to this morning. Again, this meeting with President Biden and Xi. It appears to be still going, but still some comments coming through. We'll keep an eye on how that plays out over the morning. Some negativity surrounding both Rivian and Lucid we'll talk about over the next hour or so as well. Not really affecting the stocks this morning, but worth touching on here also.
Yes, sir. Welcome. It's going to be a fun week. Obviously, a heck of a lot more fun than the weekend was. Well, depending on what you're into. Family-wise, it wasn't that bad, but anyone that watched that Bills game probably has an idea how I feel about this morning. So I heard a lot of it from my Vikings fans, friend who's a good Vikings fan. But it is what it is. You got to be able to move on. Sometimes snapping the ball is a hard thing to do. You got to move the ball about a foot or so into another person's hands. It's a tough thing to do. I think it's troubling. But
it's a problem.
At least the market is going to give us some opportunities here today. Silvergate came out saying, I shouldn't chuckle at this, but Silvergate came out saying, hey, all they have is deposit exposure, so to FTX. So they're up 11% and obviously made some moves there on Friday as well. The chips are going to be in play. We get NVIDIA reporting this week. Already AMD is making some moves breaking out. Wakanda Forever apparently is fantastic, and everyone went to go see it. So AMC's back in play today, trying to get to that $8 level, at least attempted to as well. And then all the Chinese ADRs have decided to gap up today because one day they gap up, the next day they gap down. They're all gap up right now and looking relatively strong. What I love about the setup when I watched this morning, not Silvergate, but there are a lot of stocks that closed above the 50 period and are actually looking like they have a chance to break out. So it's a pretty big week to see if we can sustain some of those moves from last week.
Yeah, just finishing up the sticky note. A bunch of good names going to be on here as well. And yeah, what a great weekend it was. All over the place, man. I mean, the weekend is like a blur. There's a nice little piece out that my wife did. You can go check it out on Instagram as well. Super busy this weekend, man. And it's really nice when you have family and you're able to do so many things with them. I saw my parents, everything like that, my kids, obviously tons of hockey, curling, everything, just going absolutely nuts. Great weekend, great everything. And today we're going to hit some of these trades, and we're going to hit them pretty good, I feel like. AMC through $8, we're getting ready to hit that as well. Rivian, Tesla, all these names going to be on watch, as you mentioned. And then maybe a pullback in some of these tech names. Let's see what happens here. Amazon's the one I'm going to be looking short for. AMC up 8%. What a great move.
Big numbers over the weekend from the box office. We'll touch on AMC here. Decent volume behind it. But Neil and I were noting how if it was a year ago and this had happened, there was a big weekend, we come in Monday, it would be millions and millions of shares, but not the case. Let's get into a few things here that we were looking at here in the pre-market that kind of caught the eye of some investors. I guess there was multiple notes along this line. Did the market, in fact, overreact to the CPI reading last Wednesday? Big move up, obviously took out a lot of significant levels on all three U.S. indexes. Again, the best weekly performance for stocks since going back to June. So a nice rally, guys, but how much of that might have been a little bit of short covering as well?
Yeah, well, there was obviously short covering in there. I'm not going to sit here and speculate how much that rally was short covering. Did it overreact? In some sense, probably yes, just given the fact that it was slightly better, but overall, inflation is still a problem. It's not really going to change anything the Fed's doing necessarily that print. It has more to do, like the rallies that we're getting off CPI have more to do with positioning in front of it and then anything else. And so when you get short covering or money being like, oh crap, we could sustain some of this break that we've had from the previous lows. It's just more like technical short covering momentum more than anything else. The market's trying to be forward looking here. And even if you have, let's just say, I have the spiders up right now, but yeah, you guys can see that. So even if we have another push, and let's say we get this 10 points here on the SPY and get up to that 200 period moving average, I wouldn't say this has gotten, super bullish relative to the trend unless we're breaking that 200 period moving average. Now, it's a great sign that you're seeing a lot of things start to break out here, but overall, not a heck of a lot has changed. You still see the labor market under a little bit of pressure as well. And a lot of people betting and expecting doom and gloom just ultimately means when you get like a kernel of positivity, there's lots of room for it to run. So you want to be participating in those types of days and those types of moves with the understanding that we haven't really broken an overall trend yet overall in the market. There's individual names, and we'll get to some of them, that when you pull up their charts, yeah, they are breaking. They are at least attempting to break that trend into the upside. And we didn't even get into some of the defensive names that went down for. It was just the rotation last week, so some of the defensive type names that were heading to the downside, like your Pepsis of the world. Eli Lilly also went down for other reasons involving Twitter, but sometimes you just see that. You get that rotation. People want to get money back into some of those growth names. That's why the NASDAQ was strong, and that's why you saw money come out of some of the best and performing names in the overall market. I think some of those are going to be good opportunities in the upcoming weeks, specifically a name like a Pepsi's out there for me.
All right, here's the NASDAQ. It's trying to break out. That's about as simple as you can put it here. And when the NASDAQ does break out, obviously that's growth, so value gets hit. Like we just saw last week. I still think that that's why you want to be diversified as much as you can. I mean, I have some of the stocks that, like we just talked about, Eli Lilly, McDonald's, QSR, that have broken out to all-time highs. And I mean, in this kind of market environment, it's great to have some names like that. But look at the NASDAQ, man. Today we're going to be up. Well, we're not going to be up right now, but hopefully we'll be up again today, breaking back above. It's funny that, some of those CPI, like on the worst CPI print of all time, well, not of all time, but of this cycle, looks like that might have been the bottom there in the middle of October with that little move back up to the upside. We just bounced off the 50 period. Now we took it out, and now we're looking to go higher and higher here. So you got to pick up some names, man, that when they get hit, right? We've had that opportunity to pick up Microsoft, Google, Apple, things like that on the downside, even Meta on the downside. Now, will it continue? We're going to wait to see if that's the case. One name that I think needs to go back to the upside if the market is going to rally a little bit. We're still off that Tesla bottom there. I mean, Tesla's all the way back to 195 here. I know it did have a nice little move down through 180. Now you're back up to 190. I think if Tesla can hold out, Meta can hold out some of these tops, then we should be able to see a continuation in this rally. So I like the names. I think they're continuing to perform. We're now through earnings for the most part, so they weren't that bad. Now you just look at interest rates, and if they're not going to raise them as high as they said they were, or we're getting close to that level anyways, the peak rate, let's just see what happens. I mean, I think that you want to be into some of these high growth names now just for that run. I mean, I don't think you want to necessarily pile into ARK or anything like that, but maybe a name like a Tesla. We saw Palantir start to run up a little bit. Names that maybe can work, DraftKings, things like that have already sort of dipped down in, made sort of that double bottom. DraftKings did it about $12 right here again, and then shot back up. So just wondering if some of these names have sort of seen their bottoms now. But again, the market is a fluid thing. If the Fed does come out and say, hey, we're still not happy with where CPI is, so on and so forth, then you could get another leg downside, right? We did call that move up in the Qs last week. It's a good one, and it was a dramatic one. That week was amazing. So let's see if it can hold out hope here for more bull run.
All right, a couple of interesting moves here. ENPH, we talked about SEDG a little bit last week, some of the clean energy, semiconductor-related stocks moving here. A 3% move here in the pre-market, back above 300 for this one. It's going to be added to the NASDAQ 100 here coming up. I think it's the end of the month, or maybe next Friday. I'll double check on that. November 21st, there it is. So in a week for Enphase. So ENPH on watch. Typically, those types of announcements do result in some sort of strength, so I'll keep an eye on that. This we mentioned right off the top here. Some of these Chinese ADRs moving around once again. It looks like this meeting has wrapped up between Biden and Xi. It seems to be somewhat positive. They were talking this morning or overnight, I guess it was, about more support coming for their economy and specifically the real estate sector. It's been well documented how the real estate sector in China has been under pressure significantly. More COVID easing discussion as well. So positivity once again today for Chinese ADRs.
Yes, sir. They flipped that coin, and it's going to be the upside today. Obviously, the meeting, it matters, but until we see some actual concrete changes, like whether it's some of the tariffs, maybe they can go away, or lightening. What will be really significant is if they pull back and lighten up on the that chip component ban, because that's just like that is going to weigh on the U.S. on some of the U.S. chip names, and we talked about this with regards to like AMAT and whatnot. I know NVIDIA has been able to get away with selling some lower end chips to fulfill some of their deals with producers or with their clients in China, and I think that's good for them, but they've been under a little bit of pressure because that's still a super strong stock. But I'm going to be focused a little bit on a different name today. I like Alibaba. I'll get to that off the 72 level. But JD.com, keep talking about things breaking their 50 period. So we're above there now. And this is not just the 50 period, but hey, it's above $50, which makes it pretty easy as well. So this is in the midst of a pretty good break. As long as it opens and holds that 50 level, I'm kind of expecting a bit of a dip at the open. Anytime we see this kind of a gap, we've seen it with NEO, we've seen it with, at least, I mean, JD's done it before. Like we have a big gap to the upside, and then at the open, you get this big time pullback. So I'm looking to see if that can hold that 50 area for JD.com. Alibaba's another one, which is in the sights as well. You're going to get it already breaking out what last week's high, 73.40. Be nice to have that break, but it happened a little bit too early in the morning for me. I do like the dip into 71, 72. That's definitely going to stand out to me. So both these, I'm looking to buy the dip, but there could be a clean 75 break on Alibaba. I'm just looking at this that previous high on Friday, and if that actually holds all the way until the open, you could just have one of those clean even dollar breakouts. So that's where I'm going to be watching today. I think it's Li Auto that reports today of the EV makers, and some of the EV makers are pretty strong. I like NEO at 11, but that's too far away. And the next ping has a pretty strong percent gap up. I just don't like the setup as much as JD and Alibaba here.
Yeah, I'm just really looking at NEO here. I think you can get that 11 back in here. I mean, EVs have been sort of moving around. They're obviously producing at still a pretty high level there. NIO, I like the battery swapping ideas, but I mean, that's more of a macro idea longer term. But again, these are some of the names that I was talking about. Like, you know, what about this $9 level? I mean, if you can go long at 11 and get out at 9, if you break 9, I mean, even if you take that very, very wick, 850, something like that, that's like 10, 15, 20% worth of a hit. Like if you get it at 11, you know, $1 down is 10, so you give it 20% down, then you're trying to break this $9 area. But look at the upside that you have here in NEO, right? You have a nice little potential for it to climb back up here. All you gotta do is get to the 50 period and you're 1-to-1 on that risk, and then let alone take out some of these other levels, $25, and starting to go higher and higher than that as well. So like Brendan said, yeah, on my way in, I heard that meeting had wrapped up. I don't figure like we'll hear too much from that. that. But, you know, as it drips down, what were they talking about there in China? You know, what trade deals, tariffs, things like that. I think it's going to be great news also for the chip sector as well today as more news comes out of China. I know there was some concerns there about NVIDIA and sending some chips back and forth and things like that. So I really just like NEO today, and I think if you're going to, there's K-Web. I just don't know, is K-Web, I'm going to say NASDAQ.
It's Amex, I thought.
Is it Amex? Yeah, it's going to be Amex there. Nope. I don't know. It must be New York.
Really?
Anyways, there. Oops, not NF.
Oh.
And there it is. There it is. So K-Web is New York. And you know, this is again an ETF for a lot of the internet stocks there in China. So that's definitely gone up to the upside right now, trying to breaking above the 50 period for the first time. And then you have FXI, which is another major name here that I've given to Pratt over the days to talk about as well. That name again. This is more the big cap names, kind of like the Dow Jones there in China, but you can see very, very similar, making that bottom near 21 and again, taking out the 50 period to the high side. So I think there's some nice little rally potentials here in these names. So let's wait to see what happens here. And if you want to be safe, I think you take the ETFs. There's also Tencent over there in pink sheets, which I really like. I don't know, just China's been beat down so much that if you do believe that all is sort of well with trade, you know, the sort of trade wars and some of the talk there about Russia. And I mean, China's always going to be a problem because of Taiwan and whether or not they go in and do something similar there as Russia did to Ukraine. I mean, that's always going to be in the back of everybody's mind. So let's see what happens with all that. None of these names are on my sticky note, though, but maybe there's something about that. What did I just get into?
AMC.
AMC just breaks 8, so we're long 8 now, AMC.
It's been an impressive bounce for Chinese stocks right across the board. I was just noticing, guys, 19% or almost 20% for the Hang Seng off the lows going back a month ago. Germany as well having a pretty good month. I just checked. The NASDAQ's up 13% from its lows going back to the middle of October. So, yeah, pretty impressive move for some of those Chinese stocks. Tilray, guys, I wanted to mention some of these cannabis names because here's TLRY, 6.7% here in the pre-market, extending a big day that it had on Friday, got back to 420 conveniently. We're up to 450 here in the pre-market. We got more clarity over the weekend as far as the midterm election results. It looks like the Democrats will control the Senate and the Republicans at this point are going to have the House. So looks like we're headed to, as we were discussing, a split government. But some of these cannabis stocks showing all kinds of strength here in early trading.
Yeah, one of them, well, you mentioned Tilray in particular. That's actually the one I wanted to look at because, yeah, I like triple tops. That's interesting to me as always. And Tilray, this 450, it's an area, but if you look back over at this on the daily chart, there's once, that's August. You did get up there in October, and then the 50 period, sorry, the 200 period moving average is resting right here on this 450 to 455 area. So it's actually sitting closer to that 60 mark, but this is really well set up for a potential shot at a breakout here. Obviously, it's gone through, already giving you like 55s. I think really it just ended up resisting that 50 period, that moving average on the daily chart. And then if we do end up testing it again, I like that breakout. If it does a big dip, you can probably guess that I would be waiting to buy in front of 425. You can say 420 all you want, but 425 Friday's high, that's an area of consolidation if it's going to be a dip and ripper. But I definitely like this potential for a breakout. Doesn't have the volume that AMC's at 10s now. It doesn't have the volume that AMC has, but certainly with the news and the setup on the chart just looks absolutely gorgeous if it can sustain this break. So if I see a break like that, I'm taking it pretty much 10 times out of 10 as long as there's a bit of a catalyst behind it. So lock me in for Tilray. I didn't even look at CGC because once I saw this, I was pretty excited by that triple top.
I won't be trading any of these names today. They're all garbage names in my opinion, man. I mean, you just got to wait to see the momentum. I mean, if they continue to go, then you just take them out like Neil said. You take out some of these high sides. CGC is here as well. There is a good level. Once it loads, you can see it. I got out of 10% of AMC there at 8. No plans on getting out of that one. There's the 450. We're trying to break it upside. And look, it's a great run. If you got these bottoms in the marijuana names, I think that's fantastic. I don't know if there is going to be a play here. I don't, this always happens. There's the government, there's the sort of the gridlock, there's discussions about, you know, marijuana bills and cannabis and things like that, and they just never seem to sort of get off the ground. So if you know, if there is some sort of smoke where there's fire a little bit here, then yeah, you are starting to break out. And I can't really see myself. I'm already really long all these names, so it doesn't really matter for my long-term account. But I just think, you know, for day trading here, I'd rather not really do anything as far as this is concerned, because, you know, it's like they go up, they come right back down. They're so sensitive to people taking profit, and it's just like, down here, we were just at $3. Now you're at $4.50. I mean, it's a great run up for these weed names. Really, like we were just saying, really not on that much. So for me, I'm going to be a hard pass. If there's going to be any of these names, we've talked about it, and I haven't looked at GRWG in a hell of a long time, but I still think grow generation brands, because they have the hydroponics, and it sort of goes to that whole growing your own at home and things like that, and just how depressed this name's been. But this has been another one of those names that's a super high flyer that, you know, when things don't go right, then they go very, very wrong. So it's just, I don't want to buy into like all this hopium right now of, yo, hey, we finally got the news that we need for cannabis. So I just don't know if it's there yet. And for me, I don't really want to waste too much time looking at these. They're in my long-term account, and they're probably there to rot forever.
We're going to get into retail earnings specifically coming up this week. Walmart, Home Depot, Target, Macy's, all set to come through with reports. Home Depot and Walmart looks like will be the first coming up tomorrow. But I wanted to mention Hasbro here, because obviously not a retailer, but they make toys, which is a big part of retail. Down big time here. Bank of America with a double downgrade on this, going from a buy rating to an underperform rating on Hasbro. And if you dig into it, guys, it's all about Magic the Gathering. And they basically did a deep dive into Magic the Gathering specifically and said they're overprinting these game cards and destroying what they can't sell, therefore decreasing the value overall of the collectibles. So Hasbro down on that.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't know too much about that story. I know there's a few people on this trading floor who are into Magic the Gathering, but that's obviously not a fantastic look. If this did a little bit more volume, I'd probably be lined up for at least a couple of ideas for the short side today. But it's pretty light on the volume side. And I think getting in on a pre-market, like you look at this level at $60, it's down 6%. And in this market, I'm always looking for things that are trying to get, you know, either through some significant bottoms or to some significant bottoms. And it's pretty close to it. Like that's anything short 60s probably gets you to that 57.5 on the daily chart. Kind of hard to see with the QR code. There you go. Gets you to that low. The trend has been pretty egregious. Like even as the market did that massive pullback that we just saw, this couldn't even get past like its previous lower high. So that shows you how relatively weak the name has been. You throw in some of that risk of some of the other retailers coming through this week. It does set up for multiple swings at short. A1 at 60. Even if it got to the upside, you'd be all over shorting 64s. But this probably has to open up before I take a real look at it. Give me that opening range. Give me some volume. And then maybe it's like a comeback at 10 o'clock. And if I can short at 64, sure. If you can still work a 60 or breaking down at 57.5, those would be in play for me. Yeah, not a great look for them, but doesn't seem to be doing a ton of pre-market volume, which is my issue. It's going to be a huge week for the retailers. I think Walmart's going to definitely be in play. It's more Amazon that I'll be watching today in that group, as that's going to be a big one. But you know, we're going to get pretty much the entire gambit, and we've seen every single time we've had earnings in the space, just massive moves. And I look at Walmart just kind of hugging inside of a range. Well, you're not going to be in this $5 range come the end of it, and Target's going to be a similar story here. So, you know, I'll probably be sitting Hasbro out, except for looking at it at about $9.45, $9.50, and then just Amazon's going to be more in play today.
So I've written down here on the list for AMC, you know, that once we break 8, then we're starting to, it's on the sticky note today, then we're just starting to accelerate upside a little bit here, right? So we talked about this on Friday when we talked about Wakanda Forever, and I mentioned that, you know, this is exactly, and Brennan started sort of the show saying, like, you know, if this was last year, but this is the right move, man. You're up 13% here. We just don't have the volume, but I don't think we need to worry too much about volume. You're starting to you know, you're starting to go here. You still have a nice little move on AMC. And I just think that there's a nice potential to continue this move now through 8. We only have one piece out right there. Like I said, we took I took shares as if the market was open, so we're fine. Let's see. I am trying to offer 820 to the upside right now, and then looking to see about the 765. Trying to get some more if we break back down in here below. So I haven't looked at Hasbro. I don't think I'll look at it today. That's not where I butter my bread. But we're just going to wait to see here what does happen with AMC. The only position I'm in right now, looking at AMD, Rivian, and Neo, the other 3 names that I have orders pending on.
Let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. A number of interesting looking setups here to kick things off on a brand new week, including this one, Biogen. There was some negative news on Roche over in Europe. Their Alzheimer's treatment failed in a test, so Biogen to the upside this morning. AMD, top of the list. There's 3, count them, 1, 2, 3. Positive notes and upgrades for AMD this morning. There's that Hasbro downside. There's Roblox downside as well from Deutsche Bank, guys.
Yeah, Roblox is an interesting one because it almost filled the entire gap in from last week. It got real close. It got to 37. That was the lower high it was Wednesday, the lower high on Wednesday, and it just rejected it. That's the only price I'm looking at. Well, I shouldn't say that because if it gets down to 30, 31, certainly there could be a bid down there if it gets down that far. I'm not really anticipating that big of a move, but if we get back into 37, I like pop and fade off resistance, but if we get a clean breakout, if the market can actually find its way to getting back into the green side this morning, then that's definitely a beat up name, which is trying to break that channel. So I'm looking at that 37. It's at 36 now, so we got some time to be able to work over to it. Certainly I will be looking short at the open. If you fail a double top at the open on a move to the upside, I'm always wanting to make that short trade off a resistance level like that. But once you've cleared it out, you don't want to stand in the way of Roblox when it ends up going into an up day. And thank you very much for the super chat there, Playmaker. Thank you for the tenor. I feel your pain too. I know you're a Cowboys fan. Neither one of those 2 losses was very good. Tough pills to swallow all around.
DWAC here, just another name that's going to be moving this week. Remember, we talked about, and you guys indicated that apparently tomorrow, and I don't know if there's time set for this, but when Trump's going to make some sort of an announcement tomorrow about what his running situation is, I guess. I mean, I don't know if that seems like it's. I don't know if it's too early to make that announcement yet or not. I don't know. But
you can do whatever you want,
yeah, no, you can do whatever you want. So we'll see here. If that does happen, I could see same way as the AMC, right? It's like, hey, let's trade sort of the rumor and then sell the news type of stuff, right? So if Trump comes out and is like, hey guys, I'm running again, I could see just DWAC getting excitable again. So, watch out for that coming out through today. You do have some decent bottoms here from Friday. We just kept on, sure, we bumped up there, but look, once we bumped up, we held this 24. Then we kind of held 25. It was closed the day at 25, but it held between 24.50, $25. So it held like that all afternoon, and then look at it hold right here. So you kind of went like into this zone, into that zone, and then now when we're going to look at like a daily chart here, you still have that 30 looking pretty good, and then even juicier above this, above 30 is a break of 35, gets us into this area, which is 45. So if you are getting excited about something and you sort of wanted to maybe throw a couple darts around earlier or right now, looking for something to buy, maybe as a call option for the week or something like that, I could just see that DWAC does have a huge potential to make a move, breaking all of this, especially if that announcement does come and it's well taken. I mean, I don't really know what kind of reaction you would be looking at for that. But you could also go the other way as well. This could be one of those names where you put on a put and a call here, get a little bit of a strangle or something, because what if the announcement comes the other way and is just not interested, but there's a couple key candidates that he wants to endorse or something like that, then I could see this name completely evaporating. So, I still think there's lots to happen here. DWAC going to be on my mind today, especially when we start hearing about it breaking out and getting relative volume and things like that. So my ear is going to be to the ground with Brendo on this one.
It will be an exciting day regardless, I feel, tomorrow for DWAC. First segment of the show, as always, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. Shout out to them. Use that QR code. Check them out. They have a live stream at the end of the day, 4 p.m. So shout out to True Trading Group on board once again. this week. Here's a look at how things in Europe are shaping up to kick off the brand new week. Nicely positive right across the entire board outside of the Swiss market there. Struggling a little bit, not huge gains, but good to see. Continuation from last week. That is your social sentiment board. Wow, there it is, AMC. Jumping off the page here, the biggest one by far right now being mentioned. Interesting to note, APE in the red, not positive as AMC. DWAC here as well, ahead of that potential announcement tomorrow. AMD, Amazon, FRGT I saw moving around as well. PHUN, the Qs, Tesla, very, very green though, right across. So we'll see if we can't get some continuation 2 days in a row into the weekend. Let's get Arun in here and get a check of what we can expect to happen today. Do we need maybe a little bit? I mean, we're not trying to say that's going to happen, Arun, but do we need a little pullback after what happened last week?
It's quite, it's the market looks like it wants to take a break, and that's perfectly fine, especially when you get to this big round number of 4,000. Yeah, we got above it a little bit, but clearly we couldn't hold it, and now it's struggling around the mid to high 90s. So maybe a pullback is a good thing. After this kind of a hot run, this market may need to cool off just a tiny bit so it can take a second run at this 4,000 and actually clear it in a big way. If you look at all the longer-term charts, they have kind of shifted in such a pattern where it does look somewhat positive, not somewhat positive, it looks pretty positive. So a pullback is a good thing here. And the way it's reacting right now, I think that's what I'm going to look for at the open as well. Maybe a pullback if I can get it. A pullback and then possible dip opportunity to buy. The way I would stay away from the shorts, at least for now. I think the risk profile on a short, even though it's stalling around 4,000, I think the risk profile is a little high to go for a short. So I think the dip opportunity is probably the better play at the moment. So 39.45 is available as a stop. So if we can dip, I would prefer anyways underneath 80. Somewhere underneath 80. I mean, we struggled. If you were looking at Friday's trade, around 70 into 60s, we were really struggling there. So if we want to pull back that far down, then that could be a great opportunity to catch some bids here. So 39.45 down below, and obviously the high is sitting at 40.10. Let's just see how they react to that high. Let's just say we don't pull back and we just go right there. I actually want to see how they react to that 40.10 in the event that they break. Are they going to break clean? Or are they going to break and come right back in? There's a lot that can be done, especially with stops sitting up there. So a pullback would be a good thing there, Brendan. Hopefully that gives us a nice little a bounce to move to the next leg up.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into it. 30 minutes to go here before we get the market open for a Monday. That is the link to the watch list, guys. We send it out every single day before we come on at 8:30 for free. Make sure you grab that. Join us then at 8:30, and we'll kick off your day in the right way. Here's AMD. I want to highlight the chart on the left because this is now more than $15 to the upside in 3 days. A huge move for AMD. We saw on the upgrade side of the board today. Multiple, not just a couple, but multiple positive notes, including one from Bank of America on AMD this morning.
AMD is going to be the #1 name on my watch list here today, and we put it out here on the sticky notes. So come over, join me, have some fun on Twitter. Like I said, we have fun over here all the time, posting some pretty cool stuff. But I just put on here, AMD's been ripping since 70. Now we have 75 on our mind. Staying long, maybe into 73 is where we could think about it. And then we have a couple other names on here, Rivian, so on and so forth, as I just zoomed out on that by accident. But here we go. It's starting to take it off. And we talked about this last week. Like as soon as we broke above 70, it was a name that we really only wanted to look long. That happened, their big move on Friday. There's that 70 level, came back to it, hit back upside, tried to come back to it, took off to 73, and now you're just getting up and away. I called the semis the new transports, and as this market continues to climb, you're seeing the NASDAQ starting to go off to the upside again as well. I was not buying more of this name at the bottom. I was buying other names, but this has definitely worked. I'm still long AMD. It's still a big part of my portfolio, same as NVIDIA. And I just think that now that you're above the 50 period and you got that support at 70, I think it's like basically that's why you're getting these upgrades, man. It's up and away right now. Nice move to the upside. I don't think there's anything really stopping it. You can see this aggressive move on the 20-minute, aggressive move on the daily. Again, like you just said, Brendan, 3 days, up $15, running into some levels now. So I don't know. We're at 75. It looks really great on the daily chart. That's that bottom there at 73. So any sort of a pullback, great. I'll probably take a long, like breaking through 75.50 or 76, something like that. Let's just play the momentum. We we haven't been wrong every time we've been long on this name, it seems like. So let's just keep on trying it. It's funny because we were long. Actually, I shouldn't say that. We were wrong down here where we got long at 69 on Friday and got out when it broke below like 68.80 or something like that, only to watch it rip up $5. So I feel like you can stay long this name and then we'll just go from there. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm excited to trade AMD today. I've already got some low bids, but it's not, they're at 73. So it needs to jump a little bit or make a move a little bit to the downside for AMD. I can see here the imbalance locator. It's already 9 o'clock. But, you know, a lot of bids, man. AMC bid, BABA bid. So I'm expecting at 9:25 when the NASDAQ ones come out that you're probably going to get a bid on this as well. So let's see where AMD goes. I'm hoping it's upside, and I'm here for the trade if that's the case.
Yeah, I just can't see any. When you start breaking back that 50, when this stock gets going, it's pretty much gangbusters. The only difference is I like 72 where we closed. For a dip buy. That's where I want to be, the first one. And if it does break that, then I would be right back looking at the 70 dip. As long as you're breaking the 50, I don't want to go the other direction. If you had to pick something that looks a little bit weaker, I mean, look at NVIDIA here today, right? Like, you know, the meeting with Xi and Biden certainly going to be weighing on things a little bit, but just not nearly the strength that we're seeing. It plays both ways. You could absolutely get a breakout here, 164. On NVIDIA, and that is in the top of my mind here. You could see this break. It's just as strong, if not stronger, off that 50-period moving average. But if this were to fade back in, I think you could definitely see a push all the way back into a 158. So yeah, you are set up for a break on NVIDIA here. I don't want to be taking that break. It's negative when the market is negative with the market when AMD is showing the relative strength. So if there's a press down, I'd rather use that to be looking for some longs in an AMD. Than sort of fighting around trying to short NVIDIA up off that 164 high. I know I always talk about Intel, and Friday was the day that, you know, eventually couldn't find the working shorts in Intel for myself because it was entirely too strong. Now it's holding above this $30 level. I'm going to look for 30 to be a little bit of support initially on Intel. Now that you've broken, again, I was waiting for this one to close and hold that 50 period. That's exactly what's happened here. On dips, I got to be looking to buy some Intel. And I'll be looking at that 29 level and that 30 level. Those are the two that I'll be looking for dip buys. As far as the short opportunities go, it might just be Marvell. And then even then, I'm waiting for it to open up here. It's at the 50, not really closing above. So it has a chance that at the open, if everything starts failing, I think it's got stronger resistance maybe at that 44 level. So if NVIDIA fails 164, if AMD fails 75, Intel's testing that 30 level, then you'd have Marvell sitting right beneath the 50-period moving average. And then that would maybe give me some actual resistance that I could dig into. But I'm really just... I'd much rather be buying dips on AMD, and even now looking at some on Intel.
All right, we've seen a few crypto-related mining companies come out this morning. SI as well, the bank obviously comes out this morning saying they have no exposure to FTX. Riot, this one just did the same. So they made a statement saying they have no exposure to FTX and this mess that will continue, I'm sure, throughout this week as well. But it didn't really move the stock, still kind of flat on the day for RIOT. Let's talk about these Chinese ADRs again. If you missed it, President Biden meeting with Xi this morning early on, talking about a wide range of topics. Seemed to be positive from both sides, the comments anyways coming out of it. There's that. There's also more official statements, I guess, regarding their COVID policy and possibly adding more liquidity to their economy once again, specifically the real estate sector here, guys.
Yeah, and look, it's, like we said, you're going yin-yang just back and forth, and I say that tongue-in-cheek because that's a couple of ETFs that you can look at as well. But you're just going back and forth with these gap-size moves. So I'm just going with not any kind of a simple, I'm only looking long on these stocks because they've broken the 50 and they're trending to the upside. I just don't think you can look at them that way, especially when I call up an Alibaba. It is one of the most ridiculous. It's just all over the place. When you pull up, I have the daily chart up here. That doesn't even do it justice. When you look at the 50 period, it is absolutely all over the place in the last little week. You have a gentle upward slope that's definitely there, but just look at how significant some of these lows have been and then finding resistance up at these tops. So that does lead me that any kind of a big move to the downside, you should be looking for some long opportunities in there. And I like that 70 area. Like you look at the prices that have found some acceptance. This is 70. This is 70. Look at what keeps happening at $70. And then there was a bit of a break on Friday, then immediately reestablishing that. So if we have any big downside move, I'm looking 70s on this. I know Randy's chuckling because Sean lost some hair there just a couple of minutes ago. I don't know what happened, but yeah, Rob's sitting in the man's seat. We'll see what happens when he gets back here with the old coffee. But yeah, give me a 70 dip on Baba. I do like the 72s as well. This 75 could turn into some resistance, obviously, as we get upside. And then the other one I'm watching here is JD.com. JD much stronger, probably a bit of a cleaner move to the upside. So I'll just be sitting on the 50 bid. If it breaks 50 at the open, I'm out of that bad boy. And then I'm probably looking at that 48.50. If it takes that out, you're looking for a bit of a gap fill. I like NEO at 11. I'm not sure. I know dip buys happen in NEO. Actually, I have a bit of, but I know dip buys tend to happen. Like you get big dips, but I don't really love anything until it gets down closer to that 11. And I don't know if we get all the way down there, but I'll have my bid just in case. It just feels like I'm looking for dip buys everywhere. I don't really have any A+ short stuff. There's a couple of names out there that could pop and fade, like I said, but a lot of things I'm just looking to buy the dip on after we've had that upside move in the market last week. I'm just looking for some continuation.
Yeah, my shorting ideas would be on Rivian. That's going to be one that we've already paid for short. I feel like Rivian's had a hard time a couple of minutes here getting above this 36. So, again, good moves for Rivian. I just look at this. Maybe it's 30. I wrote down 36.
It's 35, isn't it?
That's where it is now, yeah.
Okay.
But I was thinking it's going to break 35, so it's just a matter of I don't know if I want to get into 35 right now. But there it is, right there. It is. The top is 35. I'm just looking to. There's been some negative pieces come out there that every car they produce is a loss, and that's true, right? It's a loss leader until they're able to make some money. So I just think that in this environment again, rates are still super high. You have to remember something here is that interest rates are still super high. The market's sort of changing. Some of the big tech names are starting to go upside because we feel like maybe we're near the end of the road of all this. But the damage has been done, and you still can't borrow money. Still, cost of capital is still really high here. And names that don't make money like a Rivian, Lucid, things like that are, in my opinion, still going to suffer. And when you get negative pieces out about auto manufacturing and the EV space, I just look to short Rivian. So right now I do have an offer for Rivian at 35.75.
This is that report. So if anyone was wondering, this was the headline that came out this morning or it was actually over the weekend, but all of them mentioned in here. I want to show you this chart here. I will in a sec, but all of them mentioned in here. There's Ride, there's Workhorse, there's Nikola. They're all mentioned in here. And it's just pointing to sky-high costs for battery metals, sky-high costs for materials, sky-high costs for manufacturing in general. So this is just performance to date for all of them. And it's Lordstown, Nikola, Lucid, Rivian, Canoo, and Arrival. So, we've all been well aware of this, but just straight downside, when you put them all in one chart, it's pretty impressive to the downside here, guys, for this entire EV group.
Yeah, that's a pretty demonstrative chart of how ugly it's looked. But I like Lucid a bit because of the levels it's got put in here. 1320. If you go to Friday, that was the top, and then it was also the top of the channel that got broken down last week. So 1320 is that first look for pop fade off there. If it breaks, really almost sitting it out till it gets into the 14.5. And then this is 1475 up here. I'd be waiting. If it does go higher, then I'd be looking to fade it off those tops. So, Lucid does stand out for me. The volume, I don't really care too much about. I don't care too much about the volume per se, because if you end up not getting back above here and rejecting these highs, then I could see some selling come in just off the fact that it's up 20% off of the lows. You get some profit taking come in because it found some resistance. So the fact that it doesn't have volume, I think, pertains pretty well sometimes to that short side of the trade. So I like to pop and fade over here in Lucid. I only was like, oh, 36 Rivian. I was like, no, it's at 35, because in my head I was like, yo, it's at 35 here. I'm kind of with Sean that the 36 level looks a little bit better because the 35 is right in the middle on Rivian. And that's why I kind of looked at Lucid, because it can give you that initial pop and fade off Friday's highs. But if you look at Friday's highs, it's a little too much of no man's land for me in Rivian. So I think at the open, it's Lucid that I'll be over and not necessarily Rivian. Still a pretty decent spread there. I'm not really looking at any of the other ones like Nikola or Workhorse. I just feel like there's always trades to be had in the big two. Well, they're not really the big two, but the bigger two of the little EV names, I guess.
Yeah, so I've already sort of talked about my thing for Rivian here. I think Tesla has an opportunity to get back to the upside. It's just been hit so hard in the last little while that, I don't think it's time yet. I think we're waiting for Tesla to come up with some sort of a story, either an upgrade or a downgrade or somebody to come in and really tell us that why we need to be buying Tesla and why it should work at these levels. So until then, I don't think we need to buy it, but I'm still thinking that this 200 is going to break to the upside, and then when it does, then you're probably going to see this 230 to 40, something like that again. So, I am excited for it to happen. I think it can happen, breaking back above this 200 and then starting to rip up for Tesla. But I'm still waiting for that news when we come in and it's been upgraded or, there's a piece on why we need to buy this. Then after that, I think people will circle the wagon and get right back into Tesla. I mean, it's just been beat down so much over the last little while. I mean, if you can zoom in here, this back in September 26 was $300. You're now down to sub 200. So I think there's some buying opportunities. You may have seen I think you saw a temporary bottom in a lot of these names. So while we'll get back down there, that would be a huge problem for Tesla. But until then, I still think you sort of sit on the trade now and just kind of wait. I think if you take down that 170 and you're in it for something that you can't afford to lose, then maybe you do get out. My sticky note was all about Rivian here, and I just think that you're going to have a problem at 36. So let's wait to see. I'm waiting to go short at 35.75, and hopefully the rest is history from there. That's my pending offer right now in the EV space. And then I do have a bid lower on NIO, hoping that, again, that can come down through $11. So we just checked it before. It did have a buy on it. You have all buys today. Palantir to sell. Sorry about that, Henry. Snapchat to sell. And then Kraft Heinz to sell down here at KGC. So you're going to look down here. Sorry, that's KHC. Sorry, not KJGC. But bids all over the place. There's NIO with a bid. There's Alibaba. There's AMC. So it looks like some of these names are going to get pretty excited to the upside here.
Let's go on to Amazon. A couple of days, big days to the upside for Amazon to end last week. Bank of America comes out this morning and says they're removing the stock from their U.S. #1 list. So a little bit of negative pressure. Again, we get a look at not only retail earnings this week, we get retail sales for October coming out this week as well. So Amazon back to the downside here a little bit.
That was in their US 1 list, huh? Interesting. I know it's just, sometimes I'm like, okay, well, what else is in that list? Out of absolute curiosity, because the chart doesn't look that great for Amazon, quite frankly. But look, the story is going to be this. Like, it's not the only one, because I think Meta made a move from the 80s into the 100s. Meta's probably a little bit stronger, but this 100 level, it's unavoidable. Like every time it gets here on Amazon, it either pulls a big rejection or it just cannot seem to have the follow through past it. So it's down 1.5%. That's leading the market. Beneath this 101, I can't really like the notion of anything but fading that high on Amazon. And I think some of the risk, of course, comes through. When you're going to get some of the retail numbers, some of the retailers reporting this week, that risk can get put in there. And it's also just been such a tremendous move off the bottom. And what has, I can't really show that chart. What has not been the best looking move for them, or at least the best looking chart overall for Amazon. So I have to be looking at the fade off of 101. If it gets through that, I'm probably sitting it out to 105. But this one does look relatively weak, and I think you throw in the fact that you're going to get the retailers coming through. I think a couple could have some decent reports. I mean, Walmart seems to be holding up a little bit better, as we'll see potentially as well. But Amazon, it just feels like it came a little bit too far, too fast. And the fact that we're still unable to break away from that 100 level, it's impossible not to look at this for some resistance up at that 101. So I'm looking for that short. I'd like it to break out. That'd be fantastic for the overall market if Amazon could break out. But it gets to 101, I'm shorting it.
Yeah, so I've already, that's exactly right. So I wrote down on here, Amazon, short sell 101. So I think the same story is going to be true for that. It's just been a meteor, an epic rise, I should say. Oh man, I still don't have the charts here to show you guys.
That works too.
Unfortunately. Yeah, it's been a good one. I mean, right up there to $100. I mean, you've ripped up from that $86 on CPI day all the way up to 101. And now you're starting to get some negative talk here from from Bank of America regarding Amazon. So And I don't know if it's negative talk or not, but AWS, there's just so much competition now. Azure's there, we know Google's there in that space. And then I'm not worried about it. I mean, I think that Fahad and I talked about this just on Friday, I think it was. He literally buys everything from Amazon. I feel like so do I, to some extent anyways. Getting a lot of product from these guys. And they are actually making money on every package they deliver. So the more they're able to do that, the better it's going to be for them. And then, like I said, them getting into some different spots here. Hopefully they're going to sell a lot of devices come the Black Friday is going to be a big day for them, which is in a couple weeks, I believe. I don't know the exact date, but it must be the 23rd or something like that.
Is it next week?
I would assume so. I'm just trying to do the math.
24th.
21 would be Monday. And then, give it a couple of days. It probably starts on Thursday.
They start on Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday. But anyways, I just feel like Black Friday, Christmas coming. There's going to be more Alexa devices. They've recently bought, what was those automatic Roombas? That's good call there. I was going to say the cleaning there. So they're going to make some moves. So let's wait to see what Amazon does. But there's 101 right there. Hold it to 101.50, something like that. But if we do get a pop up, this is going to be a name that I'm watching. Amazon on my radar right now. I've got Amazon, AMC, and AMD. Really the 3 A's that I'm looking at right now to start the day here. So it should be a good one.
Tesla, we touched on. Here's what you need to know, though. A few things of note for Tesla this morning, guys. Elon is set to take the stand starting this week on this court case surrounding his $56 billion Tesla pay. So some comments could come out of that. We'll keep an eye on it. Bank of America this morning cutting their price target on Tesla to $275 from $325. So not a small cut there from B of A. Musk also said, so you see all this red down here. These were comments he was making last night. This was the 13th, talking about primarily SpaceX. But in here, he said, I have too much work on my plate. And immediately, Bank of America came out and cut their price target off of that comment. So Elon being Elon, guys, for Tesla. Coming off a pretty nice couple of days, though.
Well, I mean, everything.
Elon is swamped. Like, so swamped. The guy can't get anything done. He's so swamped, this guy, Elon Musk. But I don't know. Look, I mean, they went back
Inside joke.
They went back on Twitter there, and apparently he's spending more time. He tweeted it out, too, that he's spending more time than any right now on. He's working the hardest he's maybe ever worked on Twitter. So let's wait to see if he can sort of spend some time on Twitter and not forget about the baby here, which is going to be Tesla. I still think you can, I don't really even want to look short on Tesla. Even though the market's coming down here, I do know that Tesla has been beat down, and I probably should be looking short on this name, but it's just been such an aggressive move here in the last couple days, up to 196, 197. If there's going to be a short, I think it's just in front of 200. You can see I haven't gotten out of anything on AMC, and that's starting to go back up to the upside right now. But, I mean, if you're going to short something, it's pretty easy to look at this 197 and say, let's get short here. 195 has been a key level for us for a bit. So, again, if you like to short on this name, I think there's a lot of levels. And I think you could take it into 197. So that's going to be something that I'll look at when it starts to rip up there. We may go completely the other way. It's just I feel like the downside is just a little bit choppy. Like, here's 190. I mean, it's not super interesting to me, the 190 level. Other than that, I don't know. Like, I think if you're going to short, you start the 195, you look at it at 197, and you sort of hope that you've caught it on a move up, followed by the move back down. I just don't see a break level to go to the downside. If anything, it might be this 188, but to me, that's still a shot in the dark there at 188. So if we can get down there and there's momentum, then I think you can break that and then go to 183, 184. But for me, I just feel like it's going to be somewhat inside. Like, Tesla might finish the day up or down around, I mean, up 2% would be a nice move. But I feel like down 2%, down 1%, something like that for the day here for Tesla. So could be completely wrong on it. For right now, I don't really see the light for this name. So it's going to be a pass for me.
The thing about Tesla is it's actually had a sell-off at the open pretty much every single day for the last week. So anticipating that's it. Look, I don't like the prices it's at right now. I think breaking 200 looks pretty interesting. But if it does do that dip, the mid 180s, that looks like an area that I could have a little bit of a dip buy action on. But you look at that top, it's either breaking out at 200 or it's failing that high there. And I think diddling here, I'm not going to bother with it. There's enough EV names that I think are going to be in play for us here today, whether it's NEO. You can look, if you like NEO, XPeng, or Li Auto, I don't have an issue with that. I like Lucid better. Sean likes Rivian better for some opportunities. We get to the 180s, maybe count me in for a little bit of a dip buy if you can find a bit of a bottom at that open on Tesla. I think keep your ear to the ground, obviously. That'll be pretty interesting. We already saw that Elon sold some shares, so that pressure seems like it's been relieved. But you can't ignore the fact that every single time we get to 830, the first move is to that downside. With I think one day it didn't do that in the last 7 trading sessions.
Minutes ago here, let's throw Apple in here just as a bonus round, because I just saw Tim Cook made some comments on CBS, I want to say it was, about a hiring freeze. So quote unquote, the company has reduced its hiring already. So that was a quote from Tim Cook this morning. Down here though, a little bit for Apple, guys, 0.8.
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, Apple at 150 is going to stand out a little bit here. That's probably going to reference that 40-10 high on the S&P 500 futures, the E-minis that we saw on Friday. So I just think that's going to be following lockstep. I love it if we get down to 145. Like, that's just a different story. If we can actually get a dip that far, then for sure. I wanted to get to Meta, but just before we do that, I want to talk quickly about AMC, because I'm almost half of it out in front of the initial push. If it is a breakout trade, regardless, every single breakout, to me, it's like an initial scalp. And then it just got up to 820, and I just took another leg out there. I've seen so many times on AMC where you get either it's good weekend, usually it's like a good weekend box offer, something along those lines, that gets you a bit of a gap up. And then at the open, there's a huge dip. So if I'm looking huge dip, that could be as low as like 750 to 770, like somewhere in this range if it does a big time pullback. And if I like the long, I'd want to re-engage there. So I am trimming on AMC to look for a little bit of a bigger dip. And we didn't talk about Meta with 4 minutes. I guess you have plenty of time to go. With 4 minutes to go here, Meta's already starting to come back down. It's got this weird possible head and shoulder setup. 115 is a gorgeous offer on Meta, but if we do end up rejecting this 113 level at the open, then you have what Friday's bottom and then Thursday afternoon, this 108. It's about 108.75, let's call it. So 108.75 to 109. That's where I'm looking for a dip on Meta. This is obviously a much, much stronger move than what I talked about for Amazon. And it's like, oh, I'm looking to fade Amazon, but I want to pick up a dip on Meta. Just a very, very strong move for Meta. And I kind of feel if it can hold this consolidation, it's definitely got some room to fill in a little bit of that gap. And it's that relative strength that has me leaning there. But if you can't hold that 108.75, I'm not getting stubborn about buying that dip, because you get below there, you could always start filling the gap in the other direction. So it'll be a tight stop for me on Meta bidding in front of that 109.
All right. Let's check out the... Oh, my Amazon thing, yeah, just try to look at it again. There it is right there, okay. Let's just call up the imbalance locator quickly here. I'm gonna probably stick with, Mullen, nice little name there, above 30 cents again. Not again, but that's sort of where it's been, so we'll see if that's gonna stay up there. Palantir with a nice rip last week. Let's see what happens this week. Alibaba, AMC still on there as well. I was waiting at 818, I missed that fill because I was on ARCA. Should have been on something better probably, because the high is 8.7, well no, I wouldn't have got it anyways. High 817, I am waiting at 818. For that name. Other than that, man, you have APE right there as a buy as well to go along with AMC. And then really, I thought I'd call up here and see some NASDAQ names, but I don't. So Amazon's going to still remain the same here. Looking to fade that off 101. Looking to get an AMD bid as well. It's nicely cooked up to the upside right here. But look at the NASDAQ. Still making lower highs, right? So boom, into there, into there, into there. As we go, we need someone to ring the bell, of course. So I will message Justin to come ring the bell, please. So there we go. So we messaged Justin. He'll be out here hopefully very, very soon to ring that bell. But yeah, there it is. A nice little move upside there on AMD. A quick little look to see if anything's happening for Apple. Where are we at right now? Again, still not a great chart look, but nice little bump up again for Apple. Some of these names starting to go right now. So I don't know what's going on. The NASDAQ still making the move to the downside, but Apple just went up on that news there, Brendo. So we're going to have to watch out for a We're going to have to watch out for a top break on Apple. Watch out for 150. Here comes the market pushing downside a little bit as well. Apple looking to go upside. Market looking to come downside here. So, yeah, Microsoft, you just mentioned going to the downside.
Yeah, Microsoft's fallen a bit here. Like, it just dropped a couple of bucks. I know we didn't talk any softy, but just to go over, pretty big level if it gets to 241, which is only $1 away now. I just didn't really see that one coming into play. So watch out Microsoft here, 241. Not really sure specifically why it's going to the downside, but Apple definitely making that challenge. AMD looking strong, to be sure. That does set up, hopefully, NVIDIA. Well, no, never mind. I was about to say, hopefully that sets up NVIDIA for a test of that 164 level, but NVIDIA going in the other direction. So it does look like AMD is doing it all by itself, to be sure. NIO's making some moves along with some of the Chinese ADRs here. Alibaba, that's already pulled back into 73. I like 72. That's where I'm looking for the dip buy. So I'm going to get my bids out there with less than a minute to go to start this week out here. Yeah, crazy that I'm only seeing Apple and AMD that are pressing higher. More or less everything else is falling back in, so looking for the dip buys across the board there. Meta didn't really come close, down at that 111 still. AMC starting to pull back in here. It's got to be 760 to 770. That's the area that I like for a bit of a dip buy on AMC.
All right, so let's wait to see here. We are in AMC with only 15 seconds left. We put the shout out. Oh, it's Katrine's on the bell. Okay, nice. All right, so we have Katrine, a little better than Justin. So there you go.
Ouch.
Say hi, Katrine. Wave. There she is. What's up? 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. All right, thank you, Miss Katrine, for that one on the bell. Thank you so much for that. All right, so Apple trying to make a move up to 150. We're going to look at a short for 150. So if that comes in, that's something that we're going to have a peep on right here as this market's just trying to dance around 149 and change. A quick check back on AMC. I don't have anything on right now. AMC still not open yet. Let's see what happens with this one. Could dip down. We're only out of like 10% of the trade, less than that. So a little bit more than that. Let's wait to see. There goes NIO breaking through 12. NIO's open and ripping.
Yeah, NIO's open and ripping. Lucid actually heading to the downside. So much for that pop and fade on Lucid. I will look to see if I can get some offers in front of that 30 levels. That looks pretty weak. Meta just made a big bounce into the upside, but AMD just, AMD just sort of tested right back down into 74 here. So AMD looking relatively weak, coming right back in. AMC's holding that $8 level. I'm not in anything except for that AMC. Bit of a dip here, testing these pre-market lows here on AMD.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit of a long here. I think we'll try to do the same thing. We'll try to hold it out for like a 74 break, something like that. So I'm gonna average into this position just a little bit, just to make sure that we do have enough shares on board here, if and when it does rip back up. But there it goes right now. Nice little win for us already there. Let's just ring that freaking register. We said we're not gonna get in too early, but there it is right there. A nice little 40-cent win for AMD to start the day right now. So we're long on this one. We'll see about a dip down into 73. Look, that's why I got out of half up there, right? We don't want to be too, cocky or too loaded up here early. Don't know which way this market's going to go. It could fall like crazy right now. Look what AMD's doing. It is making this downside move.
Yeah, so I just got the dip at 74.5 in front of the pre-market lows on AMD. AMC, by the way, is back up to that 815 level. Just going to quickly go over to Lucid here because I did get into Lucid on that pop. I got up to like 1295 here. Well, I got to 96. I got 95. Already back down at 20, so I'm going to try to get some out there as this is starting to fall back in to the downside. But that could mean some of these longs under pressure. I got an NVIDIA as well on the dip, Brendo.
Big move here for DWAC, guys, ahead of what is to come tomorrow. The announcements, I guess we're calling it. 2650 was pre-market highs. Gone already. 2750 now for DWAC. 2750. Okay. All right, there it is. There goes AMD. Nice little drop to the downside. Like we said, we're going to try to wait for this name. Ooh, it just canceled. Okay, I got to get my orders back in there because we just dipped down below that 73 mark. 74 mark, and we did get out there. So let's not. I feel like this could be like what happened to us before last week, where we got out a little bit too early. But this is why we don't want to put on any real type of risk before we see some key levels, except
AMC. We're here, man. We talked about that. We'd be here for you guys all day. We don't have any, but there's an out there at 11. There's an out at 18. And I just missed an out at 39. We went to 28. So let's take another piece out here for AMD. There it is again. Nice little rip to the upside here for Advanced Micro. So we've got this name, and it's been a good one so far. AMC, sorry. Advanced Micro's been bad. AMC, good.
No, I know what you meant.
Yeah, up to the upside there for AMC. Let's see. I want to hold this one as much as we can. And then I got to go back over and look at AMD because I wanted to start the dip buy at 73. So started a bit early, lost a little bit on that, but now we got to start to think about what levels are coming in, where we want to go. That like popped up and down there, AMD like 2% in like 1 minute. So you got to be very careful with some of these plays. Looks like we're going to be right on some of the fades here in the EV space. Look at this. Look at this. Rivian, number 2 name on here to go short. We don't have it, so that sucks. But we should have. We don't. Let's regroup.
Yeah, I haven't checked back in on some of the ADRs, but I'm going to get there in a second. But I'm just going to pop a bit in front of $12 on Lucid. This is falling like an absolute rock. I'm probably going to kick myself when I do this, but I got to look over at it. Oh, I'm not going to kick myself. Intel is not okay. So AMD pops back into the downside, now only 2% up. But Intel is actually holding strength. That doesn't make any sense to me. But I did like Marvell. If there was any weakness, I said Marvell beneath that 43 area. So if that starts to continues to hold back in, I'm going to short some pops here on MRVL. That was one I definitely liked because that 50 period on the daily. If I had to play the chips to the short side. Brendan?
Big mover so far, guys. U.S. FDA coming out with a positive note on ARDX, kidney disease treatment this morning. So they're up huge, 22%. This is one that can get going if it wants to. Back above 150 here for ARDX.
Okay, I mean, this market is just trying to fall down here. So I'm going to like bid a little bit more here on AMD. Sorry, that's still Rivian. That really sucks. We're going to bid some more on AMD, but hopefully it can come back into like 73.30 or something like that. We can make back everything we lost. It just needs to go back to the upside here. We're long right now at 74. I do want to dig in to it near that 73 mark. We talked about some of those highs there from Friday before bounced off, came off, leveled out here around 72.80 or so. But I'm not going to be in this one too much below 73. So we're not going to just hit this name over and over and over again. We're going to try to be patient and wait for a downside move here, which is coming right now. So 73.60, we're long at 61. If it comes in and fills us a little bit more, then we're going to wait for 73.20 and then get the heck out of Dodge if it takes 73. So that's the play here for AMD. We're going to try to hold this one about $1 against us, but take more shares near the bottom here. So AMD falling back in. We're out of half of AMC, but that's falling back in a little bit as well.
Yeah, I was able to just get one leg out in front of 830s on AMC. AMD, like you just said, 73. So that's basically Friday's highs. I like that level as well. 72 on Alibaba is getting tested here, pre-market bottoms. I really don't want this thing getting past the afternoon resistance. That was 71.5 here. If it can't make a bounce here, Alibaba, I think it's in a world of hurt. I threw the bid on Lucid to see if we could catch a piece there in front of 12. Doesn't look like we got it. But the other name, look at NEO. So if Baba's heading to the downside and Lucid's heading to the downside, well then NEO would kind of be both of those worlds. Fails a 12 break and then just absolutely getting destroyed down to 11.50. But it's catching a bid. I'm waiting at 11 even. If it continues to the downside, I'm going to be all over this one. And as I said, I like Marvell for some shorts. I never got them. It's continuing. It's now $1 to the downside. So I don't know. This one never has a lot of pre-market volume. I did wait till the open to try and grab this one short. Looks like I'm not going to get it. Brendo?
A lot of volume here yet, but Penn National worth a note here, guys. A few people circulating an activist note or potential activist note on this one. Penn up 1% right now.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be up a little more than 1% if it's going to be like an activist note, but yeah, still good call on that one for Penn National. So we'll have a look there. All right, so right now, again, we got out of about half of our AMC, but it is falling down right now. So a nice little take early. Oh, halted?
What? That doesn't make any.
Okay. Did that? Wait a second.
No.
Yeah, it might make sense. 30 cents. Wait a second. It's volatility. Yeah. Okay. So it's just volatility halt right there on AMC. So we're caught on it there. Brendan just sort of confirmed their volatility. 840 down to 770 is close. I don't know. It seems a little bit excitable to halt that one, but there it is. AMC now paused due to volatility. So there it is right now. AMC now paused, which means we'll just go over quickly, look at GameStop. We're expecting a same sort of movement down on this name, I guess, as well. This was rocking early. Yeah, there it is. Look at that nice little gap to the downside. This is not going to halt. This needs to halt $2 down. So 27.50 down to 26.50. Not enough to halt that bad boy. So right now, again, AMD is really the thing that we're looking at. We just took another bid down there. Amazon, we've missed. All these names we missed a short, man. We called all of these shorts and just was too aggressive off the open to the downside, so we don't have many of them. So AMC long right now, and AMD long. Other than that, don't have my money into anything else right now. NEO, maybe if it comes down near that 11 again.
Yeah, I got some. BOVESPA popped back up to 72.5. I got a piece out because if it gets to 71.50 in the pre-market lows and that previous resistance is going to be down there, I want to make sure I'm working myself a better price. So if it gets to 71.50, I want to be able to buy down here. So relieve some pressure. If it gets back up to 73, that's where I'd be looking for this move to at least arrest itself and maybe get back to. But AMD is just falling like an absolute rock on me here. And I can't figure out why Intel's not going. But if we forgot about Meta a little bit, Meta actually pressing back into the upside. So you see the market bouncing back up, Meta pressing and showing a little bit of strength. That can definitely get a bit of a breakout, but that sets me right over to Amazon, where I'm going to keep these offers in. Ooh, that chart. It looks like it's not even getting close to that 100 level, so 101 might not come into play. So if I take two swings off these levels of resistance on Amazon, the first one might have to be at 100 even. I'm not getting anything out on the reopen of AMC. I did get another piece out in front of 830, but I'm now wishing I'd even trimmed some more than that. Ultimately, I don't think I got enough out, anticipating a bit of a dip, but I didn't expect a dip that was going into a halt. Quite frankly, I don't think it should have halted. But 180, back to Tesla here quickly. 185 to 187 is where I was looking for a bit of a dip by. It got to 188. This market is trying to jam to the upside, and Tesla, it's close enough to that 187 that I might take a first swing at this one to that long side. But AMC will be open in about 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to look to see if it holds that 760. That was the thesis I had before. So despite the fact that it halted, I'm still going to look for that little bit of a bounce off 760 for support on AMC.
Yeah, I still like, and I'm wondering about a Meta break here through 113 for Meta, just to take out some of these high, same level. See if we're taking out some of these highs on Meta. It's already bounced nicely there. You can get a 112.50 out if you did want that. I think I'm going to take a 113 break long here on Meta just to see if we go. We were above 114 there, of course, on Friday. So I think that there's a good potential here for Meta to go. Man, I can't even feel my fingers right now, by the way.
It's a little chilly.
A little, yeah, just a little chilly. I think it's like minus 14 in here right now. But all right, so let's see. If it does dip back in, man, we'll take a little bit of a long. But I'm just going to see about a break here on Meta. I feel like my charts aren't loaded, so that doesn't really matter. There it is right here. So we're trying to break above. This is where we were on Friday, up to 114, 115. So if the market wants to go, great. AMD just went back into the money for us. Right there is Netflix going up or down. Oh, my goodness, no. Microsoft down to 240 right now. I hope Netflix is going down because I did get some out on Friday, but it's probably going up that means.
It's a clean break, too. Clean break at 291 on Netflix. That's a little bit frustrating. I actually had this one written. I didn't get over to it. I was kind of looking at Roblox a little bit more for that 37 level. But there goes Netflix. If it gets to 300, that's a pretty big and obvious area. I'm probably looking at getting this Lucid out. It actually bounced right here off of 1234. So you look at this, you look at it the last couple of days, it actually makes some sense that it would have kind of slowed down here at that 1235 level, 1234, 1235, whatever that bottom happens to be. So if it does bounce off this a couple more times, this is my 15-minute chart. If it bounces a couple more times here, I will just look to take this out. The only one I was able to get into that short trade. Alibaba is now coming right back in to some of those lows, so I did get a reload on this. If it can hold 71.50, I like to make a retest back up to that 73 level. So this one we have long. I'm still looking for an opportunity maybe to get into some Netflix, but it's going to have to be a dip buy because obviously that one's off to the races. This is yet another missed opportunity. I said 37 fade on Roblox. I didn't get it, and now AMC is back open. And looks like it is holding that 760, at least initially here. So if it can hold 760, that's about the only area that I'm going to like a dip.
Yeah, so we're going to have to wait on AMC as well, as that's, like you just said, just open now. Do you want to talk about a new position quickly here? We do have Meta on board right now, but I have to respect that 112 area. So if 112 breaks, I'm going to take a little bit more into this. But again, the market is below. Like, everything's below, right? We're below the 50 period. We're below everything here on the market. And it's starting to go down. We're almost down that 1%. So, sitting in here and like hoping that some of these names will turn around sometimes is fool's gold. So we're not going to wait too long on these turnarounds. So some of my exits, what I'm getting at here is that my exits are pretty easy. Right now I'm just setting them all up. So pretty easy on the exit front here. Meta right there will average back in. If it takes down 112, we're going to get out. I'm not even going to wait for this 111.70 stuff. We can get back into the names. Like, if it breaks below us, it's just like AMD, right? Like, if we were still in these longs, we're right now at the low. So, that's like not something that we want to look at for AMC. We want to buy stocks at the low and trade them off their highs. So, for right now, stocks are making new lows right now on the day. So to sit here and hold some of these longs, not a great look. So let's wait to see. But we are waiting lower. So that's the one thing that's important here. We're waiting for a couple lower names, a couple lower spots to come in, including 73.20 on AMD, because we're looking at what was going on Friday. So right there, that 73.20, if we can pick up a bid there on AMZ, then we'll like that. On AMD. AMC's not really doing anything, just kind of hovering around right now.
Yeah, and just going back over to Roblox here just quickly, I got my stop on AMC and they're good to go. And pretty much flat on BOBA. It's holding that 72 decently. But if we get any kind of an upward movement, I got to be fading that Roblox. As the market's now starting to really come back in here, that's going to give an opportunity for Netflix at least. It just bounced off of 295 and heads right back into this breakout at 291. So I'm going to get on the bid here. Look, it's a relatively strong name. If I'm going to find something to the long side, it's got to have some relative strength. At least that's what I'm seeing over here on a Netflix. Might not get Roblox, but we saw some relative weakness in Microsoft, and that's actually continuing here as Microsoft does dip below 240 and continues to fall. So you're just not really seeing much of a bid here on Softy. Looking at that 242, I just got trailed out of AMC. So I'll slap the fail on that one. I should have just listened to myself. It's like they do this on AMC. That's why I was like, yeah, I got to take something out. And I do not get enough out at that top and then actually jump back in trying to support that 760. But that's where my stop was going to be this entire time. So I'll slap the L on that one as I try to get my way into some Microsoft or anything else to the short side that isn't Lucid, because I got nothing on. And just watching some of the other names that are coming into these bottoms. Neo at 11.25. We started this. I'm like, yeah, I'm probably not going to get to that 11. We'll see what happens. I'll have a bid down there if we get to 11 on Neo. Here we are at 9.45, and it's 15 pennies away from my first bid.
Yeah, I'm still bidding Neo right now, 11.16. So I'm not even looking at it once it fills. Hopefully it fills up there. So we did average into Meta. Again, it's been ripping in the money. We were just 30 pennies in the money here on Meta as well. So, I don't know. We're not taking these profits, right? We're trying to see if there is going to be sort of a continuation to the upside. Like, our price on Meta was 112.36. It was just at 60s. So, maybe being foolish, not taking profit. But again, like, if I'm not willing to lose 30 cents, can't really, that's my out, right? So hopefully it can come in right now and give us a little bit of a print to the upside. But it looks like right now it's... There it goes. I was going to say, what? Did it even take 112 there? I don't think. Why did I even get out there? I have no idea. Let's get back in. I don't even think that took 112. No, it didn't. I don't know. Like, I got filled at 112.08 there. So no idea what happened there. But we'll get back into Meta on the long side, as it looks like a little bit of a bad wick out there. I have no idea what that was all about. So we're back into Meta there. So there it is. Let's go to the upside now. For that one, I don't know. Coinbase was rocking and rolling.
Oh, no, I have a data issue.
That sucks about Meta, man. We just got wicked out and then it rips up. But there it is. We're back into Meta. Let's take a little bit of profit.
And so we're having a bit of a data issue on Coinbase. That's all. Because I'm looking at this thing. It's like trading at $52 here. So Coinbase is getting absolutely shellacked. That's going to lead me to, if I can't watch that one real time, goodness SI. Silvergate right back down to 34. That might have been we have no exposure, we're good. That was probably a short, but you had to take that. The 40 short on Silvergate was in the early pre-market, and that stock never has any liquidity, unfortunately. Tesla doesn't really look like it has too much. too much of a bid down at that 187 area, but I was looking at that mid 180s for a dip buy on Tesla. So this might just have, like I said, it might just have to be close enough here with a bottom at that 187. I like 185 a little bit better, but the market just found the low and is bouncing. That's the time to get into something. So I'm going to take my shot here at Tesla. I said I like those 80s. I'll go 88 into 87. If it breaks that, fair enough. Wait for that 85 as we go to Brennan.
Relative strength here, guys, when it comes to some of these Chinese ADRs. Just saw this one. FUTU taking out day highs. Not a lot of volume behind this move, but definitely a lot stronger than most. Here's PDD. Day lows, straight southbound since the open for Pinduoduo.
Okay, we were able to get, there's a lot of names that are straight south side right now, man. Rivian, we talked about that name going to the downside. I wonder what Tesla's doing. Amazon's down 4% right now and still going. We called all these shorts. The problem is they just kept, like Brendan said, man, they just kept on going down, 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 and very, very hard to get some of those trades off. So, excuse me, AMC, there it goes, man. It's breaking 740, 750. Excuse me. We tried the long there. It doesn't look like it worked out very well. So we're going to have to wait to see what's going on with AMC now. A little bit of a downside push now coming through. Looks like the only long that's going to work is going to be Meta right now, long off of 112. So, hey, if it keeps going, good for us. We got some out at 53. Let's see if that keeps on working. So we only got out of half of our AMC right there. We got a fill that we have to take care of because that happened during the halt there. So that's not a real fill, but that one is right there at 755. I put it right back in. So let's see if now we can get some upside movement here on AMC. Trying to go. And then AMD, man, we just took some more shares there, looking for this to go to the upside. I'm just trying to hold the longs. We're bouncing. I mean, we just bounced off of 11,700. So let's just see if we can catch some of the bottoms, make a little bit of money back on this, and then go from there. But right now, I agree, man. We got to find some names to go short. If anybody has any ideas, I do like Robinhood short side right there, but it just did break through 10. So probably something to look at from there. Robinhood through 10 maybe, guys.
Yeah, I'm still favoring Microsoft if there's any kind of a curl back into this 241 area here. And I know a lot of people are like, look at Coinbase. So like I said, I have a bit of a data issue. I can't even call up Coinbase and see. Like I can show you guys. I'm not even seeing prints on coin. So I know it's trading down at 52, but this is what I'm looking at. So if I can't trade it, I'm not going to be paying too much attention to it. Just watch back over. Meta's making a bit of a break. So Amazon continuing to head down. Like this is kind of like Microsoft, where if I want to get into it, I'm just going to have to take it off some of these lows. So 99s, I'm looking after the short. Tesla's now back in the money, but I need to see at least 189 before I take any out there. Brendo?
Another one that's moving here, guys, that can get going if it wants to. Tough Built, TBLT, up on this. Better than expected quarterly results out pre-market this morning. So TBLT, one that can get going, as we saw going back to last summer, up 21% here.
All right, Tough Built. All right, so yeah, what's been a tough trade today has been everything, I feel like. But we are still long Meta here at 112.80. We did get a break above here, above 113, which executed into a long for me. So we just got out like crazy up there at 113.20, so on and so forth. Still holding out hope that this market can go back up to the upside. But we did want that break, but we've been averaging in lower, right? So Meta should be okay. But again, a fallback down here after that fake break there on the top side definitely needs to be watched here for Meta. Don't want to like die on a sword here. 112.50 maybe out a little bit there for Meta. It broke that 113, only went 20 pennies. So now we're downside 20 pennies on that 113, right? So just be careful here. Meta's starting to go back to the downside. AMD not going and AMC not really going. But I'm still like, I like the fact that we were able to buy dips there on Meta, but it just took out 113. Good thing we got some out because you're now fading back in. I feel like this is a little bit of a reload down to this 200 period again of 112. We've just broke it. Let's see if we can hold it now.
Yeah, I just got a first salvo into Microsoft here. It's now bouncing off of the lows. So that 242, so this would have been at the open. It failed at 242. I'm looking to short that lower high. If it breaks this, I mean, it's 245 to the upside that I think you can definitely get to. So I want to make sure I'm getting out at that 242 level, not digging in too deep. I'm looking to make another dip buy here in Tesla. It looks like it just did a bit of a wick bottom, which is ridiculous. I mean, I didn't get wick bottom that got me out of some of my shares there, which is nuts. So I'm just going to try to jump back in to what I ended up taking out because it didn't look like it broke that 186 down at the lows. It looks like we are going to get to the bottom on Lucid. And I'm sitting here on NEO and Lucid, one to go long NEO, but to get out of Lucid in front of this 12 even. It does feel like we're going to get there, but if we're going to catch a bid on NIO, it's now 3 times it's bounced 11.25, and I'm waiting at 11.10. If it does not break this in the next few minutes or so, and I'm looking at 10 o'clock and we're still at 11.20 on the low instead of 11, then I will just try to take that long. I want this dip by a NEO if I can get it. BABA's still holding for it, which is a bit of a good sign here. Like I said, Tesla holding as well. And Amazon, we'll see what happens with the Amazon, but it can't seem to get anywhere to the upside for any of these shorts to start to come in for me. I'm not chasing the lows on Amazon. Brendo?
Move upside, or trying to bounce here anyways, for Tesla guys, still down 4%. When asked on Twitter whether or not Tesla would introduce a buyback, his response was, that is up to Tesla's board. So there was some speculation being thrown around that Tesla might introduce a buyback, but Elon squashing that.
Well, I don't know. Is he squashing it? I mean, if it's going to be up to the board, I don't think the board will come out. Like I told you, man, the guy's too focused on other things right now. Let the board work. I like that, man. I think that's been a sort of a downside aspect of Tesla, is just sometimes some of the power. We talked about that with Meta that Zuckerberg has, and so on and so forth. So sometimes let the board or the shareholders decide, what the right move is there. So I don't mind that sort of a talk there from Elon, but yeah, you'd rather him say yes, let's do a buyback, of course. But I don't find that that's horrible. Right now, what is horrible is this AMD move to the downside. We did get an upgrade today for AMD. There it is. Now it's going to break, so we are going to get out of this one very soon. As it's going to break a little bit lower than this, and then we're gone for AMD. So there it is, right there. Down into the dumps goes AMD. That got squashed right there. So that level breaks right now. Now we can, now let's leave it alone. The problem is it's already 9:55, so some of these levels should have been developed, but they really haven't yet. So I don't know. We're just sort of resting on some of these trades right now. We just tried AMD. That was that final break there. So again, we're under the 50 period. We need to be short instead of long, it looks like. What's up, Brendo?
Top of the relative volume list, or one of them that I have right now, is this one. Peloton, not seeing anything on this yet, but just made a decent move there through day highs, up 1% for Peloton.
Yes, sir. And so the market's trying to get back to the upside. I like the fact, at least for now, the Microsoft's still holding this 241 area. That's where I am short, but I just got stopped out the last time there on AMD. Going to have to be able to give it up. The initial long, probably way too early. You got to wait for that 73 level, and it just continues to fall. Yeah. This is absolutely flushing.
Yep.
Yeah. This is what makes some interesting a bit of a tidbit here. Intel is basically flat. You see AMD flushing, you see the market trying to come back in. Intel won't budge. And I said I would look for some longs in Intel this week after what I saw in terms of it showing strength. It's time to put up or shut up. I'm looking to dip by a bunch of things here. I know Tesla's back in here holding that 187. Fine, maybe that can go. But Intel's not going anywhere when the market heads to the downside. And I said I'd wait for $30. I'm not waiting for $30 anymore. If it's going to be inside here, I'm going to get long some Intel, and it feels like this is just going to be a bit of a momentum play, maybe the entire week, now that you're above that 50-period moving average. Wasn't willing to do it. I liked AMD more. That was apparently wrong here. So let's go for some Intel in front of this 30 level. Till it breaks 30, I'm looking for longs. This is going only sideways when the market goes down.
Yeah. Right now the market is going down. So yeah, we got to look for some other positions. They're Meta down to 112. That's the name that we're in still. Waiting to see about a break of 112, man. It's pretty simple for me on Meta. And I also, we got out of AMD. It did break down below. We got out 72.90. That's kind of where it is now. It just went back up into the 72s again. Sorry, 73s again. I don't think we didn't get as high as that, but if we can break this 73.35, then I think we did have a flush down there. Let's let it settle down. If this market bounces back a little bit, I like this 73.30 for a long against 73.1 last time. So I do want to try that in there again. Mullen down to 30 cents. Google down to 95. NIO is a name that we're still waiting for to get a little bit lower. Let's just double check to make sure. AMC right now going back up to the upside. So that looks like that will be a good trade for us to hold on to a piece of that one. NEO just looks pretty sick down here. I'm going to cancel this trade in the mid teens there for NEO. Wait for maybe a little bit lower near that 11 spot. I don't even have an offer out, so we'll have a look back at that one. There goes AMC back into the 70s, and it's just touching that high spot there. So we'll see if we get something out at 77. There it is. So we'll take it out at There it is at 77. We'll see what it does now,
Holy
up to
Netflix,
80s and a little bit higher than that for AMC. But yeah, right now, kind of these longs, man. I need to get some short, but I'm trying to find names that are pretty weak out here right now. And I think maybe Google.
Not Netflix.
No, Netflix just keeps on going, eh? Okay, 95.30 now for Google.
Netflix is ridiculous, man. So Netflix is just powerhouse. I mean, that 91 dip buy, like I'm kind of laughing at myself thinking I was going to get that. So probably going to have to reevaluate where to get into this trend on Netflix. I do like it. It actually bounced to 92s. I was looking for 91 on a dip. It might just have to be back at like 93s at this particular point. So if Microsoft starts to go to that 224, 242 and go against me, Tesla did catch a bounce here, did not get to 192. That's a bad wick. It's at VWAP 189. That's the first leg that I'm taking out there on Tesla. It was a bad wick that got me out, but I did re-enter the trade. Gave up about 40 cents to do so. And if we get higher above VWAP, I am looking at these 92s, 93s to that upside. But next will be Microsoft. Maybe started it a bit early at 41s, giving it to that 42s. If we do get taken out, we're looking for some shorts. And now the longs seem like they want to come back in. I don't want to ignore Alibaba for you guys. That got to VWAP as well, so pay yourself out when it gets to VWAP in a downtrend. That's what I'm going to do. If it's going to continue to hold that pre-market low and Friday afternoon's highs, that 71.50, that's where I want to be buying the dip. But yeah, this market still feeling a little bit, I want to say it feels a little bit weak until we start taking out the highs. Here's the ES for you. You get back to this top and reject 4,000 again, then I feel like you want to be looking for some of these shorts to come into play. As I said, I'm now long on Intel because if it's not going down when the market was going down, then this one is finally catching some bids in there, and I would have to respect that. So I did grab some long in Intel, first playing in front of these quarters. If it gets to 30.50, I'll respect that and get some out, and then look for a break of 30.50 to the upside on Intel. Can't believe I'm saying it, but breakout long on Intel? Here we are.
Yep, exactly. Okay, DKNG as well. Breakout
so
long maybe through 15 as it's starting to get some spice to it as well. DraftKings looking to take out 15 right now. So let's go long on DraftKings if it does do that. So right there, 15.03. We're just going to push the long now. Give it a little bit of room. I mean, we'll see how far it goes upside, but I like a break here on DraftKings. Nice move. We've sort of been pinging out to 15 there on Friday. Looks like it wants to take it off. We talked about that earlier about where DraftKings is, you know, as far as been beat down, double touched 1150 or whatever it was down there. Yeah, 1150. So nice move on the last couple weeks. And then again, off the daily chart. And this is more, you know, looking at it from a longer term standpoint there, but we came back into this 11 spot and hit it a couple times. Now looking like it wants to be strong. Trying to take out some new levels right now goes DraftKings. Thank you, Mr. Randy. There it is. So now we're long DraftKings. Thanks, Randy, for that. Opinion on bull versus bear, Randy? Bear, okay, so we'll keep it bear. Thanks, Randy, right there. There's a nice little take for us on DraftKings. We are now long. Unfortunately, we're long at 02, so let's see where DraftKings goes. Nice little upside move. Takes them out 06, takes them out 07s, and then see what happens more to the upside. Nice little battle back for me here today on DraftKings. And not only that, AMC also trying to go right now as well. Nice move for AMC. All right, Brendo, give it to us here on the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, happening now brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Bottom of the screen right now, use that code TLIVE at checkout. Save yourself 20%, because why not? Shout out to Chart Prime. A bit of a mixed board to kick things off on a Monday here. We are mostly red, 0.25% for the S&P. The Dow trying to hold on to positive territory. The Russell, 1, 2, 3,000, all negative. Same story for the NASDAQ, composite and the 100, both in negative territory. Thank you, Randy, with the coffee reload. 0.84 downside for the composite, about 0.72 there for the 100. Few things to note if you joined this pre-market. AMD was really leading as far as the chip makers were concerned, but all of them showing a little bit of relative strength to kick things off. Rivian and Lucid, among others mentioned, to the downside, not good on a negative note over the weekend for EV makers, and Hasbro getting crushed here as well. To kick things off, because of double downgrade from Bank of America, there's Lucid, 4%, straight southbound today. And I want to mention this one as well. We talked about the Chinese names. JD.com holding up a little bit better than the rest as well. Still 4.25 for JD, guys.
Forgot something. JD50s. Well, look, I just got trailed out of Lucid, so we'll do this one. That one flushed itself down the toilet, but I did slap a trail on it when it bounced off that 1225. The first thing I wanted to see when that happened was what happened overall in NEO. Yeah, that bounced. It did bounce off that 1120 after all, so I'll cancel my bid. It looks like that's going to be the recent low. That's the bounce into view up that you're able to get. Thankfully, BABA were able to catch that one. It hasn't really sustained the move, but as long as you put in higher lows, it could easily fill that gap back in. With the market testing these highs, I am looking for the breakout. It's just crazy to say it, on Intel. But Tesla as well starting to get a bit of a move off of some of these lows. Got to zoom this chart for you guys. It cannot seem to break VWAP, but if we get through 190, I want to give it, so hold a VWAP. But the next leg up to me is this 191 to 192. So I don't want to be getting out of anything until it gets to this 192. Give it some room to potentially run here. Like I said, Intel, it's happened. I've taken a breakout long in Intel. It's the first time in, I can't even remember the last time, but it's broken that 350. I did get a dip buy when it wouldn't go down with the rest of the market. I did grab a long. Now it's the 350 breakout. If it gets to Friday's high, I want to take some out in front of it. And then after that, I mean, I guess I'm thinking $31 on Intel. 30.75, every quarter on Intel always makes sense to me because it's a $30 stock. But yeah, Intel on a bit of a run here. Ultimately, if we do hold up and this market goes green, I see Intel at $31, as crazy as it is.
Yeah, we're doing some pretty serious damage here since we left you last. So Meta right now, good movement back up to the upside right here. Look at this, starting to go again. So a nice little double takes on the low side of things right now. So good job that Meta came all the way back. We made a hell of a lot of money on that play there. And then we talked about taking, I got nervous. So I took this 30 break, but then we failed and almost took down 73 again. So as we came back up, I did get out of half of AMD, but look where this name is starting to go right now, 73s. So good little take for me here on AMD, back up to the upside. We're now 40 cents in the money on this name, 30 cents in the money on Meta. I got to get that going back upside now. It's still there. And then DraftKings, this was a good one, man. Alert to this for everybody out there as well, because DKNG was a name that I gave you guys at 15. My best out is 15.11. So I'm just going to keep on doing the same thing here. If we can get a 9s, a 10, something like that, let's just keep on rinsing and repeating this long for DraftKings. If it comes back to 15, we could take some more. But here's a nice little upside move. Let's see if the market can hold. We talked about waiting to get long off some of these dips. I think we did a good job on some of these names. So we're now holding it. We did hold out hope for Meta. That's going to be a name that I think can go to 115 today, 114 and change, especially if this market keeps on going. So let's wait to see. You're just tipping out. Look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high, kept on having them all the way down. Now you're starting to get back up to the upside a little bit. Let's see if we want to respect some of these bottoms. So we've taken a lot of money back in this market, but we don't want to be foolish about it and not respect the fact that how far we've come back up now off of some of these bottoms. So again, we got out of AMD first time, but we're back in it right now, back into the 80s. So let's just get a piece out here, 79 or so. Maybe we might have just missed that for the high. My best out is 75, which is right here. So hopefully AMD can hold out high, but now it looks like we're starting to fade back a little bit. Come on, get into the high 70s again, and let's go. Meta, nice trigger Meta. Another out on the high side for that one. Let's see if we can get into the 30s here for Meta.
And just going back to Roblox, oldie but a goodie, it was only 20 minutes ago or half an hour ago at the open when I said I missed my shot shorting this one off that 37 as it popped to the upside. But look at it at the pre-market high. So if we roll over 36.5, I still want to be able to fade things in front of 4,000 on the overall market. That'll be that ES. So I am out of every single short because the market came back in. So you'll see the 3 longs that managed to hold up. But it's going to be this 36.5 for me on Roblox. I know some people were looking at Coin and Robinhood. That's still a NASDAQ stock, Neil. Robinhood's right at that $10 level as we speak. Oops. Load. Robinhood's right at this $10 as we speak. It's been in a pretty strong downward trend here, and that 10 looks pretty solid. If it does hold below here, you might find some shorts. I think we have to pay for some locates, so I'm going to go ahead and quickly do that to be able to short this pop. And I need to get some shares out of Intel here as that breakout just got right up to my offer. Okay, I did get a fill at 58. So I was able to get a fill up there at Friday's high, but I want to get one more out in front of Friday's high, and then if it breaks from there, the next stop will be that 30.75.
All right, let's go. Bang again. Bang again. Siren alert. All right, let's get some energy going here, guys. Look at this move up for AMD. Nicely done, man. Now 74.15. Just wish we never got stopped out there, but that's always going to be the case for me. It's how I'm trading. We've made back our whole day right now, so everything that we'd put on before is now squashed. We're now back. We're ready to rock and roll, and there it is, man. We had to catch some bottoms there. We were trying to be as patient as we possibly could. We waited for some key levels. We talked about 11,700, but again, you know, it just took a while for these names to get going, and I don't want to like really look at some of these gift horses. Look at Meta. We're definitely long into Meta. That's been, you know, the number one name for me today, and it's going to be profit-wise the number one name here on the floor. So good trade so far there for Meta as it keeps on continuing its upside. But again, like whether or not this market wants to go green, we're getting close to it, and we're getting close to these pre-market highs. So watch out. This could be a spot where you fade. You went all the way down to 11.7, and you're right back to 11.8. So if you're going long off 11.7, you might want to go short off 11.8. So I'm starting to get out some more pieces out here, but Meta, again, 1160 is where I'm offering. Why not do that a little bit lower as we're double touching it right now? What's up, Brendo?
A little battery maker, EV battery maker, Frey, guys, up big time after a better than expected report. This is an ADR. It's worth mentioning. There is a European component to this, but big move up right now on huge volume. It's worth mentioning. So just took out 15. Maybe some shorts got caught there, but 10% almost at the top there for Frey.
So I did just get out of Tesla there. It looks like it tried to get to 192. The second it got to the pre-market lows, that's 192 right here. I slapped a trail on it. It rejected it pretty quickly, and then I'm now out of Tesla. I did have that stop out at the bottom, but it didn't break 186 ultimately when that happened. So I just jumped right back in. It cost myself 50 cents, but I'd rather do that than not jump back into the trade at all. If this market does reject the 4,000, Tesla's still in a bit of a downward trend. I do want to hold on to Intel. I got another, like I said, wait till it gets to that 30.75 and then start getting out some more. So it just cracked to 70. That's a fill at 69. I'll take one out and one more out in front of 30.75 to set upside. Alibaba is trying to go here. So it made another push at VWAP, and it's putting a higher low in as well. So it's looking like it wants to try that little bit of a break. But if it starts rejecting again, I'll probably just have to take another leg out and respect the fact that it's not nearly as strong as I wanted this to be off those levels. And NIO, you know, NIO did bounce. It just the $11 never really came in. It ends up bouncing off 11.20. So that's a missed opportunity for me. Roblox, I just said I wanted to catch the curl. There's 36.5. There's your wick top. So this is going to be me getting into Roblox off a said curl. Want to give it to this high. I don't want to short this all the way back into 37, but I'll give it to this high. It's about 36.60 on Roblox. Pretty strong move off the bottom, but I'll respect that 37 till it goes. Lower high will be the first shot. The second shot will be at 37 even. And then, of course, I mentioned Robinhood off that $10 level. Hood starting to reject that 10, so it looks like it is going to be a bit of a curl off the 10 even. I want to short only in front of 10. If it breaks that, I'd be looking back at the pre-market highs and Friday's highs on Robinhood.
All right, so we're just going to do channel our inner Arun, man. I mean, we've got the best positions on, I think, at the best prices right now. I mean, I can't be happier. All right, screw channel my inner Arun. All right, let's get some out now on Meta. I mean, when we're $1.20 in the money on this name, we're going to take another piece out. I didn't even realize it just ripped up like that because our net is way back now. We just made back our whole day there. It sucks because our biggest loser today is going to be AMD long, just like we had. This was the same story on Friday, man. So we thought we were patient today and waited for this 73, but again, 75 all the way down to 73 before breaking, and then we just waited for it to get back to the upside, clear some of that junk that it had, and now it's a nice little upside run there for AMD, and we make that all back as well. So that's going to be a good trade for us. DraftKings right now is falling down, but look where we got out, 15.20, it right up to 15.25. I still like this name. But again, DraftKings did bust out a little bit here today, so let's be careful with it. I'm out of 3/4 of this trade. Now, most of it out here, 12s, 15s, and then we did get a nice piece at 19 there. And now it's falling back, so again, like we're only long here at 01s. I'm going to take a piece out there as we take out 04s a little bit. But yeah, this name, another piece out near 10, and then honestly, if it dumps back below this 95, then I'm going to get out of the rest of DraftKings. Now we only have like less than about 20%, less than 20%, because we just got a piece out. So not much to worry about, but 14.95 break on DraftKings. and we'll get out of the rest as we put that order in. Good out for us on Meta, maybe the high of the day right there. The only problem is we do have one. Meta would be by far, I mean, it's by far my best stock today. It's only going to be that name and DraftKings. And then because AMC we're still negative on, we're going to wait for that to pop up again. But, we do have an out there at 112, but we did buy it back in. So, so far so good there on Meta, on the retrace. I told you guys to stay away from the weed stocks. Let's just see. I haven't looked at them yet. Let's see where they are. 425 right now for Tilray, but there's the high. So exactly. So no pun intended, but the highest we ever got was in the pre-market when I was talking about pun fully intended. What am I talking about? In that 450, and I was like, nah, man, I don't like that trade, but it did bounce off $4. So if Tilray comes back, we'll definitely have a look at that. But right now, AMD, Meta, DraftKings, we're long all of them, and we like what we're seeing right now. Good outs for us on AMD. We're very light on all these positions now. The only position that I'm really still pretty strong in is Meta, because we had a reload right there at 112. Too bad we missed that down there. I don't know what we were doing, but AMD, nice trade, Meta, nice trade today. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Yeah, let's hit that like button. I want to do a big thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for the great job of moderating again today. Hit the like button for him and him alone.
Yeah, why not? I mean, he always does a fantastic job there, as always. Very quickly, did get into Roblox. There's your wick top. I did start it at 36.30. Wish we could have had more shares up here at the 40. But I'm always waiting for that formation to move. It's already back into VWAP, so it goes right into 36 even for the quick 30 cents there. I'm now into Robinhood. I got 92s. I don't really like. I kind of prefer to have like 95s and 96s if I can get them. So I'm going to back off on adding to those. And I saw someone just ask in the chat, short Intel at 31.35. I'll cross that bridge if it gets there. So it did break the 75. Put a wick top, so I did take some more shares out here at 75. I still have about 40% of the breakout long. The dip buy was down to the 30.30, but these are only the dip buys, the breakout at 30.50, and it looks pretty good. I'm not really sure where that number comes from, 31.35. So I'm assuming you got some kind of a technical or a read on it or an indicator that you're using for that level. I just like that we're in a firm breakout. If we hold 30.50 on a dip, I think this could see 31 definitely. So 31.35, I'd cross that bridge when we get there. I don't really have any reason to look at that level in particular. I am looking, here we go, just got some more Robinhood in front of that $10 level. I am now looking as well at Amazon as it does get back up. It's still, I keep saying to myself, I want to wait, be patient. Don't just short anywhere on the pop. But Amazon, as the market is booming, it's not going anywhere, man. Like, it's bounced to 98.5 here, and I keep waiting for this 101 or this 100 level, and it just doesn't feel like it wants to get there. So if we get to Friday's high at 40.10 and start rejecting that on the ES, the NASDAQ, of course, Friday's high is a little bit higher than this, then I just want to short Amazon where it lies if we reject that level on the ES. So Amazon definitely weak.
Life is too good for many reasons, but one of them is definitely going to be for trading because today, some good calls if you're able to hold some of those bottoms for sure. So, listen to this. This is pretty interesting. Michael Lewis, the writer behind Big Short and Moneyball, has been traveling with Sam Bankman-Fried for the last 6 months. So that should be real cool, man. And I was thinking about, that's just like the next American Greed episode or something, It's
going to be a movie.
Everything, yeah, exactly. Everything that's happened to everybody. That's amazing that he was traveling there. I mean, how crazy is that?
What are the odds?
He was traveling with somebody, he wrote Big Short and Moneyball. You can't get somebody any better to be on that right now than that one. But we are going to throw up the hands right now because look at Meta. There it is, man. $1.70 now in the money for this name as it rips to the high side. Like I said, my number one stock here today is Meta. Look at DraftKings, not far behind DraftKings with a nice move right there. We did buy some 02s there, and then we are waiting at 08. Did we just get that? Yes, we did. So a nice little move upside there to 08. Let's see what happens now as it just prints us there at 08, ripping through 08. Now let's go to the high side on DraftKings, but I don't know, man. The market's taking out highs, and DraftKings is sort of just hold my beer. I want to stay down here. I don't know, man, for that one. But what did happen as well is AMD did make a little run back to the high side now as well. So far so good here, man. This has been a great day to trade. We are going to be negative on AMD like we talked about, which is crazy because we just should hold. Like if I'm going to hold to the downside, I got to hold to the upside. We did a pretty good job now, 77 cents in the money. But look at Meta. Like I don't know if you guys were like tisk because I was saying we were thinking about Meta coming back up here into 114.50. That's exactly where it is right now. $1.80 in the money. So let's go like that and let's go.
Oh my God.
Because it's a nice move back upside. Where is this high? 114.70 or so. Let's put an offer there and see if we can get out at 114.70 on Meta, Brendo.
A few people mentioning this one a couple times. BZ up 14% here, just took out highs as well. This is a Chinese ADR, so just be cautious. Not a lot of volume behind this, but a little tiny software company out of China for BZ on the move.
Yeah, so now that you're finally, Alibaba is going to get through view up here. So being pretty patient with this. I need to see this. Now you're above view up. I need to see 73s up here for the next out. If we do get it, fantastic. The market is breaking for us. I think that's going to be a bit of a good sign. I just got another leg on Intel here because it got to every 10 cents or so on this stock. That's just kind of how it rolls, right? Like it gets another 10 off that 75. It gets to 85, take another leg out. I'm just going to get on the offer at 95s because I feel like we're getting to that 31 level. I want to be holding out for that. So BABA, Intel, those have worked out. I still like Amazon for relative weakness, so I'll stick with it. But look at Netflix. Like Netflix breaks. Like I was sitting there like, oh yeah, let's dip by 291 because the market's coming in, and it stalls out right here at 292. It gets to $300 before it does any kind of a real consolidation after that last move, and it's still holding up here at 298. Netflix is on an absolute tear here, so I don't want to be shorting this stock unless it's a little closer to like 11 o'clock or like lunchtime when you find those highs. If it gets to view up, that's now 295. That's the dip that I'd be looking for on Netflix. 295, 295s only. Just going to check back in on Roblox because you got to watch out for shorts when the market is breaking out here. That bounces off VWAP. If I reload this, it's got to be a little closer to this 36.5 top. If it gets through that pre-market high, I'm out of dodge on that. And then going over to Robinhood, I don't want to risk too much more than the 10 cents. Still holding the bottom of the channel. It gets above that 10.03, and then I'm going to be out of Robinhood. Not really bidding anything just yet, but I should have something. 1-to-1 is at the low, so I will get on the low of the day, actually, or just in front of the low of the day on Robinhood. So 2 shorts, 2 longs at this particular point. Amazon very likely to come in at some point, and I'll bite, because I haven't really looked at too many of the crypto names here, which does lead me to Square, or Block, I should say. It's starting to set up pretty nicely for this potential break. The longer it holds up here, if it can get back up to 72.5, I do like this in some strength. Still $1.50 away, but I want to be prepared. I didn't think I'd be taking a breakout long in Intel either, and I didn't really think this was going to happen in Square, but if it wants to continue to hold up here, this is setting up to break potentially the highs that we saw on Friday, so I want to get my order locked and loaded.
Yeah, watch out for, Square's a great name. I mean, I like the Roblox short as well. Okay, so we just, oops, it was AMD, sorry. We'll ring the register again for AMD. We're almost out of it right now. We just touched 50 again, so that was good enough for me, man. Nice out there. If it falls back, it falls back. There's not much left for me on the bone on this one, man. We're out of AMD, so that's a great move. And then our boy up here went right to the level we thought it would, man, and we got out. That's that 114, like an unbelievable move for Meta. Unbelievable move for Meta, in my opinion. So we're just going to stay long this name and just watch it just continue. It's like epic rise here, like we said. Cannot believe how strong that name got. Up 1.19% now. The one name that, whatever, it's a good one, but we'll flush the last bit down the toilet. I mean, we averaged in there and got out at eights, a piece out of eights, and then it just broke 95 like we said where we'd get out. But just noticing there, we just kind of bounced off the 50 period, so maybe DraftKings can get going as well right now. But okay, so far so good here, for trading today. I want to give a big shout out again to everybody at Trade Ideas. Michael Noss has been helping me a lot right here. And yeah, just keep it going. Palantir, a new low as well right now, it looks like. Possibly new low. Did just hit 780 down there. Ooh, 790 was, sorry, made. I thought again, this is what I'm talking about. Like, my mind is looking elsewhere. Down there, I was looking to get long at 780. I apologize there, Henry. Not making a new low. Still above that 8, but I wanted to look at that level as we come in off of 780. I'll discuss that a little bit more when we get back, but for now, it's small cap recap. Is that right? Let's go over to Brendan here on a Monday.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Trader Edge. Thousands of traders are finding an edge backtesting using Trader Edge. Stop using spreadsheets, start backtesting 3 times faster. There's a guide and a full strategy building course included, $470 worth in value. Trader Edge also has a 7-day free trial. Don't miss out. Check them out. Link below. Shout out to Trader Edge sponsoring Small Cap. Let's go. PDSB was up pre-market, huge. This 750 to 7 area on the daily chart, major point of resistance. There was a big gap in that area from earlier. I failed immediately, got back below 7, so I was just working off 7 here so far this morning. But this thing's been a bit of a snore. Went to sleep early, volume dying off, still up 17% though, so trying to be patient here with PDSB. AMC took the initial long off the open just versus 8. Momentum died off pretty quickly there, so just got out of the way. Haven't touched it since, but this might be worth a fade if it gets back close enough to $8 and fails once again for AMC. TBLT, I've been sitting here staring at this thing, trying to wait for it to fail as well, but took out 280, 285, which was that high. Also a gap level on the daily chart, so tough build. Very strong off earnings, guys.
Speaking of fades, that's a nice one that Brendan's got going on, as always. I mean, but that's probably one of the better fades out there. And I might have just jumped into one that I'm looking to be a fade. I said if we got to that 4,000 and then and you weren't breaking out on Amazon, I'll just short it where it lies. That's going to be right in this channel here. So it doesn't want to go up with the market. And so I said the reason I'm in Intel, and I said last week I would look for some longs in Intel. So it's not completely out of the blue, but man, that stock. Anyways, Intel wouldn't go down when the market was going down, so I liked the long and just took it where it was. I'll do the same thing with Amazon here. But if it breaks the channel, the opening range is about 98.85. It gets out of there, then I'm getting out of Dodge. Roblox cannot seem to fall too much further past VWAP here. So anytime I'm sitting like on the bid in front of 75s, and it's like not random, it's like every quarter, right? It's 36 holds, and I want to go 35, 75. But there's no point sitting just below this level. That's 34,580. Not going to sit 5 pennies below it. If it breaks this, it's probably going to drop into 35.50. So let's either get out inside the channel, which I'm going to do right here, and then if it breaks, hunt a little bit lower than that. So if it holds VWAP, I want to get a leg out inside, ring the register there, and then look for a little bit lower down toward some of these pre-market bottoms. Alibaba starts to come back in on me. That long trade, yeah, Baba's still on the New York. That long trade looks like it's going to hold VWAP. I did have I had a bad trigger that got me into the long, so I just kind of said, okay, well, I didn't mean to get any more long, so I got some out there once I realized, yeah, I didn't want to add to that position. So you see my price change. Realistically, it's a dip buy off that 72, but when I'm getting out, it doesn't make any sense. When I'm getting in and it doesn't make any sense, I'm going to get out of those shares whether I like it or not. So I just released some of those. That's why you'll see my price change. But really, I still like those 72s into the downside. Going right back over to you, Amazon, as the market, yeah, now below that 4,000 mark. So what do I want to get out? First leg going to be around this 97.5, and then we'll try and hold for Dodge here on Amazon. This is one of the weaker names in the overall market that I can find. Hopefully this dip gives me a shot to get into some Netflix because I still want that thing long. What an unbelievable run that's been on.
Yeah, Netflix is amazing. I'm just loading up a trade ideas thing here so I can see some of these supports and resistances. Okay, so just looking back, add some new names. So we know, I think we're okay there. Rob asking if we need more caffeine. Right now, I think I'm fine on that. Well, Randy just
he just got us
there a little bit right now. So okay, yeah, I like that talk about Amazon, man. So I really think that that's been a name that I've been looking short all day on, and we just got an amazing opportunity up there at 98.50. Damn it. Oh, that sucks. Darn it. Like, I just went and reloaded, got some water myself right here. Man, that water never tasted so bad because we missed that opportunity there for 98.50. Oh, damn. Missed opportunity there for me on Amazon. We'll look to get into something else short. What about Rivian? Rivian's been a name that we've wanted short as well. There it is right there. Comes right back into another area of resistance for a short for that. You mentioned Microsoft was weaker earlier. The reason why I'm just letting this, like, I'm so far in on all these names. Like, I'm not even worried about AMD. I'm letting these names come back in a little bit to reload these ones. So Microsoft also down that 2%. That just came, and again, amazing short opportunity there at 243, but missed it as that's starting to now come back down to the downside. So missed a couple reloads on the short right there. So, oh man, we talked about it going up to 11.8, falling back down. So we just played this 100 handle range here on the NASDAQ this morning. So let's let some of these names fall back in. We've already made, taking back the money that we lost early on those initial longs by taking them late. I'm just really upset because we should have the short. But good outs there. Like I said, we're out of AMD. Well, we still have a small piece of AMD and Meta, but those have been good outs. And then honestly, oh, that's coded as a sell, but that's it's a sell, not a short sell. We'll cancel it out. Was waiting for an 8 break on AMC to get the rest of this out, but right now that's even falling back down a little bit now as well. So need to find the shorts. That water just cost me, but it's all good. We'll get that back. At least it's healthy for you.
It's always good for you. You've got to make sure you're hydrated. Look, realistically, you got to get up to go to the bathroom sometimes. You got to get up to refresh your water. It's just part of life. It's opportunity cost. You can't sit at your station all day long. I've been there, and you're going to cancel orders because you don't necessarily want to get filled when you're away from your station. Here comes the first real pullback. That's not true. The second real pullback, I missed the first on Netflix. So it is down into this 96 area. Trying to be patient, looking for that 95. I haven't gotten anything out on Robin. Robinhood got up to 10 and reversed. I have 96s now. I said I'd like 95, 96 better, so I got myself the 96 price by being patient. I'll get some out if it gets back down into 990 even, but I need this getting down closer to 295 here before I jump I don't want to jump the gun before I jump back into some shares. Roblox, as I said, I would take some out as it got to VWAP and then wait for that pre-market low. So we're getting close to the pre-market low on Roblox. I'm going to pop on the bid here. So I was looking for something. Sometimes you miss the first trade and then you get an opportunity at the second. I like the pop and fade on Roblox. It never happened. When the market rallied, I knew where I wanted to go. That was back over to Roblox. If it retests that bottom, I want to get out of this. Intel, I never really thought about a reverse at 31 because I wanted to be playing the long side of Intel. So much like Netflix, I'd be more inclined to be buying the dip if it gets to 30.50 and then just jumping back into this trade to the long side than looking for short opportunities on on Intel. So I want to stay with the longs on Intel. It didn't quite get to 31. 30.90 is pretty close. I still think the market has a chance to hold green and get back to the upside. If we're going to hold green, I know I want to be in Intel. After what it showed me last week, running over some of the shorts that I had. Looks like it's a pretty strong stock there. So on the bid, see if I can get out of Roblox. I want to come back to Lucid as well. I trailed out of my Lucid short. There wasn't really much of an opportunity to get back in where I would have liked to. That would have been a little bit closer to 1260. I'll zoom out so you guys can see here. That would have been a little bit closer to this 1260 where it was some support. Looks like this is going to likely break that bottom. If it does, I'm anticipating Neo 11s is going to come back into play here. So, Lucid was a short for me. I wasn't really looking short on Neo. I wanted to catch that bid. But if it gets down to the bottom, look how much stronger Neo is than Lucid. So if Lucid starts breaking down and we pull back in toward those lows, I got to be grabbing some Neo long. That came all the way back and went green on the session. So the next dip, I want to be a buyer of NIO.
113.40, 113.50. I'm still trying to look and get back into some of the trades that we're already in. It's 10:30 right now. Occidental is a nice little mover today as well. If you're looking in the oil patch space for Oxy, up to 75 today. Nice little move. Look at this. You want to talk about a minute chart that is super aggressive to the long side right now. Good out on DraftKings. DraftKings down to 14.75 right now. I was looking at a reload on that. I'm not convinced. I did like that 15 break right there. But look at Oxy starting to make moves to the upside. Looking at a 76 level. We've been really long and strong in the oils as well, man, including XOM. We got one of my favorites, Enbridge as well, coming through. And then we've been long XLE and ZEO over here in Canada. So those have really been working as well. But you're right up against the 75.50 level. And then there's there's 76 top. So, you know, if oil continues its move to the high side, what is oil even doing right this second? Let me have a quick look on this one right there. So oil today down, it looks like 0.44, but there's the aggressive, there it is. So now oil's starting to tick up, 1030 just hit. Obviously it's not Wednesday, so we don't have crude oil today, but there goes oil, nice little bump up. So sort of coinciding right now with what we're seeing in Oxy and into that space. AMD, man, very, very close now to a reload. So this name just fell back quite a bit. We did have a beautiful trade, able to get it out right there at 74.50, but right now you're dipping back into some key levels. If the market does bounce, you know, AMD is a name that we want long. So let's take some more shares right now of AMD.
Yeah, I just got first leg out there. Ooh, I'll go back to the 3 minute. Just got the first leg out on Amazon. I keep having to zoom in my Amazon chart, but I'll clean up this wick to 91. Be nice if it got down there. Well, for the day trade, it'd be nice if it got down there. I don't think any shareholders would be happy if Amazon was going to fall another $6 from here. But halfway into this pre-market low, we just took some out. If it comes back in and gives us another shot at this short, I will go ahead and take it. As I said, the market did reject that 4,000 level, and I wanted to get into it. Roblox is the other one. Just sitting right here in front of the bid at the low of the day. And I'm asking myself here, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and cancel this bid. I'm going to change my mind because this is such a pretty key level that if we break this 35.30, then there's a decent chance you're going another 40 to 50 cents into the downside when I look at this, or at least getting to 35 even. So I'm going to give it a chance. If it breaks the level, I'll then look down for that evens or 34.80. Hang on to the trade, let it work for you. I have scalped some of this out. And if it bounces off the lows, I can give up that 30 cents and maybe get it out at like a 35.65 or 35.70. But I want to give this one room to work. So I'm hanging on to this, just going to give it some room. I probably got out a little bit prematurely on the south side of VWAP there and want to make sure that I give some room. If the market does head all the way to the lows, this should have a chance to go. Market is breaking back up here, so I'm glad I didn't get out of Intel, but I did miss that Netflix dip by. Brendo, it's already time for our crypto update.
Hey guys, yeah, busy morning so far as equities are concerned, and let's talk about crypto because it has been another volatile couple of days here for Bitcoin, chopping around basically at the lows that we saw come into play on Friday as we got more details about the FTX unraveling as we headed into the weekend. Here is, shout out to our friends over at Financial Juice. They put out this fear and greed index not only for equities but also for crypto. So very, very high at the end of the day. 25 is extreme fear. We're at 24 on the fear and greed index for crypto markets. There it is. Bitcoin right now chopping around this 16.5, bounced off 16,000 once again, which was that low from Friday, as I mentioned on a daily chart. Not looking great for Bitcoin, guys. If you go to the big board, shout out to Binance once again. Back in the red here, 16,000, as I said, 500. 1240 coming into play, up 1% for Ethereum. Everything else there or thereabouts. A little bit more red at the bottom end of the board, guys. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, look, I mean, I still remain the same on crypto. My thoughts about crypto remain the same, and that is that there are going to be case uses for a lot of names, and you just got to find the right ones. It's actually exactly the question I asked Sam Bankman-Fried when he was on our show. It was like, yo, you know, what coins do we want to look at? You know, is there a reason to buy certain things? And he was like, you just got to do your due diligence. Okay, we've had that was something that he said. You know, pick the right names with the right potential to go, right? And if you're not working on anything like FTT coin, then you are going to get hit to the downside. So I still feel like Bitcoin has some use cases. If it doesn't have any use cases, at least it's the king of the castles. So you always want to try to go back to that name for Bitcoin. But we know Ethereum, there's a lot of things being built on that. So I still hold out some hope for crypto. But again, I feel like the best days are going to be behind it. You might just want to hold out and trade it instead of waiting for that eventual moon, because regulation needs to come in. I have been I did that call out on our show last week. Kevin O'Leary's people have reached out to me over the weekend. So he's in United Arab Emirates right now. So we will, or going there, we will have him back on. He's back in North America on the 25th. So we are going to have Kevin O'Leary back on soon to discuss all of that. So that's pretty cool. So we're going to have him come out to discuss a little bit about what the mess is there in crypto, as he's still also involved with WonderFi. So that should be something that's pretty interesting to talk to him about. So shout out to Playmaker. What's up? 305 for life. Couldn't agree more with that one. Enjoy your time in sunny MIA. playmaker.
Yeah, oh man, it's too bad. Miami is it's a great place, but they're playing some ridiculous football. Someone just asked why I'm short Robinhood instead of Coinbase. Look, Coinbase down 7%. Probably missed opportunities off the highs. Like you gotta get in early for something like this off of those highs, and I couldn't really structure anything unless it's at 55 level. Robinhood just gave me a level that I liked, so not nearly as weak, only 5% to. Versus like down 7% and trading a heck of a lot weaker. But hey, have a look at that 10. That's why I'm shorted here, 96. I think if it falls and it gets them out in the 80s, and then if it breaks that, then that 60 level into the downside. Amazon, I reloaded Amazon. That smells good. Oh, that's your tea.
Yes, sir.
No, it's the chai tea from Sharif that Sean gets at this time every single day that smells good. But I reloaded that Amazon 98.5. Just got some out at 98. It continues to sort of hold this channel, and I feel if the market comes down, this should go down as well. Alibaba, which I did have that, I didn't want long in here, so I just took those shares out. But this is where I was long, and it's at 72. If we do not hold 71.5, I got to get out of Dodge on Alibaba as it shows some relative weakness. Roblox, it feels like it's going to end up being the right decision. Well, we'll see. Don't count your chickens before they're hatched. Don't count your eggs. Whatever. Don't celebrate too early.
It's chickens before you hatch.
Yeah, don't count your chickens before they're hatched. So you're at the low of the day. I opted to go with the trailing stop, allow it to break the low and get down into 34.80. And then not to say you're looking for the home run trade, but allow the trade that's working some space to work. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. Netflix, I still favor the dip buy along with Intel. It looks like this is going to be incoming. I will take some 96s, give that one a 95. It's about $1.50 away, but you know, the way this market's moving, any price that you like, you have a decent chance of getting it. Volatility has been pretty solid. Before we go to Brendan, Intel now down back around that 30.50, so this is where I want to be getting some more shares back in. I have taken a bunch out. This is not the dip buy, this is now the breakout trade, but I will be reloading at this 30.50. Brendo, what's up?
Just watching Tesla here, guys. Might be a little bit of a delayed reaction, but they said they're going to have an event. They have confirmed this. There's going to be an event December 1st. For semi delivery, so the Tesla semi truck, December 1st, they're going to hold an event for that. Just a bit of a volume spike there.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about, right? You want to be long Tesla for many reasons, and I just think that that's just another one of them because you never know what's down in the pipeline there. And unlike a Rivian or any of these other names, we know that Tesla has an operating margin of like 27, 28%, actually making money every time they produce a car. So, I mean, that to me right there is a reason why you're going to want to be long on Tesla as opposed to any other name. So, I mean, right there, thanks for that little update there, Brendo. But still, for me, it remains the same. I still think you want to wait for Tesla to do something. If you can get it, great. You know, but it's starting to make that move back up to the upside right now, taking out 193 maybe. We're already, it's too bad because this didn't get low enough. Like we were waiting for it to honestly come into the 50s. Should have had it when it went into the 70s. We missed our bid there on Meta. Not much we could do as this market starts to rip back up to the upside. Other than this, let's go, because there goes AMD. AMD right now, nice little reload. This is the name that we did get. Again, it's touching 80 right now. That's good enough for me. Let's put an offer somewhere near there. See if we can get a piece out as we're touching back. There it is. Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
Good trading here today as we're back to Greensville right now. So we're green. Every stock you've seen me trade today, we're back into Greensville. Now as these names starting to go, Meta right now up $2, right back to that level again there for Meta. So let's see if this one wants to work. Right back up to 114.80. So far so good on this one. Look at this go up. AMD is in the damn building right now. So that's a good one as we go money on that. Diamond hands right now. 70 cents in the money on AMD, 240 in the money on Meta, and 17 cents for AMC. Today, Brendan, is a good day. Let's go over to the big screen. I love this look. Sector watch. Let's see what's popping.
Yeah, back to almost flat here, guys, for the S&P 500. Here's the board currently 0.07 right now, so still red, but in the right direction we go. There it is, AMD 2.25%, leading as far as semiconductors are concerned. There's a little bit of weakness, though, from LRCX, AMAT, to name a few. SEDG had a huge week last week, so bit of a pullback, but tech stocks kind of flat overall. Positivity coming from hardware equipment makers and semiconductors, offsetting weak showing today from software makers so far. Consumer discretionary names in focus all week long, or will be anyways. We get retail earnings, we get retail sales data for last month coming out this week as well. So positive for the day so far, even with a few that are red, including Amazon there down 2.8, Hasbro 6.8%. Ugly day for Hasbro, double downgrade from Bank of America this morning. Biogen up, Roche had some disappointing data on an Alzheimer's treatment over in Europe. So anything Alzheimer's related catching a bid in North America. Moderna, not one of those, but up anyways, 3.5%. Material and energy stocks as well, worth a note here, both nicely higher on the day, guys. Back over to you.
Right, there we go, man. We're going to go bang right now. I'm feeling like I want to take another piece off here for Meta, man. I mean, this is another name that's just rocking right now, right back to that level. So, hey, I'll be damned if we don't do it. Let's put an offer right now at 70, see if we can take it out for $2. There it is. Did we just get hit there? No, we did not. We're there at 70, so if we get it, we get it. Hopefully we do. Another name that's starting to rip upside a little bit right now also is Advanced AMC right now. So AMC, what's the official name? Entertainment Holding Company or something? Let me see what, it's AMC Entertainment. It's, yeah, okay, exactly. That's exactly right, actually. But there's an Inc. It's not company. AMC Entertainment Holdings Inc. right now. So there it is, a nice little bounce back. Look at this move there for AMC. Nice little big up to the upside right there. So we are out now there, a little piece of AMC. Let's see where we go on that one right now. So nice little, we just cooked it up. So that was a good one. AMD, no. Meta, no. We missed that out there on Meta. What was that, 70s we're waiting at? Hopefully it can get back up there, but what's the difference, really? I don't want to miss this. All right, let's take a piece out here, 57 if we can. We'll just offer it. Hopefully it rips through. Oh. Again, could have punched 56. We wait for 57s on that one, and maybe that's a mistake. Hopefully we can get it right now, but it's a good trade for us on Meta, and there's more to come, man. I mean, you guys talked about crypto a little bit in the past couple of segments there. Well, I mean, Coinbase today, we are missing information earlier, but now it seems like it's working down that 6% and still bouncing. I got to use a different chart because these lines aren't going to make any sense because we're missing all the data. Yeah, but nice little move upside for Coinbase as well right now as we wait for Meta to fill us. We're almost there. Come on, Meta. Come on. Oh my God, it went to 57 again and stopped for us, but hopefully Meta rips up and that'll be the end of that one. Only 15 minutes left before we throw it to the big guys in the midday show. Exactly. I did take the trail out on Roblox. I could have gotten out and gotten myself another 25 cents, just taking it out at the bottom, but I wanted to give it a chance that if it broke down, that we'd hang on to that short and give it a lot more room. But the market is bouncing back into the upside, so now out of that Roblox trade. We'll see what happens with Amazon, obviously. But the third time for me, if the market's back above that 4,000 and sort of breaking out, I don't know how many times I want to go back to that well. If we start trending up in the overall market, then we'll just let Amazon break out. I've scalped it a couple of times in here. That's it. If it comes up a third time to that 98.5, I'm not taking it short again. I'm just going to hang on to what we got. I did miss out on Intel. I got up to go. I got to go to the can. I'm not going to lie. And the 30.55 does bounce here off VWAP. It goes about 10 cents. As it comes back to the downside, I will just jump back on this bid. I didn't want to get that fill when I was away. So I'm going to get back on the train. I'm holding on to some Intel, but I did miss the chance. It bounced off VWAP. It bounced off 30.50. Let's see if we can get it. Robinhood's not doing a heck of a lot. I mean, the market bounced up again. It got right to $10. I was able to get some at 10 the last time it did it, but I did miss that last chance to reload. I had been bidding beneath 990 this entire time. I'm now going to get on the bid in front of that 90 level. Just if it cannot seem to break 90s, I'll take some out that first 10 cents and then work it all the way down to 980. If 980 breaks, much like Roblox, I want to hold it through that potential break if it can. And here comes Tesla. So I got out of Tesla when it curled that 92. It's now headed right back up toward the high. Let's not forget Tesla. I don't know how many times it tested 196.5, 197. Just say it was a lot of times on Friday. So if it gets anywhere up there, I think it's a bit of a fade. This dip on Tesla could get you some opportunity to get back into this 189. I don't know about the low of the day here, but if the market wants to hold higher lows, I think Tesla 189 makes a lot of sense to me. There was a lot of support when it chopped around there after I got out. So I was kind of thinking you could test back at the low of the day. It never happened, obviously, on Tesla. NIO still looking pretty, I'd say pretty strong, but it's back here at VWAP as well. I still favor this one at $11, but as I see this pulling back in, you know what's up, Lucid?
Lucid is now double tapped 1225. If it doesn't break the low, then there's only one place for it to go. So this is 1225. Would have been cooler if it was 12 bucks. You can see how big that level was on Friday. But 1225 can be it. I only had the short on Lucid here. But with the market holding the high end, I am looking for some longs, both at bottoms, but also on some of these dips, not just Intel and Netflix.
All right, new name alert right now. We're going to try Disney now to the long side. Just noticing here that we are sort of holding up a little bit here on Disney. We've already traveled up to 96.30 there as the high. So I just want to try to respect some of these levels that we've already seen in the pre-market. We did get a dump down there. I mean, obviously we're not going to hold this back to 94.50 or not, but I think it's worth a hold. So we just missed that meta high. Remember we talked about that? Now it's come back in. So I feel like this 95.30 area, 95.20, will average into it at that spot. So Disney, well, here it comes right in now. So again, this is why we hold out bullets, right? I mean, it's just that simple. We wait to see where we're going to go on the market. Hopefully to the downside. You know what, I'm going to buy a little bit more right now if we can there. We punched in and got a whole bunch of dark pools there, but we'll buy a little bit more here at 35, 36, average it back in, and then if we dip back too much below 95, I think we'll be able to get out of the way there on that one. But I do want to, we're in position. We're not in a lot of shares, obviously, so I want to wait to see if we can get back down into 95. So as I talk, I'm just putting my orders out closer to 95. If Disney does dip down, we want to try to grab this because, again, a beatdown name from last week. What I'm doing right now is literally setting up my orders in case we do flush on Disney so that we can pick up some 95s and then get out if we take out 95. So there it is. Nice little average back into Disney. We're long at 95.40, 95.48 now. So a high side move. I think our first out could be around here, 80s. I think it'd be pretty good for that. And then we'll try to take out the highs. So let's get that going. We'll put an offer right now. We'll see if it gets up there let's go 75. Let's just take 75 if that can go. That'll be a good little trade for us. Meta just is bouncing back to the upside right now. I just don't want to mess around with this. Well, there we go. We got out at 47 there. I just offered it, punched out right away. So that's going to be a good take for us. Again, wrong highlight there, but there it is. Let's see if it continues to go to the upside. Disney now working, AMC now working. AMC's up to 790. Honestly, I'm just going to take another piece out on this name. Let's just get as much out of AMC as we can before that $8 mark, and then we'll make a different decision then. So right now, starting to work for us. Like we said, we're green today, so we've made back absolutely everything. I've traded nothing off screen, so hopefully everything you guys see is what you see. We're back to Greensville right now. Most of it is because of Meta, man. We definitely picked up Meta right there. And the reason why we were not in Greensville for a bit was because of AMD on this dip down where we bought it early and then didn't hold enough of it late. So, so far so good here. Good couple takes. Look at that AMC run away from us, by the way. We offered, what did we offer, 87s there? We offered 89s and it immediately goes down to 81 right there. So let's go AMC. Get back up to the upside, tick us out, and we'll wrap up a decent day here.
Absolutely, and I just want to get back to, I know people are watching this Coinbase here, so I already said we have a bit of a data issue, but it's just missing some of the chart. But if you take a zoom out, I do like this 55 for a bit of a short. And it's not just because it's the afternoon high, but you also had a wick top up there at 54 legitimately. So any kind of a pop, I'll look to get into this one. I want to have some fade moves in for me at some of these tops. And look, I'm going to kick myself over Netflix, I think, pretty much all day long. I'm still looking for that dip at 96, but look at how strong this is. Netflix now double topping 301. If we break 301 on Netflix, this is what the daily is going to look like for you. Like, there's nothing. Like, you had this move to like 305, 306, and then a bit of a top to 10s. Like, this has $5 in it if it goes to that upside. So we'll see what happens on Netflix. I'm either getting my dip or I wouldn't short this until it gets to said 305. That's why I wanted to bring it up. We're going to go to Money Talks, but I did just grab Lucid. Lucid, this is a pure low of the day play. Why am I looking at Nat Gas on that chart? This is a pure low of the day play. That's at 12.25. I'm risking 3 cents plus slippage, so probably 4 or 5 cents at best. Ooh. And if we can get to VWAP, fantastic. But let's go to Brendan. Time for Money Talks.
Hey, busy morning for some of these currencies once again. Bit of a bounce underway right now, guys, for the U.S. dollar. Here is the chart. We'll go back to a daily chart here after the volatility from last week. You can see the huge move down following the CPI print this morning. Today's little bounce there, not looking like a huge one, but it is 0.5% for the DXY back to the upside. So some negativity right across the board. We're still holding nicely, though, for the euro. I can show you that. Look at the move higher on a daily chart here for the euro, back above parity and then some. 103.3, down 0.2, though, on the day. 75.3 here for the Canadian dollar, 0.15 to the downside at the moment. I want to show you this chart as well because it's kind of running out of steam, it would appear, off that flash low from the beginning of September back to where we are today, about 117 for the British pound, but running out of steam. We are red on the day as the rest are too. 0.8 for the pound back downside. Crypto still kind of chopping around there or thereabouts. Ripple, ugly day though, once again, 8% again on top of what happened last week, guys, for XRP.
Oh, there goes Netflix again, high daybreak. That stock is absolutely insanity to set upside. Like I said, I just got into Lucid as well, but it missed a dip by an Intel, but that doesn't mean if Intel gets back up to that 31 level, I am looking to get out in front of 31 even though I have. I'm just going to treat it as if I got that dip and release some pressure. But Netflix, at this point, if you can't beat them, join them. If we do sustain this break, I mean, the market's at that 4,000 mark. North side of that, I'm going to love it. If we do hold a consolidation here, I'm going to like 300s in. Just get something into this party. At this point, you just want to only be long Netflix until it proves otherwise. 305 is a bit of a different story. I said I would not reload Amazon if it got back up to those highs. There we go. So I'm true to my word. If it did, I would have gotten in and out there, maybe taken the 50 cents again. But now it's just channeling. And with the market heading a little bit higher, it needs to either break down. If I'm going to add to short in Amazon, it's because it's breaking down, not just holding the channel. I need to see it now show some weakness and break into the downside. And if I'm risking 4 or 5 cents on Lucid, then when it gets up 4 or 5, that's going to be 1-to-1. VWAP is sitting here at about 15 pennies higher, and this is a relatively weak name, so it's not going to. You're not sitting there looking for home runs on a trade like this. If it happens, fantastic. Robinhood, I would love to be in Coinbase, but I'm in Robinhood, just sort of sliding back down in here. I'm now on the bid at 991. If I can get that, I'll work some out down toward that 980 level, and if that breaks the low of the day, it's also set up for a bit of a drop here. So if it breaks that 980, I think you can get to 960. That sets me up to want to short the break of the low of the day as well on for Robinhood. So Robinhood, Lucid, I like those low day breaks. I still want to get on that bid. I'm on the bid of Intel to continue this trend to the upside, but that'll be at 30.50. That's the only price I want. I haven't traded AMC since, I'm still not sure why it halted to the downside, but it did. And I reloaded on it when it opened back up and then took the L on AMC. Until I see it either retest the bottom or break $8, I want to sit this one out in the middle. But if we do get back to that pre-market low, it did manage to hold it a little bit earlier on in the session. So I like that 940, that 740 if that can hold up. And then Roblox, only about 5 minutes to go. This is also setting up pretty decently for a bottom end break. I feel like I don't want to be shorting 2 or 3 things at the actual low of the day. And there goes Amazon through resistance. So it looks like we are headed upside. I'm now out of Amazon, and Amazon now breaking out. Oh, so Amazon broke. I got the long there, but I didn't get that 300 dip on Netflix.
There it is, man. Yeah, hit the sirens. We just got out of a whole lot of stuff right there to the upside. Our AMC.
What's with this chart?
Nice call, man. We got out at 89 there on that rip. We said we were sitting there, so that's going to be a good one. Look at Disney. Just put Disney on. We just put Disney on again, guys. So that was a good one. That was a good idea as Disney's starting to go back up to the upside. This is a 30-cent win. Just put this name on. I hope you have this with me. There goes Disney now. Let it move. Let it work. Let it work. Where he took out 1/3 for 30 cents. There it goes. Upside for Disney. We're long Disney 95.40 right now. Hit the sirens for that one. The club is open. And then there we go. AMD. Club is open. 74.40. Nice little rip for AMD. Hey, let's take a piece out, man, if we can get that right up to the 200 period off of that reload. Like, we're here. I told you guys, like, every single day, man, we're here. There it is. Right there. Another one on AMD, man. Nice little climb here, upside on all of these names. The market is rocking and rolling. We're green. We're going to end the show positive. We're nowhere near the damage that we put on last week at this point, but I feel good about the market here today. 30 cents in the money for AMC, $1 in the money for AMD, 50 cents in the money for a brand new position we just put on for Disney, $2.40 in the money for Meta, as Meta's starting to take out the high of the day. So there it goes, man. It's been a beautiful day today. Lots of stuff happening. Amazon, I'm not touching that until 101 to the upside there. So that's a good one. There goes Met. Everything now breaking higher. So far so good there. Amazon. Oh, the one name that I was debating shorting, we're not doing it, is going to be Google. So if there is a name that you're looking to go short on, I think Google against 96 isn't horrible. We're not quite there yet. So if the market continues, then yeah, you are going to get slapped up a little bit from that one. Look at this. Let's go, man. There goes Disney, just giving you guys 70 cents. Look at this move for Disney, right back in there. So let's take a piece out on Disney. Wow, wish we didn't after all of that. But there it goes. There we go. We just take out 03. So that's looking pretty good as a chart again for Disney. We just put this on, and boom goes the dynamite. So far so good, man. We're really happy. This is really bouncing. Let's keep this party going to the upside. Nice take here. Let's go. Big time movement here for me today. And we're right back, man. We're right back to where we need to be. Good day. We're positive. Your boy's feeling it right now. Anything before we go to earnings there?
Quickly, I got out of the reversal in Amazon at 99.5. That was essentially VWAP. And someone asked, am I shorting coin here? No, I remember I like that 55 on Coinbase. So the market's coming up. I'm going to allow it to come to me. Robinhood, for some reason, can't seem to break out that 10 level. It needs to get to about the 304 to get me out of there. Reloaded some Alibaba. As we go higher, I'm not forgetting that I like 101 short on Amazon, but that is still $1 away. I am going to be shorting Amazon at 101. That's the level we liked earlier on in the morning. And yeah, Netflix just keeps on churning. 305 incoming on Netflix. It's only a matter of time. Brendan, we still have some earnings to get to very quickly.
Guys, New York Times reporting 10,000 layoffs coming for Amazon as soon as this week. So apparently that number is also fluid. So that just coming out. Again, Amazon going to lay off as many as 10,000 starting this week. Yeah, a few interesting names, as we said. Retail in focus this week starting tomorrow morning.
It's we get every single retail name. It's not just, I know we get Walmart and Home Depot, but you're going to get Lowe's as well later on this week. So it is retail. I don't want to say Armageddon, but there's volatility. These names have been going 10, 15, 20%, and you got to be able to respect some of that. So that's what I'm going to be watching. Oh, I didn't realize Rumble will be on there. So that's another one that we should have a look at. That's been pretty volatile and giving you some awesome moves there. So Rumble, and then obviously Walmart and Home Depot. Krispy Kreme, unless I'm getting to eat the donut, don't really care too much.
Yeah, I didn't even really look. Oh, New Bank on their new holdings should be a good one as well. And then other than that, yeah, Home Depot, a lot of retail names. But look, we're just so excited. Thank you for joining us again. Hit that like button. We haven't even asked for likes once yet. So 1.6K, very, very light. Let's see if we can get up to 2K here on the likes before we go. Like I said, I'm positive today. It's been another big day for me here. And I hope it's been for you guys as well. We did stumble early on that AMD trade, but you know, that's going to be the only name, hopefully, that we're going to be negative. Well, it is the only name that we're negative on. So AMD, nice little upside move right there now. Just getting lighter on all these positions. We're just holding lottery tickets now. You know, Meta, we joked. I didn't joke about it. I said that I thought Meta could take down this 114.50. It just happened, man. And we got some beautiful longs on that one. So just stay strong with everything. DraftKings, good thing we got out of the way. There's that 15 break. Pretty easy break of 15. Stopped at 15.25. Bottoming out here. Again, no real news, just on momentum. Bottoming out here at 14.50. So look for a little bit of a reload on that one. Wow. Everything's still going, man. Disney's still 70 cents in the money. We took a third out. I guess you might have saw that. A third out there, a third out there. Let's see if Disney can continue to climb. But wow, what a great show. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls again for everything. Lucas, thanks so much. As Fahad's on his day off here, shooting free throws. He's trying to get that up to that 93.5. He's only, what, 92.5 there? So he's trying to
shoot 83.5.
He's trying to get that working. He can't shoot 73.5.
He might be able to do 70.
Cannot.
I think he might be able to do 70. His shot looked really good in that video. That's about the only part.
No, he doesn't have the endurance to shoot 100 free throws. So
you shouldn't need endurance to shoot 100 free throws.
Yeah, you do.
That's a free throws?
Sure,
I don't know.
Man.
He's more of a set shooter, though. He's not a jump. I mean, it's not a jump shot.
I would take under 73.5. That to me, that's.
I'm trying to figure out where I would support him. I know I'm fading 83. I might 73 might be close to where I would back him. So I don't know.
I mean, I'd love to get. We can do that.
We can't be all against him if he does it.
No,
somebody has to take his back.
We can go to
so
100.
100 shots, Lucas.
Right? No way. No. He doesn't have the endurance. I'm telling you.
Of
He
course,
can hit 7
he
out
can
of
hit
10.
7 out of 10, Lucas.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll figure it out.
I'm not even sure he could do 7 out of 10.
No, he can do 7 out of 10.
Oh, he could do it, but he won't. All right, over to the midday show. Sorry about the Cowboys.
Oh, God.
All right, let's go
Wasn't as bad
over
as the
now
Bills, bro.
and let's see what's. Yeah, the Bills was. Oh man, yucks. But anyways, football's football, man. I can't believe it's week 10 already. Unbelievable. Heading into week 11. All right, midday. Let's go. Brad and Sharif, take it over, guys.
How many free throws could you do in a row?
I don't know, probably 25.
Yeah.
In a row, like get them in?
No, like
like to shoot 'em?
endurance-wise, yeah.
Yeah, probably like 25 to 35 to 50
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know if I could shoot 100 in a row. But like Greg and I go shoot almost every single day, and we probably shoot like 50 shots easy by ourselves.
And you're moving around.
And we're moving around, so like I don't know. I think 100 is doable, but Fahad is a little bit of an old man on that side. So
Fahad
maybe
can ball
not.
though, man. I
Fahad
can tell
could
you,
ball.
he can ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. It is the Midday Movers Market Mayhem Show with Trader Brad and my co-host Sharif. We're going to be looking for all the opportunities in the market for the rest of the day. Well, not the rest of the day, till 2 o'clock. And then Neil, Sean, and Brenda will be back on for you guys. So stay tuned. Throw the stocks in the chat that you guys are looking. We'll be talking about the positions that we're currently in. Currently, you see my Robinhood short. This trade was taken from Neil. Wasn't planning to trade Hood at all, but I noticed Hood was having a little bit of an issue around 10, as he mentioned, around 10 also. So I punched short. I'm also short SPYs at the moment, the SPY ETF. It says no positions. That's not true. Let me see if I can take some covers over here on the SPYs. My program might have just disconnected from the internet again, so I'll have to throw this to Sharif. So once I reconnect, I'll show you guys my trades.
Yeah, no problem. I'm looking at Meta and AMD long. Both I'm out of the money on, but I'm taking small size for these ones. So my plan was to either take the breakout long, if this was a breakout, or average in at better levels, because, you know, I was able to do that because I took quarter positions on both those breakout longs, but both going against me at the moment. 114.74 is my entry on Meta. 74.41 is my entry on AMD. So not looking good for me at the moment, but I see some nice levels that we can play off here, both on the ES and the charts for both of these stocks. So yeah, we'll see how those goes. But wow, what what a weekend though, Bradley. I gotta tell you, I know you had your UFC. I had elation on Saturday with Arsenal going 5 points ahead of City, and then I had complete and utter, you know, like breakdowns with the Cowboys losing in overtime yesterday. And Playmaker, I've been trying to at you in the chat, but maybe you haven't seen it. I just wanted to know what you thought about McCarthy's play calling there towards the end, because I thought it was super suspect. But it's been an emotional roller coaster of a weekend, but we're back to trading. I've been looking at Meta all morning. I've been looking at PDD. I had several trades on PDD. So yeah, it's gonna be a good one. Bradley, are you all set to go there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The position board is back up there for you guys, and as you guys can see, we're in a couple shorts and a couple longs to see which way can we capitalize on the move. The market sadly inside in the Friday's range, so an inside day coming over here. Not really too excited on the volume end either. We got AMD at 46 million shares, and then we have AMC at 33 million shares. Those are the top most volume traded stocks today, ignoring the 3 times leverage ETFs as always. Ignoring the volume on the 3 times leverage ETF, we got AMD, AMC, and NIO with 30, 40, and 30 million shares of each over there. Li Auto currently as a long from the double bottom is my entry around $18.34. We're about 9 cents in the money, so nothing too much to really get happy about. And Li Auto already having a little bit of a red day here, so you know, not taking too much size on the double bottom here, waiting for the market to see what it wants to do. The S&P 500 did turn positive for a little while as we were trading above 4K for the S&P 500, only 9 points away from the Friday's high. Never really managing to sadly go to that 4.9K, rejecting off of the 4.5K of what am I saying? 4.5, 4.005. and pulling back down to VWAP right now as the market flushes, giving our shorts at least on the SPYs and the Robinhood some profits to take for. So let's pull up the SPY ETF here and bang, let's take some profits to the downside as we are pulling back to VWAP on the overall market. Robinhood also giving us profits at 7 cents in the money, so maybe time to take some of that.
Yeah, getting a nice little trade here on AMD. Thankfully, getting that excellent average down towards the bottom of the range, and then the scalp up here on the top, getting that average right at 74, and then taking out 74 and a quarter, and then a little bit above that, maybe 74.30 or so. I've got a very small position left here on AMD, so I'm going to let that one ride. My average now on AMD is 73.99, so currently break even. Meta is the one that's kind of going against me here. It's trending down. I want to see what it does around that 50-period moving average, but this is my average, and this is a quarter size up here. This is a half size over here. So now I'm 75% of my full size position, so I'm going to see how this one does. The market, still trending within that range. I mean, look at this. The better part of, I want to say, the hour, we've been in a range between 39.90 to the bottom and then 405 there to the top. So a 15-point range, nothing too much to speak of. So that's basically what I'm basing my meta trade on at the moment, that fact that we are at the lower end of that range, and then we're due for a curl back up. If that doesn't materialize and it breaks a 50-period moving average, I'll get out, and that'll be a bigger loser for me. But AMD paying the bill so far, still holding 74 nicely. I'm well in the money on that one, just waiting for maybe a bump back up above the 74.20 area and start scalping maybe more in the 30s and 40s, Brad.
Currently taking profits on Pinduoduo as it looks like 65 wants to hold. We were as low as 63 at one point. We bounced off of that 63 area, consolidated at 63.50, then a nice little pump up right back to 65 above VWAP, and we've been holding above VWAP ever since on Pinduoduo. At one point, it did trade negatively or on the intraday. It did go negative at one point, but now here we are as we're trading above 65, up 0.25 to 0.35% every now and then, giving my long about 23 cents to 30 cents per share profit. So taking some profits on the range that they're being presented. So 65 to 65.50, nice little range, scalping those longs and then holding to see if there is a bigger move to 66 or even past 66 to the north side. I believe there's a lot of positive catalysts coming out for the Chinese ADRs. It's actually in our watch list. So if you guys are not signed up to our watch list, you're making a pretty big mistake over there. You'll be missing out on key information such as why did Prad say that Chinese ADRs are having a little bit of a positive catalyst. So over here, gapping higher for the third straight session as a group coming off a solid performance on Friday. Chinese regulators outlined a plan to introduce further liquidity into the country's economy, and specifically in the struggling real estate sector, which some of the analysts are seeing as a major turning point. So not only are we looking at the real estate sector, we're looking at the whole basket of stocks by itself, which is Baba, Pinduoduo, JD, Baidu. Never really traded FUTU, but we can take a look at that. NIO, XPEV, and Li Auto, which two of the stocks we're long at the moment. We're long Pinduoduo and we're long Li Auto. Both of them in profits, but not really too much of a move coming in. You know, the S&P 500 is holding in the higher range of the market, as Neil mentioned earlier, but we are struggling around this 4K area. Market every now and then breaks above 4K, but sadly pulls right back under 4K to test the VWAP area or slightly above VWAP, somewhere around the pre-market highs right here at 39.90s, and then successfully manages to bounce above 39.90s and pull back to 4K and then reject 4K again. So a little bit of a pinball action back and forth. I'm looking for the break of maybe 39.90 to add into more of my shorts around the board, and if 39.90 just continues holding, then I'm just going to forget about it, not really look for it. The market's very, very stuck in Friday's ranges for me to put real risk on the board today.
Yeah, Meta making a nice little move back into the 114, 70s, but now pulling back into the 50s. My average in there is 114.74, so that's my average price at the moment. Here's my game plan on this one. If it breaks below the recent low here at 114, I'm going to give it to 114 and a quarter. Oh, what am I seeing here on the level 2? Yeah, so I'm going to give 114.24, and I'll give it to maybe, I don't know, 19. And that will be my out completely on Meta. And there we go. So that's going to be my out there. That's a loser for me. The market crashes right when I enter my stop. Hey, that's just the way she goes on Meta. Did I get out of everything there? Okay. That's the way she goes on Meta. But the better trade still is AMD. This position here, I've got a third, not a third, this is 13%, excuse me, of my original position. This one's going against me as the market tanks here. I'll take this one out if it breaks below that 73.50 area. If it does, and I'll be out of that one. Kind of went against me there. That's going to be a bigger loser than I expected on Meta. But hey, that's the way she goes. Market can go either way, and you got to take it on the chin sometimes. And these aren't really my cup of tea. I like those small cappers, but there's nothing to speak of today, guys. What do you?
Yeah, getting out of the Pinduo Duo and Lee Auto as the market did straight nosedive to the south side, breaking VWAP, that 39.90 level that I was talking about finally breaking. And I also said I'm going to be looking for some shorts to pile into once that happens. So that's going to be on Apple on the break of 148. We are short 147.98, so not really too much in profit on that one. And looks like our UVXY long, UVXY, Brad, come on. Our UVXY long now moving to the north side, so that's a good thing. And Robinhood shorts, let's go. Neil's probably in this trade too. Robinhood now right back to the low a day and breaking low a day, giving us 16 cents per share profit. And SPY shorts that we already had earlier on, we're going to take some more profits on that one as we're $1.30 in the money on the SPY shorts. So market right back into the red zone, and NASDAQ down almost 1 full percent over here on the day, and NASDAQ down 0.3%. But still a pretty big move left in the market to really go test those Friday's lows. So here's the S&P 500 chart. The Friday's lows are at 39.51, which also happens to be around the highs of what was the Thursday day again? What was significant? I think it was the
CPI.
The CPI day. Thank you. The Wednesday, Thursday CPI moves coming in, and those highs kind of coming into play, holding up the market. According to this trend line over here that I have drawn out, the market, it's supposed to pull back. Well, I don't know if supposed to sounds like a little bit of too harsh of a word to use at the moment. But according to this trend line, I'm looking for a pull up to somewhere around 41.20. If the market wants to go there, then we can maybe look for some shorts. Not today, though. I'm not saying today. Today, we're looking for that 4,009 area to come into play to maybe look for more shorts into the market. But with the way that we're moving at the moment, maybe that doesn't come into play, and we just keep bouncing between these ranges.
Yeah, we're moving down, Bradley, off that 4,005 high that we had. And then we had a nice little range in between the 395 or 39.95 range to 405 range, about a 20-point range, but we've since broken below that, especially here on VWAP. I was looking for possible retracement here on Meta, a little buyback after this aggressive sell-off, but I want confirmation, so I'll wait for the first 1 minute candle to make a new high on the futures. We'll see. I won't go full size into this one, but I'm looking for a bit of a bounce. Another possibility for a bounce play here is off that 113.40. Which is VWAP here, but the market's going to have to cooperate on that one, right? You can't just guess these levels, because these levels won't mean much if the market continues to trend aggressively in the opposite direction of where you're trying to take the bounce. So I'm looking for that on Meta. Let's go back and see how our AMD trade, we're still long on that. We're 20 pennies out of the money on that, but the idea here is I gave it to the break of 50. It was this trough that I was looking for here for the break of that. So if the market continues down, I'll get stopped out for the remaining 13% on that trade. But the other parts were all quite profitable. So that will remain, I think it will remain a profitable trade should I get stopped out. That's what I'm looking though for. I'm looking for this bounce on Meta. It's been relatively strong all day. Having a look here at my big tech charts, let's see if anything is as strong as Meta at the moment. Yeah, wow, Amazon had a big retracement off that advance, that 98.25 all the way up to 100, almost 100.25, and then we've basically retraced the entire time off that. I guess maybe that's why the market had a bit of a dump there. That kind of makes sense off that huge number. Meta retracing as well, but Apple, Microsoft kind of, moving sideways. Same with Google. Tesla had a bit of a pullback as well, but a little bit below VWAP at the moment. I'm going to stay hands off the keyboard. I'm going to wait for a better setup to materialize before I take anything proudly.
Yeah, market's still pulling to the downside, so $1.50 in the money now on SPYs, but for some reason, Apple pulling back above 148. Gonna have to give it a little bit of a wiggle room, and hopefully we end up having a nice little winner on that stock, as the SPYs are still pulling down and the NASDAQ still pulling down. Also had to take some profits on Robinhood, which is now 24 cents in the money. So let's go, Robinhood. Keep pulling down. That short at $10. All we had to do was give it 3 cents of wiggle room to the high of this candle. Not sure why it's not zooming in. There we go. We got a nice little zoom in to the high of that candle, which never really ended up triggering. And now we're 23 cents in the money. So that risk to reward, 3 pennies risk for a 23 cents reward. You do the math on that one. Just cashing out on Robinhood to the south side as the market continues to pay us profits for the shorts. Let's quickly go check how the longs that we had earlier are doing. Actually, we could have still held on to it because they never really broke that range low, but that was not going to be my trade setup because the market did turn to the south side, and Li Auto did manage to break the low a day. So thankfully, I jumped out before Li Auto broke that low, and making me take a little bit more loss than I would have on it. And now with me punching out the spot that I did by myself manually instead of holding it to my stop, I lost less than what I usually allow myself to lose on a position. So I'm very happy with jumping out of Li Auto over there. And NASDAQ now down 0.9%, and S&P 500 almost down 0.5% as we are pulling into the low of the day. The video is 240p. What do you mean, bro? Oh, still processing. Okay, got it. The video is not 240p though. It's supposed to be at least 1080p. It was recorded on a Google Pixel 6. I was gonna say 8 for a second, but I forgot what version the phone is. That I just remember the 7 is the latest one, and then the 8's gonna come out sometime later. This video is gonna be about the graduation that we promised you from last Friday, when the party we were having with Ian, Max's and Ian's graduation party. That was an absolute rager. We got drunk. I'm still hungover from Friday.
This guy's so funny. Yeah, it was definitely a great time, guys. Lots of laughs, a lot of good food. They had wings, they had poutine. You had
about good food.
Yeah.
That pretzel stuff.
You didn't like it?
It's too salty, man.
It was too salty. I didn't have any.
Too salty.
I didn't have any, so I'm not sure.
I needed like some dips, like some Dijon mustard or something.
There was some stuff there. Yeah.
I needed like a lot of dips, okay?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought it was
fresh.
okay.
It was fresh.
The wings were okay.
They had wings?
Yeah. I ate most of them.
Yo, what? They had wings?
Yeah. Like I would like go to like random people's sides and take all the wings. I wanted all the protein. I'm seeing a bit of a possible support level here at 39.80 on the 10-minute chart on the ES. There's this level here and then these levels here. They broke through them, they wicked through it, but they didn't really close below, for the most part, below 39.80. I also like that's the move down initially when it opened last night, the futures, that is. So I'm looking for this possible area to be an area of support. I'm not taking any trades off it. It's going to have to confirm itself to me. So I'll probably switch off the 10-minute chart there, but I just thought I'd point that out. 39.80 looks to be like a level here on the futures.
Yo, you in that Robinhood short? Let's go. Robinhood smoking it. What's that? Lucid? Let's go check out Lucid real quick. LCID. Oh, yeah, I had the long on Lucid, I think. No, I had the long on Li Auto, sorry. Holy Lucid, yeah, breaking that bottom, continuing to go downside. Nice little spike in volume, too, over here. Market at 39.80 that Sharif was talking about. So I took that profits a little bit more. Look at that nice little bump coming in, profits off the lower days, allowing us to, not really hold all the size back through. We took that profits at 2 cents in the money, and now Apple's starting to squeeze us on the shorts. Let's jump out of Apple, because if the market goes higher from here, Apple could easily go to the north side. Looks like Sharif has a nice little winner. Let's go to Sharif.
Yes, nice little, but even if it's momentarily, that's all I needed. If you go in with some size right at that 39.80, I took the pop on Meta, made a nice little winner there. So to kind of take a little bit of the sting out of this huge loss that I had, but nice little bounce there on the futures right at that 39.80 level. So let's see if we can get a possible retracement up to VWAP, maybe that 39.90 if you can ride it into there. Otherwise, if the market's inclined to go down. It's inclined to go down. We're not going to fight that. We'll take that short. So I'm seeing how it's acting around here. Are we going to consolidate a little bit, or what are we going to do? Sorry to interrupt you there, Bradley.
No, you're good. You're good. We got to cover our trades, our wins, and then also our profits, so people know what we're doing around the board. While we're actually queuing up our trades over here, let's send it to Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
So shall.
Hey guys, back to the downside for the overall market here. Day lows, coming into play as we speak for the overall market, but as we saw in the pre-market here, still pretty positive on this board right across the entire thing. In fact, if you remember, SPY was smaller than AMC to start, but now about the same here. AMC still very, very positive coming off that huge weekend for movies and debuts. DWAC here, I was just noticing, popping up on volume scanner at the same time I was looking at it there. Heads up on DWAC ahead of what is to apparently come tomorrow with an announcement from former President Trump. Tesla here as well, positive. Coin, PHUN, ASTS to name a few. I saw Polestar initially this morning was strong, but has given some of that back. PSNY still on the board. Ape has gone red to green on this board. There's Mullen growing in size once again on the board. Again, size just represents on this board, just represents the frequency of comments that we're seeing on social sentiment. Back over to you guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Interesting meeting between them today, Xi and Biden.
Who?
Like President Xi of China and Biden.
I heard Xi, like I heard like a girl, like Xi, like who?
That's his name.
This girl Xi, who's Xi?
Xi Jinping.
Okay,
Yeah,
Xi
that's gonna be an interesting little meeting. Biden coming out, I think, saying that there's no threat of nuclear war and this and that. I guess like, okay, great. I guess we're not all gonna get annihilated. Are we gonna have good economic relations?
Damn it, man. No nuclear
I know, right?
warfare.
No,
How am I
I guess
supposed to
not.
make millions of dollars short in the market?
Right? You know what we're getting this week, though, Bradley? We're getting a whole bunch of, a slew, actually, of different numbers. We're getting the producer price inflation, industrial production, housing starts, and we're getting retail sales, right? We're going to have, that's a big one for me anyway, about how the consumer is feeling, whether the higher interest rates are starting to have an impact on demand or not. So that retail sales number, I believe it's Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Yeah. It's Wednesday. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be for October. Nice little micro bounce here off 39.80 on the futures. Let's see if we can make our way back up 10 points to that 39.90. That met along. I should have held more onto it. That would have been a nice little winner if I'd been holding on to that for, would have been what, another 30 pennies or so. So interesting little, interesting trades developing right now, Bradley. Even though it's kind of like an inside day, though, right?
It is an inside day. It's so I hate inside days so much. It's like, but you know what? They give you good ranges to trade in, so nothing really to use the word hate. You know, hate's a strong word, so no reason to use hate. I want to talk about DWAC because Brendo mentioned that we have an important update coming in from former President Trump tomorrow. Most likely going to be on Rumble. The last time he did have that conference, is it a live stream, right? Last time he held that live stream on Rumble, I tuned into it. There were 300,000 people watching live, and Brendo told me that there were 3 million views on it on the next day when we came into work. He's nodding his head, so I'm going to say yes with that. I thought you were talking to me for a second. But we got that 3 million views the very next day on Rumble, so I was pretty excited to trade Rumble the next day. Sadly, Rumble didn't really have any move in it going into that day at all and did not have any move on that day. So maybe tomorrow, if the numbers come out bigger and if they come out greater than the first time, maybe Rumble actually has a positive move. Sadly, Rumble today down 9.6%. But about former President Trump, if he announces he's running again for 2024, can he run for 2 terms or is he only running 1 term?
You can get
so he can only do a half a year. Or sorry, a half a term.
Well, no, you get a full term, but it'll be only 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
So he's even if he runs for 2024, he's not going to be able to run twice.
He'd be ineligible.
Got it.
He'd be like a president who sat 2 terms.
Got it.
Yeah, the only president that's actually sat 3 terms is FDR.
How did that work
I don't even
out?
know. I think they had a constitutional amendment and then they amended it again. I'm not sure. Chat, light me up. Tell me if I'm inaccurate on that, especially our American historian friends there in the chat. They'll know better than me. But anyway, yeah, I'm still watching Meta, bouncing, not really off VWAP, but close to VWAP. 113.40 was VWAP. It made its way down into the 50s there. So close little bounce, but Anyway, we'll see what this one does. What's that? Sean is long 113.65 there on Meta, guys. Just in case you are following Sean's trades at the moment, we're currently trading at 114.14. So in the money on that one. I'm still out of the money on AMD, but I see a bit of an upward pattern starting to develop here. That 39.80 I spoke of, I think it is actually, at least for the time being, a key level. I want to see ourselves make that way back up to VWAP at 90 probably.
Dan saying Trump could run a third time because it wasn't consecutive. So that was my question, basically. Like, because it wasn't consecutive, could he run a third term?
No, I'm almost certain that you can.
2 consecutive. But what if it wasn't consecutive? Then he can still do another term and do 2 consecutive? Yeah, there you go. So that was my question. So he could do
I'm so wrong on that
all
one,
8 years if he does 2024.
Really, eh?
Okay, so that was my question over there. We're getting a nice little clarification. Even Sharif's learning new things. I'm learning new things every single day. I love it. Thank you for helping me out, Brando, Sean, and Neil on that side. Guys, it looks like that video is actually ready. People in chat saying no, he can't though. The chat saying no, wrong, no, wrong. 2 terms max, not 2 consecutively. Maybe we're gonna have to do some research at this point. But guys, let's queue up this little video that I have to show you guys. As we did promise you guys, we're gonna queue up this video over here. Let's get it going. We got Sharif recording the video. Obviously, we got the Yeezys on board. We got the really dirty Air Force Ones on board. And the reason why we did the shoey over here is because, you know, Ian said if he graduates, I'll do a shoey. And I said if anyone on the floor graduates with 75% or more on futures alone, I'll do a shoey also. So that happened to be Max. Max graduated with almost 100%. There he is. He just came in the shot. Almost 100%. I almost puked over there. Had to take my shoe and throw it in the garbage. That sucked.
What could possess someone to want to do that? I mean, I guess I know it's a frat thing in this country or like a party thing, but
it's an Australian thing. It's an Aussie thing. It's an Aussie thing. Yeah, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Okay, so I don't know Brendo up there, but I'm seeing something different on Google. They're saying, pardon me?
Put in the chat.
You just put it in our work chat. So we got it over here. On U.S. presidents passed by Congress in 1947 and ratified?
Yeah.
Ratified, okay.
Yeah.
By the states on February 27, 1951. The 22nd Amendment limits an elected president to 2 terms in the office, a total of 8 years. So he's only allowed 1 term.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more term.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, we're learning. You know, Google helps a little bit. The chat helped on that too. Thank you, Brendo, for doing the research on that, so I didn't have to. So we appreciate all of you in there for helping us out with that one.
Pratified.
Pratified. I'm not sure what ratified. I'm guessing ratified means like rectified.
They put in force. No.
Oh, put in force
means like it's been given like the assent to be effective law.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'm going for it. I've got nothing on my watch right now, guys, to be honest with you. I've got my side screen here. Let's have a look at this bad boy because this is what I've been watching most of the morning. This is without Baba and PDD. I had those both on my watch. I had several trades on those. TBLT is really the only small capper that's kind of moving up. It's a bit consolidating at the moment, consolidating between that 310 to that 330 on the high side, but it's still up 44% on the day. $3 stock, you know, opened up at 220. It's barely $1 above. It's open. This is what the 1 minute chart looks like at the moment. Decidedly above VWAP. That gets me interested in it, and it's actually holding the 50 period quite well. So TBLT, I saw it this morning. I didn't trade it. I was trading these big cappers back at my desk. So I'm going to start looking at these ones now as the market kind of does a little bit of a sideways move off that 39.80 bounce. I'll continue to hold my AMD long there. It's not really hurting me at the moment. Meta also pulling back, but we're probably going to get off that one and get into TBLT. Let's start scouting our approach, how we're gonna get into this bad guy. I mean, we can try to possibly get in off the 50 period here. I don't think that's the best trade in case we get a breakdown. I'm looking at possibly here maybe that 295 area below the break of 3. Obviously 3 definitely being the better level. I take the dip off 3 possibly, but then giving it maybe all the way down to below 289, below 290 to that 289 level. That's kind of what I'm thinking about here. That's where I'm going to enter the long. I'll enter it at 302, and we'll go for a decent amount of size there. We'll see if we get that dip into 3. I think that's probably the better trade. And then I can possibly average down proudly. But I'm back on the small cappers.
Yeah, I'm watching the market go up, but Apple broke 148 to the downside. There was a little bit of a seller chasing the stock down too, and you know, brought it down to about 147.60s, but now we're back to 147.80s on Apple. Looks like a little bit of a inverse action happening, because when the market was going down and we were short 148, Apple was going higher than 148, and now that the market is going higher, Apple went down a little bit. So a little bit confused as to what exactly is going on, but you know, we're not even in that stock, so nothing to worry about. Let's go take a look at Robinhood, which we did catch the bottom of that move, and now Robinhood is also moving back to the north side with the rest of the market. Apple now following the NASDAQ market back to 148 almost. Couple other positions that I'm going to look at based off the scanners are going to be some of the stocks that are based in China, such as MGM Resorts, MGM Casinos. They move a lot based off the catalyst of the China, you know, Las Vegas Sands, MGM, and so on. So here's MGM today, absolutely rocket ship to a north side, making a new high day at 1.8%, and also looks like we took out the last week's high. Last week's high gone. And now we're looking to keep on soaring to the north side off the Chinese positive catalyst coming out, you know, more reopening news and so on. Couple other positions that are popping up on the scanners. You yourself could sign up for these scanners from Trade Ideas, and it will help you find the stocks that are actually moving with volume and strength inside of it. So currently, apparently, Fun is making a move. So here's Fun. Look at that nice little rise in volume, up 14% today. And if Fun is moving, most likely DVAC is moving along with it. Not moving the way Fun is moving, but DVAC trying to also go back above 26 over here and move north. I'm guessing that wow is about Apple. Not sure what that wow is about from the back of the office there. I'm pretty sure you guys know who wows like that. But while we wait to see what these stocks are, we'll send it over to Brendo at the big desk for the European update.
Hey guys, yeah, just waiting for some final prints to come through here for the European session to kick things off on a brand new week. Positive for the most part. We did get a bit of a bounce even further into positive territory as North America got going. But overall, decent numbers here to kick things off. Both the Swiss market and Sweden end the day, it would appear, in the red, only just there for Sweden. But 0.85 for England, nice day. Spain, 0.87 there as well. Turkey doing its own thing as it normally does. 2+% positive for the most part to start the week for Europe, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, I mentioned I was trading some Chinese ADRs earlier in the day. I had PDD and BABA in my mind, and the reason was because my watch list showed that these guys were all green. I mean, there was a decided green bias on my Chinese ADR watch list, so that had my attention immediately. So that got me wondering. So earlier on the subway, I read basically that we're going to get a lot of Chinese data this week. We're going to get retail sales. We're going to get industrial production. We're going to get investment, employment. There's going to be a plethora of different Chinese financial information coming. And I think that will either help or hurt the market. I think if we get indication that China is starting to boom up. Oh, the market just flew up, and now I am up huge on my Meta long. There we go, baby. Taking out a scalp there, getting out in the 40s. I was long in the 20s, so nice. There we go, now in the 50s, taking it up more. That's an excellent trade so far in Meta. I'm going to go back to my AMD and close that one out. So that one I'm done with. So I've got 25% of my Meta position left. I'm going to see if we can get some 70 prints here. No tracing back into the 50s. If this breaks below 50, I'll take it out. There we go. So I'm all out of my Meta trade there. That was a nice little long that I took right here. I took it because of this consolidation. I thought this would be a flat top breakout. I guessed right. So took that through 1120. This helps make up some of the blunders that I had earlier, i.e. this area, and these areas. But two trades in a row now, positive on Meta, pumped about that. That's eating into the loss that I had earlier, and now positive on AMD. So getting better, Bradley.
Yeah, that was a crazy pop on the overall market. NASDAQ moved right back to 11,800. S&P 500 moved to 3,996. And that's where I'm going to be looking to add into my position over here on the SPY shorts. Now my average is 398.31 instead of 398.50s or the prices that we had earlier. Also jumping into Apple closer to 148.50, waiting to see if the market rejects 4K again. And my expectations would be, yeah, we reject 4K. But the way we bounced off of this double bottom, maybe we actually break through 4K, go test the highs from Friday, and then if there's any rejection to come in on the market, 4,009 rejects on the market, and then we pull back down, or 4,009 breaks, we actually take out the high from Friday and we continue going to the north side. Like I was saying earlier, I'm expecting this market to go test one of these trend lines to the north side. Not like trend lines or heaven sent and they're the only things that work in the world and so on, but they could help you, give you an idea, give you a structure, give you a reason to look for the tape or look for a reason to make an entry or execution around these areas. So waiting to see if we can actually get that pullback. Also, this is the EMA, the yellow EMA is a 200 EMA, which is currently at 40.28 on the daily chart for the S&P 500 futures. So just going to have to wait and see patiently if the market does have the strength to turn green again and then keep staying green, go take out the Friday's high, launch all the way to 40.28, and then maybe even 40.50, 4100 coming into play at some point. I know it feels like I'm just throwing numbers out there, but my expectation is for the market to go to the higher end of that trend line and test it. Sadly though, S&P 500 showing us a red candle on the 5-minute chart just now as we went close enough to 4K, but never really managed to break 4K to the upside. Maybe that's going to give me a nice little short on Apple here and continue winning on the SPY shorts that we've been making some money all day. Robinhood is also pulling back, but not really pulling back all the way to the previous low of the range where we were at 990, 980s. Actually, it's at 980 right now. So maybe if I do want to reload on this position, it would be somewhere around these ranges from 990 to 980.
Man, that 39.80 on the ES turned out to be money. I mean, to be honest with you, I kind of stumbled upon it. I was looking at the 10-minute. I always try to zoom out from the 1 and then incrementally get to the 4 in the daily, but I happened to click on the 10, which I don't click often, and that 39.80 really stood out to me, despite the fact that there were wicks below it. There were a greater number of closes above it, but touching through it. So I really like that level. And I think it paid dividends here, especially on the long on Meta. That really helped going in with that trade, Bradley. But I want to also, did you hear what happened on Saturday? The information coming out about FTX that there had been a breach. Apparently, FTX reported that they detected unauthorized access to their systems and that hundreds of millions of dollars had been funneled out. So now conspiracy theory, tin hat theories online are suggesting that, the big man could have been funneling money out. Not saying that this is accurate, by the way, was funneling money out so that he'd have some stash after all the carnage was said and done at FTX. So Sam Bankman-Fried being accused of basically being behind that hack. Obviously, that's just a tin hat theory. We don't have anything to substantiate that. But you didn't hear anything about that, eh? Yeah. So that's why.
I did. I heard about it. I'm not gonna buy anything until it actually comes out, like the 100% truth behind it. Because there's so many things that could happen. It's just ridiculous and.
Yeah, anyway,
That's
my
why
mic is loose. That's why I think the chat was trying to say I had mic issues. Go ahead for a second.
Yeah, it's just I'll just wait patiently for that final news to come out, and then we can see what's actually going on, because there's so many stories to so many things. Like there's a saying in India, it's like a clap is made with 2 hands. Tali do haath se bajti hai. So it's like basically you can't make the noise of a clap with just 1 hand. You need 2 hands, and which means there's always 2 sides of a coin.
Right.
There's always a bigger picture than what we know. So I think I'm just gonna wait for that information to disseminate, and then we'll see what happens from there on out. Guys, Robinhood looking to reject 980, not really even pull back to 985, 990s. where I would like to smack that shorts once again. So it looks like a little bit of a miscalculation on my part, but we are pulling back down on the S&P 500. So no miscalculation on the S&P 500 reload as we are going south again. So let's go, baby. Those profits are rolling back into our pockets. Well, we didn't really lose any money on SPY to begin with. It's our number 2 stock of the day. Robinhood, number 1 stock of the day. And Apple, our worst stock of the day, because we were trying to short it multiple times at that 148 area. We lost a couple times on it. We got back in. This is going to be our 3rd short attempt as the market's pulling back, expecting this one to be a nice little winner for me. Talking about Saturday, though, the only thing that was running in my head for Saturday was how much money I'm going to make on UFC. And sadly, man, I think I quit UFC, honestly. Like, I retired from UFC. Well, not like I fought in the UFC. I retired from watching UFC because my fighter got his butt whooped in the last round. Not even butt whooped, man. That's not even the right way to put it. The referee stopped the fight early. The ref stopped the fight early. Israel Adesanya had Alex Pereira on skates. Alex Pereira was on the Toronto Maple Leafs ice rink, skating his butt off on the octagon, and then get saved by the bell. Izzy was winning 3 rounds to 1 round, and in the last round, Alex Pereira comes in with a nice punch, and then the ref comes and stops it. Early stoppage, this is a championship belt, bro. Are you kidding me? Early stoppage for a championship belt? Whatever. The referees were paid for. They were paid for from the Brazilian money over there. We know how the Brazilian stocks are scams anyways. That's why I stay away from them. And Weili Zhang, we called that one. I called the Weili Zhang pick.
Tell me how you really feel.
What's that?
Tell me how you really feel. He's like,
tell me you lost the bet without telling me you lost the bet. It's not even about the bet. It's the fact that my fighter lost, and he's been undefeated in this weight class ever since he came to UFC. He was undefeated in kickboxing in his weight class until this same fighter came and he beat him. He beat him in kickboxing. He beat him in UFC. Now he took his belt in UFC too. I quit UFC. I just quit. There's no point.
That's funny. I'll just show my screen here. This is my highlight of the week right here. Aside from the nice time that we had on Friday, but Arsenal taking number 1, baby. There it is, 37 points. Look at City, 32 points. City's lost 2 games in the last 5. Arsenal's only had a draw in the last 5. They've all been wins. 5 points ahead of City is saying something, man. This team, they don't make that many mistakes. And the thing is, Arsenal have never been top of the Prem by Christmas, which is going to be the case because now we've got the hiatus for the World Cup and we're going to resume on Boxing Day. So technically we'll be first into Christmas. And numerically, I think we're also done 14, I believe, of the 38 games. So 19 would be halfway. So close to halfway through the season. So this is definitely going to be a standout year. Now the bookmakers talking a lot, a bunch differently about Arsenal and their title contenders. But you know who's really surprising me? And I know you're not going to have anything to add to this, but Newcastle, 5 wins in a row. Yeah, they got an easy schedule. Yeah, they played more games. They played 15 games. Arsenal's only played 14. City's only played 14. But Newcastle, man, it is not easy to win in the Prem, and they've won 5 in a row. And we know they've been bought out by the Saudis. The Saudis now own Newcastle, and they're going to be pumping money into that. But to be honest with you, I didn't think that they made that many very important signings in the summer. I didn't really see a fundamentally changed squad like from what they had last year. So going to be super interesting to see how that one materializes. Back to stocks now. I want to mention this level here on AMD. This is an area where we had clear levels of resistance around that 74.45 area, maybe going up to 50, let's say 74.50. We just broke through that now. That's the first time we've broken through that since basically 9:30 this morning, so 2 hours and 15 minutes. Now we're approaching that 74.80 level. So I think this one's got legs. The futures are not really moving in the same way that AMD is, so this is a bit of a secular move. Have a look at the futures, have a look at AMD. A bit different futures, just more stagnant. AMD definitely vertically inclined at the moment. So let's see how it acts around that 75 level. I think that would be the key area of resistance here. you know what sucks too? I put levels on my charts back at my desk, and they don't transfer to this one. And I think I have to upload them to the cloud or something like that. You have to allow it to upload because I write really important levels here, and I want to be able to see them when I'm here.
On your interactive or
Yeah,
on P-Pro?
on both actually.
P-Pro doesn't do it.
Yeah, well, neither interactive does, but I'll have to upload it quickly. Anyway, go for it.
Yeah, real quick about the FIFA World Cup. I'm going to give out my predictions for who wins each group. Group A, Netherlands. Group B, England. Well, two teams win each group, right?
Yes, you
Two
get
teams
the
win.
winner and the runner-up.
So Netherlands and Ecuador. We got England and USA.
Bro, don't discount Senegal, bro. They got Mane. They got Thomas Parody from Arsenal.
Well, that's your pick. Mine's Netherlands and Ecuador.
Why do you like Ecuador? I don't mean to get.
I just don't think Senegal's going to do anything.
All right, go.
England and USA, Argentina, and I think I got to go with Poland over here. France and I only want to pick one team, to be honest. But France, and we'll go with Australia. We'll go with Spain and Germany on this one. Canada's not making it. So we're going to go Croatia because they made it last year. They won the
They're aging
the
a little
finals,
bit, though.
right?
Canada's definitely in a tough group there.
Canada's not coming out of this one.
No, that's a tough
it's
one.
Belgium and Croatia over here.
Yeah.
We got Brazil and I don't know, Cameroon maybe?
It could be Switzerland here. There's some good players in Switzerland.
Okay.
Yeah, Portugal, and then I would have to say Uruguay.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't be surprised by South Korea though. Is Hyunyeon, the dude from Tottenham? I always forget his name. Hyun Son Min or.
Oh, market ripping.
Yeah,
NASDAQ
man.
really moving, but S&P 500 still struggling with the 4K at the moment. SPY not really breaking out of 4K, but the NASDAQ market, the tech basket now only down 0.25%. Took out the high day. Now we're at a new high day for the tech basket. So the Apple shorts are out of the money by 5 pennies. Nothing to really get upset and punch out of that one just yet. This could have, but the market could turn around and the SPY could really push above 4K. So if you are shorts, be careful, guys, make sure you're using stops and to make sure that you're not getting kicked out of these, or you're not losing too much money than you previously planned to do so. Even Amazon now pulling up to 99, but I kept hearing Sean and Neil saying 101 and the 100 area. So maybe, hands off on this one until those levels do show up. Something that stands out to me is, though, on the 5-minute chart, we got the 100-period EMA rejection coming in constantly for Amazon throughout the day from the pre-market going into the opening market. So maybe that 99 area is something to look forward for. If the 4K rejects on the S&P 500 and if the NASDAQ market, pulls back from this crazy long move that is showing us, then the Amazon short at 99 could be something to look for.
Yeah, we're bouncing off that 4,000, and not entirely coincidentally, it's that 75 level on AMD as well. So both taking a bit of a retracement off those key levels. That's what I want to look at, see how AMD was going to act around that 75. I'm sad that I didn't ride this from the half dollar to the whole dollar here, especially after having identified these two peaks as a possible area of resistance that we could break through. So I'll keep my eye for another opportunity. I think AMD, after showing some relative weakness earlier in the day, like you had really aggressive retracement here right at the bell, making your way down, I guess, from 75 and change all the way down to about 72. So $3 range, not that bad. I've been more in tune to AMD today, which is why I'm continuing to trade it and compare it to the market as a whole. Let's flip back to Meta quickly and see what Meta's doing. Yeah, Meta showing its relative strength again. There's a very clear uptrend, bouncing not exactly off VWAP here. Let me make sure it didn't bounce off VWAP on my other. Okay, so this VWAP here is different than the VWAP that I have on my chart up here. My IBKR shows that this was VWAP. P-Pro not showing that, but that's fine. Our data start at different times. So this was a VWAP retracement, and that makes sense here on Meta. Let's flip back. Oh, geez, what did I do? Oh, geez, look what I did, Bradley. Take over for a sec.
What did you do? Why is everything sideways?
I know how this happened
Oh,
before.
you turn your desktop upside down.
There we go.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
got
you
that.
turn your oriented
And then
desktop
we go.
upside down. Hey,
Could
look at
fix
this
that.
guy knowing the hotkeys.
I know.
Okay, okay. Yeah, those. That's just the Windows desktop rotation method
it.
over there. Taking opportunity to trail stop all longs in this heat. Not a bad idea at all. Why are you red again, bro? Like, you mean the shirt? Or
Probably,
or
yeah.
my blotter. Not sure what you mean, but yeah, I wake up, I see whatever shirt I like, I wear it. It's that easy for me, you know. My life's very, very simple, and for the most part, I own a lot of red shirts. Maybe that's why. I don't know. You know, my room at my house is fully red walls. I wake up to full red walls, like deep red walls, and that was a color that I picked myself too. So yeah, maybe I just like the color red, man. I don't know. I just like red. He's wearing a red shirt. Market is definitely going to stay red. I don't know about that. You know, I wouldn't make trades off of the shirt color that I'm wearing or what Sean is wearing or anyone's wearing. Use the correct you know, reasons to make a trade that the market is showing you. It's still rejecting 4K. The S&P 500 cannot get above 4K, and the NASDAQ, though, doing a pretty damn good job at staying at the high of the ranges over here. So we're just watching very carefully to see what happens. As SPY is the bigger basket of stocks. It's 500 stocks in the S&P 500 compared to NASDAQ's 100. If the SPY cannot clear that 4K, I think that's going to have some weight on the NASDAQ. And the NASDAQ's top 10 stocks are the exact same as the S&P 500. I'm pretty sure they are. At least the top 5 of them are. And if the SPYs can't get up above 4K, the top 5 stocks that are in both of the markets are probably struggling at a specific level. So that's why NASDAQ, I'm expecting NASDAQ to pull back down and for us to bank on these shorts that we already have on board. Brad, why didn't you listen to Dougie Trades on Meta Calls? He would have made you 700%. Not sure who that is, but congratulations to anyone who made some profits on that. I listened to my boy Sean, who's, what, $5 in the money today on Meta at some point. He's killing it with the longs over there. So I listened to Sean. I don't know who this Dougie Trades or anything is. Trader TV Live is the only channel that matters, baby. The #1 global trading channel on the world.
I like it. That's some enthusiasm, baby. I love that. Okay, watching the futures retrace back. I think we may have a nice retracement back here into VWAP 39.90. Let's see how it acts around that level. Meta retracing. So is AMD. So the two that I'm watching are moving with the market at the moment. Azam wants me to look at Sava. He's like, did you have a look at Sava today? No, actually I haven't, but here's a chart of it. I see it's up 13.25% on the day. Nice movement off the bell there. Looks like we opened up at, you know, give or take a penny or so, 37.90, and now we're trading at 42.60. So nice $3 move on Sava. 42.70 is the top there. Nice little retracement down here in the VWAP, and then you could have bought that dip back up. But I haven't been watching it. This one's a bit of a slow mover. The volume is not there on this one, but hey, if you've been long since the open, I'm sure you're agreeing. So good on you. Let's see what else is making moves here. I've got nothing showing on my scanner. Let's see what's top dog here. PRCH is top dog. Current. Actually, you know what? That's top dog since open. Let's go to top dog in general. OPNT, that's a buyout. Not doing anything with that. TBLT we talked about. Let me bring down my scanner here so you guys can have a look. Okay, yeah, TBLT, that's the one we talked about earlier. That one is basically just moving sideways at the moment. Let's see what below that is PDSB. Yeah, okay, this one's decent. It's kind of, yeah, just consolidating as well. Nothing directional on that one. MMAT, how about that one? Okay, so that one's a dollar stock, but it is moving up nicely there, and it's quite decidedly above the 50-period moving average. So we'll have a look at MMAT, even though it's not our favorite because it's like $1, and I hate dollar stocks. MMAT. Let's bring that one up. Here we go. Let's have a look, see what this one is up to. So, yeah, okay, we're going to have to get in with crazy amounts of size here in order to make this one profitable because the ranges on this one are super tight. I mean, like we opened up the day at $1.34, high of days 167. So, you know, ranges is not going to be all there. You're going to be playing on the pennies, so you're going to have to be getting in with fair amount of share size. But thankfully for whoever wants to do that, we've done 9 million shares on the day, so there's ample liquidity to go around at the moment. Other than that, yeah, I'm still looking at AMD and Meta. I think that these are the two that I'm most honed on today. And so, yeah, that's basically it, Bradley.
Love it. Yeah, look at the market pulling back slightly. NASDAQ coming back down. Still above VWAP for both of these markets. NASDAQ still above VWAP. S&P 500 still above VWAP, but we are in the money on the shorts, so that's a good thing. Amazon shorts, 5 cents in the money, so nothing to really do anything with that trade just yet. Okay, there we go. Now 10 cents in the money. A little bit more profits coming in. Would love to see more, like 50 cents or more, for me to really be able to take profits on that one. Let's quickly glance over at the scanners over here. Netflix at $301. Wow. Okay, Netflix. Bill Ackman really crying right now. The fact that he dumped his position the day he did, because a few days later, the stock just absolutely ripped to the north side. And now we're at 302, 3.89% up on the day for Netflix, $11 up from Friday's close. Monster move coming in for this position, especially after Disney's earnings catalyst. On Disney's earnings catalyst, I thought, Netflix is going to be a great short on that day. And it actually was. Off the open, Netflix gave you multiple dollars in the money to the downside, and I was sitting there thinking, if Disney's struggling with their ad spending and they are going to cut down their ad spending for the future, and Netflix, who recently launched their ad-supported tier, is going to maybe struggle along with it, and investors and shareholders might think to deleverage or not really buy the position as much as they would. And boy, was I wrong, because here we go. We're right back to 300 on Netflix, right back into that range. We're at 320 or 315 looks like is the high of this candle over here on October 27th, and that nice little holding of this VWAP. I think this is not VWAP, sorry, 50-period EMA on the daily chart. We bottomed out around 255, 254 on this range low over here in November. It looks like every single one of that day is November. Yeah, so never really broke 254 in November, and now right back to 300. A nice $50 move on Netflix. I also want to talk about GitLab, because one of our viewers on Discord sent me a nice little picture about GitLab. Maybe you can help me disseminate this information over here. I'm a little confused as to what this is. I mean, I'm not confused as to what this is right here. This will be easier for you to look. So it says Google Insider Trading. Does this mean this is tracking everything that Google's buying and selling?
I think the management within Google, right? So I have here in my Earnings Explorer thing, let me show you. So, where is it? Give me 1 second. Company profile, and then it shows you insider. It's going to take me some time to find. I forget. Ownership. There we go. So under ownership, it shows you how much is insider ownership. So institutions. I think this is a little different, because I know what you're showing me. That's the insider owners of Google. Yeah.
So this is not what this is. So this says Google Insider Trading, right? And then we have a nice little graphic over here. But then GitLab shows up over here. It shows you a company's name, GV 2021 GP LLC. So this company bought about X amount of shares of GitLab, which is the company that I was talking about for quite a while now. If GitLab goes to 35, I see myself owning some shares of the stock. Sadly, I bought the shares at 48, so I still have to break even on this position as we're moving to 48.
What's this insider trader thing?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering what this Google Insider Trading is, and if it's tracking what the insiders are buying from the Google's institution, or if this is tracking what Google is buying. Because if this means that Google is buying GitLab shares, then that stands true to my call out from last year, which is Google is probably going to buy GitLab somewhere in the future to rival Microsoft's GitHub.
Hey, man.
To rival Microsoft's GitHub. And it looks like they're buying around this $34, $35 area, which is what I've been talking about for a while now. So that bottom on GitLab around that 34, 35 comes in again as a double bottom, triple bottom since the IPO. Triple bottom since the IPO. Buyers coming in and loading up on this position. So stop console wars. If you're listening, I'm sure you're very happy, because I know you're long around these prices. Someone in the chat says GV 2021 is a fund that just invests. So it looks like, I I got that part. So GV2020 was a fund that invests, and they bought a ton of GitLab around this area. So clear, obvious buyers coming in for GTLB. For those of you who don't know what this company does, they hold repositories for code. So if you know about GitHub.
Yeah, like repo codes.
Like repo codes. So GitHub and GitLab are the exact same company.
Remember
but GitHub is owned by Microsoft.
What's
GitLab is not owned by
XBMC
anybody.
called now? Cody.
Probably a newer one, yeah.
Yeah, so the Cody is like, I used to download like a lot of repositories and stuff like that. You get like different channels anyway. So I kind of have a little bit of familiarity with that. TBLT, I got the dip trade there. I had a resting dip order at 302. I got filled. So a nice little bounce, hopefully off that 3. I'm looking to scalp out my first profit taker at 3. What did I put it at? 307, yeah, 307. So I'm already seeing 307 here on the ask, but the bid is still at 306. So we'll see if we get filled on that one. It's slowing down a little bit, but I like that whole dollar level. That's why I took the trade into that. There we go. So we get filled at 307 for our first profit taker. We'll look into the 12s or 13s here for the next little profit taker. So let's go ahead and put that one in. We'll put it in for 12 at the moment. This one's a bit of a slow mover. My plan on this one is to give it to below 296. So if it breaks at 296, 295, I'll be out of that one. That'll be 7 pennies risk or so. I don't have the stop in at the moment. I haven't exactly decided. I want to see how this one acts. Are we going to get an aggressive move up, or are we going to consolidate? What are we going to do? But my stop will probably, you know what? VWAP's right there, 294. So maybe it's got to be a little bit below VWAP. At least that's what I'm seeing VWAP on here as. Let's see what VWAP is on my other platform. It is 294. Okay, so there's a good confluence between them on this stock. So yeah, I'll wait. I'll wait to see what we're going to do. And give me some time to think of it when Brendan updates us now with happening now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go here. Let's get you up to date on what's happening for North American markets here today. It's been a back and forth kind of a session. We're back to, red for the S&P 500, only just, however, 0.09. The Dow's been relatively strong all morning, continues that way. 0.2 right now, positive territory for the Dow. The Russell, all three of them, 3,000 negative so far. NASDAQ, Composite 100 negative as well, but off the lows. So good to see. Fed's Brainerd making some comments throughout the last hour, leading the market higher a little bit there, talking about the possibility of slowing as far as increases go from the Fed. A few things we were discussing pre-market this morning and had on watch. AMD, Rivian, Hasbro, all playing out quite nicely. This one, Rivian, to the downside in a big way. It did push higher initially, but 35 ended up being the top. We're all the way down to 33.20, trying to bounce right now for RIVN. Guys,
we got to spin the money on this one. This was a good trade, and it was like a patient one that you allowed to develop that $3 dip on TBLT, scalping some out at 07s, then 12s, then 17s. So we're well in the money on this small capper. That's a big move for a $3 stock. So we'll start taking some more out in the 20s here. We're currently printing 50s on the ask. Let's go ahead and take some out at that 21 level. So that'll be my next profit taker, which also happens to be the looks like a resistance area here. You had a period of consolidation here where it couldn't break that 21 level. So we'll see if we even get printed there. I guess we're going to need a lot of buyers. My out on this one, guys, is going to be break even. I have 40% remaining, 60% scalp out. So each one was a little bit there, as you can see the triangles, but this one still got legs. I see now 17s, 18 printing on the ask now. So let's see what this one does, but it looks like it's reawakening here as the volume starts to come back in on this Bradley. Nice little dip off 3.
Yeah, good catalyst coming in for the market over here. As you guys heard, obviously, the Fed saying it might be soon to be appropriate for going for the lower pace of rate hikes. Not too long ago, I think last week, they were talking about to just pause rate hikes after achieving a certain milestone for the interest rates. The S&P 500 popped above 4K with that catalyst a little bit. You saw the NASDAQ move up to the north side. Now the NASDAQ's only down 0.2%. SPY's down 0.01% and could very easily turn green over here for the second, third time on the day and keep ripping higher. So part of me jumped out of the shorts that I was in that weren't working, such as the Amazon and the Apples, but I reloaded on the SPYs to see if the 4K level is still going to be giving the market a little bit of trouble. That way we can quickly scalp our profits. I'm in around 398.34s. The market is trading around 398.34s right now, so we'll just have to see carefully, wait patiently. Won't happen. They will still increase just in smaller amounts, 50% likely. Well, we'll have to wait and see. You know, I appreciate the idea that you're saying. We'll just have to wait and see what ends up happening. Chat's saying, Brad, you don't trade Zila? Yeah, I don't trade Zila, guys. It's a less than a penny stock. No matter how big of a move and how big of a percentage these penny stocks give you, I just can't bring myself to punch along into them. But you know what? I will talk about them for you on the show, because this one clearly has a move in it, doing tons of volume most likely. Let's go see how much volume is it doing and how much relative volume that is for the day today. So 79 million shares. I'm going to take that back. I'll take it back. This is not doing enough volume for me. If it's 12 o'clock, which it is, it's 12:06 Eastern Standard Time, and you're telling me the stock is not even doing 100 million shares yet? It's a penny stock. I've seen you guys talk about this position like multiple times in the chat, and it's not even at 100 million shares. So I don't know. But it's doing good amount of relative volume, though. The relative volume is 12 times, which means right now it's doing 12 times average volume that it does in about 14 days. I was going to say 40 days, sorry. In the last 14 days, compared to the last 14 days till now, right now it's doing 12 times that volume. So clearly it's doing tons of volume. But if it's a penny stock and it's not doing 100 million shares by 11 o'clock, I'm always drawing question marks about it. Zila, if you look at the daily chart, look at it. It goes from $8 to a penny, $4 to a penny, $2 to a penny. So every time they do a reverse stock split, they just get stuffed right back to the downside. Guess another stock that sounds exactly like that recently had a stock split, sorry, reverse stock split. Let me show you right now. It's going to be SNDL. Waiting for the chart to load up. Oh, it looks like my internet died again on this software. Someone's messing with my connection in the back. They don't want me to make these millions of dollars that I'm making over here. That's what it is. SNDL, let me show you the chart. Every time we get a reverse split, guess what gets stuffed right back under $1 and starts trading like a penny again? SNDL.
Saba making a move, guys. I know you guys have been lighting that up in the chart. The volume's starting to come in on this one. You know, it's had the movement all day. I mean, saving except for this retracement into VWAP here, which I see as an excellent buying opportunity. This one, I just almost punched into it, but I said no. You know, don't chase it. It's so extended. Put a dip here off possibly the 20 moving average, which also happened to be 43. Looks like this one's going to go without me now. I'm seeing 48s on the bid and 58s on the ask. A bit of a 10-cent spread, so careful. You can get cut up on this one. It's spready. It's like 6 to 10 cents spread between the bid and the ask at any one time. But yeah, it's making a move. Let's have a look on this other chart here on the 4-hour. So we can glean any levels. Okay, so not really any recent levels on this one. We're going to have to look at the daily. No, here we go. We can get some daily level, some 4-hour levels. Okay, what do we got here? 43 high. Today we already passed that. 43.67. So let's go look at this one. This one's got a 44.80 high. So let's go ahead and mark that line off. That's 44.80. And then after that, we have this really funny looking candle. We have a 46.29 high there. So let's go ahead and put another horizontal 46.30, same thing as 46.29. So now we have some levels with which we can work off Sava, but this one, I think I'd rather wait for retracement. Just looking back at the chart, though, it doesn't give you ample opportunity to retrace. Like here, you had a bit of a 5-minute retracement. Here, you only got 2. Here's 3. Here's 1. Here's 2. So it's not giving you that many opportunities, and the retracements are not that aggressive. Like on this particular one, we went up to 42.70 and we retraced back into 42.25. So yeah, we'll see. I think I may have to move up my order a bit. I want to take advantage of the dip off the 20-period moving average. It's been respecting the 20-period quite nicely here, but I'm also looking at that whole dollar, that $43 as also being an important part of that. Flipping to TBLT, still well in the money on this one. long 02s. It's printing 13s on the ask, but I'm looking to take profit out here at the 21s. I've taken them out 3 times already. Just need some more buying to come into this one. This is getting a bit choppy at the moment. We're seeing it become a little bit of range bound in between that maybe 10 to the bottom and 16 to the top. So I'll continue to exercise my patience on TBLT, but for those following my trades, I've got my out at break even. That's a stop loss that I moved into my break-even area at 302, and that'll be for the remaining portion of what I've got. Flipping back now, back to Sava, that 43. I don't know if we're going to see 43, guys. We're seeing 56s and 50 here on the book, but we're looking for, this got to retrace a little bit. I mean, like, goodness gracious, we're up almost 16%, $5.90 on the day, proudly, to be honest. So this one, I'm going to have to exercise patience on. I think if I punch in and try to take the long break, I may end up having to give it more. There we go. Now we're getting some retracements back into the 30s, but I need to see something, I think, in the 20s. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust my stop here. My dip trade, I'm going to go 43.21, and that will be my order. So if it dips back into this consolidation top here, then I'll get filled. Otherwise, I'll have to give this one even more time.
Yeah, looking at what the market wants to do, still having issues with that 4K level, guys. So still holding my Robinhood shorts, which are 20 cents in the money, and the SPY shorts, which are absolutely flat for me. Not out of the money, not in the money at the moment. So just wait patiently to see what happens on those trades. Short Netflix, says Captain Cube. I mean, I typed in short instead of typing Netflix. Netflix is now at $302. Let's quickly pull up Netflix on the long-term chart over here to see if we can find any resistance areas that Netflix could be walking into. Look at the daily chart. We got a nice little resistance around 304 coming in, and we got this 297 area, 300 that we recently got over. So that high of this candle is at 305.63. High of this candle is at, what's the high of this candle? Can I get a nice little zoom in on that candle? Bop, 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 bop. High of this candle is at the 305.21. So around 305.63, 305.21. Let's just say 305 to 305.50, right? We got a nice little possible rejection for this position. We already got to 304 today. We are up 4% on the day. So maybe 305 doesn't come into play, and this is going to be the high for Netflix. But, for shorting a stock that's so strong on the day, you got to be very perfect. You got to be timing it perfectly. You got to enter it perfectly. Give it the right amount of stop on it, too. So if I am short Netflix 304.60, I'm going to have to give it up to 305.60 because of that levels that I just looked at for you guys over here on the daily chart. The high was on the October of 27th. If I don't give it up to that high, and if I get stopped out, but the stock only breaking that high by 15, 20, 30 pennies, I will be very upset. So that's how my trade would be structured. And here goes S&P 500 back above 4,000. This is why I was saying, maybe shorting a stock that's so ridiculously strong on the day, so ridiculously strong from last week going into today, might not be the right idea over here.
Yeah, chat saying Tesla is moving. Yes, I can see that. I just flipped to my big cap stocks there to see, but my eyes are fixated on Sava now because I've got a dip trade set up here. It looks like it came to within 1 penny of my dip trade. I think we got a 22 print there or a 21 print. My order is sitting there at 21, but the spread, I've seen this spread open up to 15 cents at times. Currently 8 pennies, but 10 pennies now. This one's opening up, so I just hope I don't get cut up on this one. Profitable trade still, though, on TBLT as we can continue to move sideways. I'm hoping for a volume pump here to bring this one closer to my profit taker at 321. But yeah, I'll continue to exercise patience on this one. I just hope I don't miss the boat on this Sava trade by having my dip trade just like a penny or two below where it makes its way down. See, I'm seeing 25s now on the bid, 26 on the bid. I'm not getting filled at the moment, but I'm feeling like this may be a good trade, especially it's a slow mover. But, I've seen this one, the bottom fall off just very aggressively. Looks like I may get printed here. We're seeing 22s now. I saw 21s, but I guess it's got to break 21s. 39, 18 pennies now spread, 22 and 40 on the ask. This one's opening up. Oh boy, this one might be dangerous. And there, of course, it comes down to within 1 penny of filling me and then makes new highs. Now we're printing 60s. That's very frustrating. That was what I was worried about, that I wouldn't get printed there. It came down to 21, but I didn't get filled because the spread was way too wide. I should have been a bit more aggressive, maybe asking, bidding 25s. There we go. Now we're getting 70 prints, and it's making new highs. This was my concern. Right idea, poor execution, Bradley.
Quickly going through some super chats over here because I know we got some nice super chats coming in from the open till today. Thank you for all the love and support you guys show us. I know we also have about 2.1K likes so far. Would love for you guys to keep smashing that like button over there and elevate that button. But we'll go to the YouTube spiel later on. Coming to as the S&P 500 gets back above 4,000 over here on the future side. Someone in the chat said S&P 500 is not above 4K. It is. It's above 4K on the futures, but it's flirting with it. It goes above it. It goes below it. So we're just waiting to see what ends up happening. So where are these super chats that they begin with? Monday open, the close, Monday super chats. There we go.
Do you want me to tell you about, do you care what DWAC's doing? Because you were looking at that earlier. It's ripping. Just moved up $2. If you don't care, you don't care.
$2. Oh, $2. Congratulations for anyone who is trading DWAC right now. Obviously, you're loving DWAC going up. Monday Super Chats coming in. Thank you for everything, gentlemen. Best show on YouTube. I've learned so much from you guys. I really appreciate your work and dedication. Thank you, John, for that renewal of your membership and those kind words. We appreciate that. Archie coming in with the DWAC going to go crazy this week with Trump ? Yeah, I mean, that's the expectations. We're looking forward to see how Trump's announcement tomorrow, if he announces it or if he cancels the announcement and goes in for later on. We'll see what happens over there eventually, right? So we don't really know 100% factual that it's going to happen or not going to happen. It's going to be on our radar because we know that there's going to be something along those boards, along that realm where he might pump DWAC for us by running for presidency again, or maybe he's not going to run for presidency. He's going to announce something even better for DWAC specifically, and DWAC goes off the charts with that move. Haroon OZ coming in with the $1.99. Thank you for AMD. Made my 1% and I am out. Goodbye. Let's go, Haroon. There you go. Made your goal and you're out. No FOMO. Doesn't matter what the rest of the market's doing. Doesn't matter anything anymore. Only thing that matters is you making your daily goal and you're out of there. So congratulations on your profit. Playmaker coming in with the $3.05 super chat to my Diamond Reality of Miami. So looks like that's for another viewer over there. So thank you, Playmaker, for supporting the channel by super chatting to a viewer. Super Freeze, new member, 11.99 euros. What do you expect this week and in special Tesla? Today, obviously, an inside day. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking for the possible breakout of 4,009, maybe some more extension to the north side on the market with positive catalysts coming in from all the Fed chairs talking about, you know, the slowing down of the interest rates and so on. But we also have a lot of other important numbers coming out for the rest of this week. Lots of catalyst to keep our eyes peeled out for, so we'll just have to be patient. No prediction, only anticipation no anticipation, just participation of the moves that the market presents us with. So that there's hopefully something that you could use off of that. Super Freeze, Prad, block this night buy. He keeps spamming the board. Okay, anyways. Super Freeze, new member, $5.99. I asked about Tesla. What a coincidence! Yeah, Tesla. I guess you know it's on the radar today. It's also on our watch list. So just beautiful coincidence that you were asking about it. Once again, thank you for your super chat over there. Super Diamond Reality coming in saying Playmaker, the real MVP, 305. I get it, 305. That's the area code. I get it. Cool. So you guys are just representing your area code. 305 Miami, baby. Going to the next super chat over here. HK 25 Hong Kong dollars, I guess, for long term. Will it be better for 50% AMD and 50% NVIDIA or 100% of either one of those? To start off the answer for that question, I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot advise you to take 50% of this or 50% of that, 100% of either. It all depends up to you. You're the one who's going to have to punch those keys. But if it comes to me, I would go 50-50 on each, 50-50 on each, and just that kind of like diversifying, but going into the same sector. You're picking both stocks in the same sector, but you're just giving equal weightage to either of them, which I think would be the smarter thing to do. But there's a lot of other variables that go in there too. So obviously do your own due diligence and make the right call for yourself. Apply the right risk management for those trade setups for yourself, and good luck for you on those trades. Market's currently pulling back down after not able to successfully be above 4K. We traded above 4K on the S&P 500 futures. Here's the S&P 500 futures chart. We traded above 4K a couple times. That's Netflix. Hello. There we go. We traded above 4K a couple times, but the max high we got up to is 4.2. So now we're getting a nice little pullback on the SPY ETF and the SPY futures. That pulls us into the money about 50 cents on the shorts. Let's take some profits on these shorts. Those reloads are now paying us. Let's go. SPY hitting VWAP on the ETF. NASDAQ pulling back also. NASDAQ now down 0.5%. S&P 500 down 0.2%. The shorts are rolling right now, baby. Let's go. Hood, once again, 30 cents in the money. Nowhere close to the back to low a day. Looks like that idea of getting filled at $9.80 did play out, but I was being too rigid on my price that I wanted, so I missed out on some of that move. Some actual selling coming into the market. Now we're breaking the VWAP, and we're at the 100-period EMA on the SPY ETF, but not on the futures. S&P 500 futures still above VWAP over here, but they also did push down under VWAP slightly, just by a point or two. Let's see how big of a move can the market give us over here for the shorts. UVXY, which we've been holding all day, it's just been bottoming out near $8.86. Now we're at $8.90, so only 5 cents in the money. Not something to really be too happy about, but I guess, you know, for a stock or an ETF that's moving in 5-cent ranges for the past hour and a half, what more can you expect from it? Yeah,
watching a bit of a retracement here on DWAC after making a 28 top. Now retracing all the way back down to 27.02, currently trading in the 27.20s, but that's an aggressive little pullback there. VWAP at 2670. So let's see how this one does. I mean, I've seen it over the last few weeks with Trump rumors consistently like skyrocket during the day at random times, then basically give up the goods, retrace back to the breakout area. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see anything sustained here on DWAC. This has been a common theme for it. Sava having a bit of a pullback. I was in the washroom when this movement happened, but to be honest with you, I would not have taken this trade. This broke the 20 period. I was looking for a dip off the 20 period here. Now it looks like we're getting some 60 prints. Maybe this was in response to the dip in the market. It looks like the market's bouncing off that VWAP area. So I'm going to put a mid print here on Sava to see if I can get filled in the mid 60s. It looks like it's going to go without me. There we go. I get filled, but then just like that, the spread opens up 15 pennies. Where did I get filled? I got 64s on Sava, so that's nice trade. There we go. Now we're printing 74s here on the app. There we go. Nice booming trade on Sava. That is a good trade. So far, so good on that one. Let's take another piece out here. There we go. Now we can start scalping out using exact amounts. So let's go ahead. How much do we got? We have more than 50% left on Sava with a 64 entry. We're seeing 74s on the ask. Let's go ahead and take out this many shares, and we'll take it at that 80 area. So we're seeing 80 now on the ask, but not on the bid. We're seeing 74s on the bid. So 6 cent spread at the moment. This one's been way wider. It's been 20 pennies or so. The thing is, I just wanted to get away from my entry at 64. Otherwise, you know, I'm not going to give this one too much room to the downside. I'm already profitable on almost 50% of it. I want to see that 80 print and being able to de-risk a little bit more. Can't take my eyes off this one because this one moves in a hurry, Bradley. What do you got going on there? What's the SPY up to?
Did you say washroom?
Moves in a hurry, Bradley.
Did you say earlier washroom something? Like
yeah.
You came back the washroom?
Yeah, I was. The retracement here, I was in the washroom.
Someone in the chat saying washroom, question mark, question mark.
Oh,
yeah,
it's like a Canadian way of saying bathroom or toilet. Yes, I know. And when I'm down there, I always have to like be cognizant of like where I am. Like, oh, where's the bathroom or where's the toilet? Washroom's like a Canadian thing.
They don't say washroom in America?
They say bathroom or toilet or restroom.
Washroom just sounds so much nicer.
Yeah, I know. Washroom is what it is, right?
Washington just sounds so much nice. Tim coming in with the $5 super chat. I'm new to the channel, and wow, thanks for a huge profitable morning. Let's go, Timmy. That's what we're talking about. Timmy, brand new channel member. Tim, if you're still hanging out in the chat over here, we host a YouTube show all day from 8:30 in the morning till 4 o'clock in the night, 4 o'clock in the night, 4 o'clock in the evening, and you know, we have different people coming on throughout the day. In what's it called? In December, sadly, I will not be here. I will be gone to India for my younger brother's wedding, and maybe Luca and Ian will be jumping on for you guys. But yeah, we host the show all day throughout the day, and make sure that you're hitting the like button, hit the subscribe button, sharing it with your friends and family, and making sure that they see the #1 trading community in the world out there. So welcome to the family, Tim. Super Freeze with another Euro super chat today, 23.99 euros. What do you think of Rumble tomorrow and Shopify? I'm guessing the reason why you're asking that question is because the stocks probably have a earnings report tomorrow. So let me quickly find out if Shopify has earnings tomorrow. This is for the November 14th. Tonight we got the NU Banks. I think that's NU Banks. I'm pretty sure Papa Powell's in there. Zila, pretty sure a lot of you guys are trading Zila at the moment, who has earnings at the end of the day. Sundial before open today. Okay, Sundial.
Okay.
We were talking about that for a little while. We got Walmart tomorrow. Okay, Walmart before open with Home Depot.
Sava.
We got Tencent Music. We know they're stealing all the data in the world, so for sure we're gonna watch them a little bit. We got, no, I don't really see Shopify anywhere. We got NVIDIA on Wednesday. That's something to watch out for. Macy's. Ooh, Macy's is a lot of fun to trade anytime earnings come out for those boys. Alibaba also on Thursday. So lots of earnings still coming up, lots in stores. But I'm not really seeing Shopify over here. So not sure what's the reason for why we would be watching Shopify, according to your super chat. But if there's any moves coming in, then yeah, for sure we'll watch Shopify. But Rumble, I will be watching Rumble based on what Trump is going to be saying today. Whether he's going to be saying it on Rumble, whether he's going to be saying it on YouTube also comes into factor. If he by any chance picks YouTube instead of Rumble today, for that very important speech, then obviously I think that's a bad catalyst for Rumble, because the last time he did it on Rumble, so you would expect him to do it this time also. That concludes the super chats for the morning. We got 2 more super chats or messages coming in for the midday, which is Nicole Harris. Love the research. Can we look at FRGT, Freight Tech, and Zila? We already looked at Zila. We'll look at FRGT, and then Stock Waiter coming in. If Trump actually runs, DWAC will break 100 again. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about it breaking 100 again, but if it does, trust me, we'll be here taking advantage of those moves. Let it break 50 first, then we'll talk about 100, right? It's got to go to 50, then 100. It can't just teleport to 100 without touching 50. So let it go to 50 first. And FGT, I believe, was a stock that I was supposed to pull up. Let me go find that stock here real quick. FRGT, sorry, not FGT. FRGT on NASDAQ. I'm guessing it's another penny stock. Guessing it's doing the same amount of volume over there. FRGT. How much volume are you doing? 63 million shares, not even 100 million shares on this one. But the relative volume on this one is way better than Zila. Zila only doing a 12 relative volume. FRGT doing 126 relative volume. Looks like it already is rejecting, though, that 60-cent area, which has been somewhat of a resistance previously.
Guys, we are going to drop down that cash on the Sava trade, baby. Look at this. Didn't hold it all the way through, so not a great trade in my book, but profitable nonetheless. It's a profitable trade, but I missed the bulk of the move there because of fear. That's just really the only way to put it. I had the right idea. I was going with the trend. The trend is not against me. I just didn't hold it long enough, but it broke through 44 quite decidedly, making a top wick here at that 44.28, I believe. But anyway, either way, good trade on Sava, but could have been much better. Still about 10 pennies in the money on TBLT off that dip trade, off that 302 level. Looking for this one continuing to make a way up, even though I'm seeing lower highs on this one. And to be honest with you, lower lows. So I see a bit of a trend change on TBLT. I have my stop out at break even for the full amount, which is 40% of my initial. But in case this one does want to make its way back up to 321, I'm going to try to exercise some patience on this. The reason I'm giving it that much patience too is because, oh wow, just as I say that, it shoots up. I get taken out there. That's a huge trade. We're going to spin the money on TBLT. That is a big boy trade, and now it is flying through the roof. Wow, Pradley, look at this, man. This is a nice trade, Pradley. This is a nice trade, Pradley. Okay, so that one just moved up from, I think we were talking about it at 312. I just got out at 344 there and 322, 2 outs. So that's a big boy trade on TBLT to make up for the lack of big boy trade on Sava. Does that make any sense?
I thought Trump's Twitter was unbanned. Is it still banned?
No. Who told you that?
I thought it was unbanned. I thought he tweeted like, "Thank you for letting me back on," or something.
No,
something I did notice though. There's a lot of people using that fake verification check to scam their ways into real verification checks. So guys, still be careful. There might be a lot of fakes of Tuashans and everybody rolling out there. If there's any Trader TV Prad accounts with the check mark, it's for sure a fake one because I'm not paying $8 for that garbage yet. To be honest, I can't pay $8 for it. They won't let me. So if there's any check marks out there with Trader Prad on there.
You just send them the videos of you and they're going to be like, yo, we know what Trader Prad is, man. Give this man his blue check mark. Come on now.
Lol, Prad, you're a little slow on the news, but Prad loves Trump. I don't love anyone, man. I just like to make money. That's it. If the market moves it, it moves it. That being said, I do hate one person, and his name is Max Verstappen, who absolutely took a nice loss on the weekend. So take that L, you Netherlands lovers. Take that L, you Red Bull lovers. Yeah, all of you Red Bull fans in the chat. Hold that L, the fat L. Russell, I was going to say Westbrook for a second. Young Russ, the Kingsman himself, coming in with a nice W on the racetrack, and Hamilton coming in with a nice second spot over there. Big W for Mercedes. If the car keeps up this way, there's a good chance that we will come out victorious in the next year. Yo, don't say if over there, okay? Your cars don't even drive in Formula One. Oof. What's your team?
Oof.
You know what? Porsche's my team too. When they do come in there, we'll be teammates together. Always Porsches, baby. Let's go. But for now, there is no Porsche. It's all about Mercedes for me until they do show up in there eventually. What, 3 years? 2 years? Something like that. So can't wait. No, Prad loves Joe Rogan. Yeah, I do love Joe Rogan. That's true. I do. Joe Rogan is the man. He's
Rogan
dope.
can get stuff that like these huge media enterprise can't get. Like this guy can get interviews from the most in-demand people that like the CNNs or the NBCs would just only dream of having, man. This guy, and like they give it to him real, and this guy's got, he gets away with a lot of stuff too. I mean, you could make the case that some of his guests technically would fall under like the disinformation or whatever guidelines of some of these streaming, but they give him like the flexibility to do it, and rightfully so. I'm a big free speech advocate. And I think that Joe Rogan does it the right way. Do you feel like he's had some questionable people on there?
No comments.
Okay, that's cool. I like the fact that no comments can actually be a comment sometimes. But anyway, back to the market. It looks like we just took back that 4,000 level. I think we made high a day at 405.50. Was that from earlier? Or? Yeah, that's from earlier. Okay, so 405.50 is from earlier. Looks like that top wick here that we got was 404.75. So real close to high day anyway. Still within the range, just a bit of an inside day. That 39.80 call on the ES is like one of my better calls of the day. In addition to this TLBT call, that was probably the cake right there. But that 39.80 bottom on the ES really helped with that meta long and helped alleviate some of the losses that we had on some of the more boneheaded trades on the day. Let's flip back to Sava because we were basically trading this one. Got a couple of ins, couple of outs on this guy, but Now retracing back closer to that 50-period moving average. Let's see what this one does. Do we touch a 50-period? Last time we retraced, we broke through it, but held above VWAP. VWAPs is a ways away from where we're at, though. We're printing 43.60s. VWAP's at 41.40, so that would have to be an aggressive retracement. I'm more inclined to think that we'll, come somewhere near that 50-period moving average, maybe break a little bit below it, maybe down to that $43 level. That whole dollar level always acts as a good area of support, despite the fact that we don't really have a consolidation area around 43 when we broke it from the down to the high side. Let's see what this one does, but I like it on the name. A lot of people are looking at it. What's the volume on this one too? I didn't get an opportunity to see the volume. It didn't show up on my scanner. So Sava has done on the day only 2.5 million shares. To be honest with you, the 5-year average on Sava is 3.35 million. So not that we're at the end of day or anything. We still have another 3.5 hours to go, but 2.5 million is not the largest amount of volume. What are you looking at, Bradley?
Just doing some random research, too bored, nothing to do, nothing to trade at the moment. So, just trying to find things to do. Institutional ownership for DWAC, 7%. Someone in the chat said DWAC has the potential to squeeze like GME does. Let's go take a look at GME here real quick. Institutional ownership of 27% on this one. Where's the float check? Float check here. Let's go do DWAC. DWAC 30 million flow. GME 256 million flow. So if GME squeezed the way it did, yeah, there's a chance. DWAC needs way less buying compared to GME. GME with 250 million shares on their flow, and DWAC with only 30 million shares and a 15% short flow, and GME back in the day was 100 short flow. Here's SPYs though. Look at SPYs now at a new high at day 4,005 coming into play. We're not that far away from 4,009 on the S&P 500 ETFs. S&P 500 futures, and we're waiting to see if the market can stay green. NASDAQ now only down 0.06%, and the S&P 500 up 0.12%. Slightly out of the money on my SPY shorts, waiting to see if the market can actually go to 409 and reject 409. If it does, then I'm going to add more wherever the SPY ETF is, because I don't really have too much size left on board over here, so I can give it that extra wiggle room all the way to the north side. A couple more points on the market to go test that 4009 area. Once again, the Friday's high is what we're looking for.
That's 4009? I just want to do it for myself. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Question for you. Super Free sends an 11.99 euro super chat and says, imagine Joe Rogan goes to Rumble.
Okay, so?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, do you even have Rumble?
Me?
Yeah.
Do you need Rumble?
No, I don't have it. Is it
I don't
downloadable
think you need
in Canada?
Rumble. I don't think you need Rumble.
Like, I know Truth Social is not downloadable in Canada.
I don't think you need Rumble. It's just a website, as far as I've seen.
Oh,
I don't know if it's an app or not, but when I was watching the Trump
app,
thing, it was just a website.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out. I'm going to go on my thing here.
It was ugly. That website sucks. It's
ugly, eh?
It's the user interface, absolute dog water. It's compare that to YouTube.
Yeah.
It is wow, like question marks after question marks. Like
yeah, you can download it. Rumble, watch, subscribe, and share. Yeah. Rumble social networking.
The website's so ugly, like ridiculously ugly. Like I could have made a better website.
I don't know if these are the real Rumbles though, Bradley. Like
there's a lot of them.
This one's got two.
No, the first
that
one's
can't be. This was it. Eh?
Yeah,
Is that what the website looked like?
That's the logo. That's the.
YouTube alternative. So Rumble's a YouTube alternative.
Yeah, and the website's absolute dog, man. If you look at the website here, I'll pull it up. Rumble, like this is supposed to be a YouTube competitor.
It's not. You don't like that? It's ugly.
And if you watch like anything that's live, okay, we'll watch this live, right? Like,
it's not good.
I gotta sign in to see 15 comments.
Yeah, because I guess people want to maybe sabotage the comment section here, or is that how it is? But what I don't like is when you don't have mouse over.
And let me turn off the dark reader. So this is the real website. Because I have dark reader on, it kind of hides the real website. And what do you mean mouse
That
over?
bad? Like, okay, so when you mouse over on videos, I like,
like
play
seeing
it
the
for me so I can
preview.
see. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, preview, YouTube preview.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's very rudimentary. It's very still in its beginning phases. If they want to compete with YouTube,
Yeah.
they got a long way to go. Long way to go. Like look at YouTube over here. I can already see the video. Even on my phone when I'm just like, I'm not clicking on the video directly, but on the YouTube app, I'm just scrolling. And if I stop scrolling, wherever I stop scrolling in the middle of my screen, that video automatically starts playing and it has subtitles for me on that little
Yeah,
picking
smart.
video so I can
Yeah,
see
yeah.
exactly what's going on. YouTube is just milestones ahead of the game. They have data for years and years and years.
Yep.
Rumble's gonna take a lot to catch up, but you know what's catching up right now to the north side? That's this beautiful market, S&P 500, 4007 on the day, the 007 coming into play. Let's see if he's going to take out the 4009.75 high from Friday, or are we going to reject that 4009.75 high of Friday, pull right back and continue having an inside day?
Yeah, I put that 4009 on my chart here. Let's see what happens there. Maybe we'll have a range between 3980 and 4009, but you know what is not range bound right now? It's TBLT now up almost 60%, just made a new high. We're testing 50s. There we go, right through 50s, or when you see 60 prints here. This one's got a lot of legs at the moment, a lot of volume coming in. I thought I had top wick here getting out at 44s. Now we're seeing as high as 56, I believe, come in on TBLT, now up 60% on the day. This one's got all sorts of volume, and it's showing up as #1 on my scanner. So a lot of people are going to take notice of this when it's done. 46.8 million shares on the day. It's a $3.50 stock, so not too shabby. And in the last 5 minutes, guys, it's done 1.65 million shares. So this one is currently active, not previously active. I'm all done on this one. I'm not going to give money back. If you know, the fact of the matter is, when you have a really, really good winner, I mean, I know other people would say, you know, don't let it off the hook, keep it in the corner, you know, keep extracting money out of it. That's not really my style. I like to hit like 1 or 2 clean trades and then like get out of dodge, so to speak. That's the way I look at things. Maybe that's not the super winning mentality as some of these other traders are, but I'm not at their level here right now. So I'll take what I made on this one. Let's flip back to Sava. Now it's retracing to more appropriate levels. Now we talked about it retracing closer to that 50 period and how it would act around there. I'm more inclined to feel like we may retrace back to the whole dollar level here at 43. So if I was to take a long here, #1, at Sava, it would be like a 20%, 25% position at most. And then I would be looking to scale in down into that 43 area, and with my ultimate stop. See, this is the tough part. Where do I really place my stop? I don't see enough price action on this chart to say, okay, well, this is a key level. I can base my stop out on this particular level. No, there isn't at the moment. So I'm gonna have to like try to extract one, to be honest with you. And the level that I see here is at 42.60 or so. So, you know, that may be 40 pennies away from my average down, and 80 pennies away from my initial entry. So I don't know how I feel about that. I think that that's too much risk versus reward. I mean, yes, we could break through that 44.30 top on Sava, but there's no guarantee we touch high of day again. So I think I'm going to steer clear of this one. I may take a 25% position at the whole dollar, but I don't think I'm going to give it that much room, Brad.
Yeah, I'm wondering like how good Rumble's data centers are even. You know, maybe their data centers are not as good as YouTube, and all it takes is one little DDoS strike on their the denial of service strikes on their platform to just wipe them down completely. So just guessing over here, because YouTube has had those problems before, and since they are partnered with Google and Google owning servers all around the world, they dealt with that problem very easily, very easily. So I'm wondering how much of a problem would that be for Rumble, but also, you know, these days there's cloud services, cloud servers just boot up so quickly that even if they do run into that problem, they can just easily contact Amazon Web Services or whoever it is that they're hosting their servers through, and easily just spin up more services. So that's like something from the old back in the day thing.
Do you think there should be criminal consequences to people that got caught for doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Well, I have to agree with that too.
Yeah, like
Do you think that the government, do you think that the government should be maybe the ones that have to investigate, or do you think it should be like all private money from Rumble? They have to find out who did that, or do you think that, like, you know how police investigate crimes when they happen to people? Do you think there's some imperative on the government to be doing some investigating too?
Yeah.
A little bit of both, maybe.
I'd say yeah, most likely. But like DDoS services are such a it depends on how big of a scale you're doing it. Like if you're doing it on a small scale to like a no-name company, then you know you're not really denying any service because no one's really using their service.
Yeah.
But then you're also like blocking that company from making money because like they're not able to show advertisements for X amount of period for their 2 or 3 viewers that are on there.
Well, yeah,
so
it doesn't matter.
There's so many things over there. At the end of the day, it's illegal. DDoS is illegal. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm just looking at it more from like preventing free speech perspective. By
no,
like,
I'm just thinking
like
about
this.
an IT way. No. I'm just thinking about an IT way.
No, that's why I was
and
asking you that question. Like, do you think people should investigate? Because like, there's a whole free speech aspect to it. You know what I mean? Like,
or like if someone DDoS Rumble, they should be free to do so.
No, it's like it become. That's funny. Completely like misunderstanding me. No, because if you DDoS Rumble because you don't agree with what they're broadcasting, you're restricting free speech. So there's that added kind of like boo-boo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I said boo-boo on TV. That's funny. Sorry, Pradley.
Rumble is for freedom, says chat. Yeah, we'll see, guys. We'll see what ends up happening with that stock. Today, though, Rumble is getting absolutely destroyed. Rumble in the market, or Rumble in the jungle, whatever the thing is. I know it's Rumble in the jungle, or was it Trouble in Manila, Rumble in the jungle?
There's Thrilla in Manila. There's Rumble in the jungle. So Thrilla in Manila was Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier.
Yeah.
And then Rumble in the Jungle was Muhammad Ali and George Foreman.
Yeah.
Those were some epic fights, guys. But yeah, who fights outside in the jungle, bro? It's like 100% humidity. Like, did they not know those fighters were gonna like die out? And anybody who watched George Foreman saw George Foreman that he did not perform like himself that fight because it was 100% humidity. I mean, I don't blame the guy. Anyway.
Yeah, so we're actually going to get into the Rumble short here as Rumble moves back to VWAP, and the stock has already been down big time on the day today. Most likely has triggered SSR already. Let me quickly go over here, do that, and yeah, it has triggered SSR. So now the stock will be harder to short tomorrow also. Anytime a stock triggers SSR, which is short sale restriction, it's once a stock goes down more than 10%, you cannot take out the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to tick higher. Once it ticks higher, you'll be able to get short on Rumble. Our Robinhood shorts are now pulling back also. Where am I typing? Wrong box. Let's go here. Our Robinhood shorts are also pulling back to the north side. Look at the move on Robinhood, straight back to VWAP. So let's throw an order out here to take that fill on the short. See if we can actually, I want more size than that. Let's throw that order right there. See if we can get filled on that position. Still no fill. You know, SSR stock, it's going to have to give us that fill all the way back by ticking higher, and most likely going to make us chase for this position, which is going to suck. NASDAQ now trying to make a new high a day. S&P 500 still hanging out under 4009.
Sava dipping below that $43 level we were talking about. I had a feeling this would happen. 42.58, I believe. 42.57 is the low there before retracing up. Now we're in the 42.90s, but I believe we retraced up into that 43.20. I don't know how this one's going to act, guys. It broke through that 50 period like nobody's business. It broke through the whole dollar level at 43. And recall, we were not that convinced with 43. And the reason I said that is because there were really no price levels that you could base 43 off. It was just the fact that it was a whole dollar figure. So I don't like that level. I'm not going to get into Sava at this moment. Maybe I'm wrong and it's going to go without me, but I got to set some ground rules. If I'm looking at price action, I definitely got to be looking at that 42.20. Nice little buying area between 42 and 42.20. And then you have VWAP here. And it's respected VWAP the entire day. 41.50 is VWAP to the south. So I like either 42.20 to 42 in and around that area, or if it breaks that area with any degree of vigor, maybe look to take the dip off 41.50. Well, currently VWAP is 41.50. I think by the time it moves down there, it might be a little bit higher in maybe the 60s or 70s. But Sava, setting up, I think, to maybe even move downside. Maybe I should be looking short here. And this is a problem that I think you're better at this than me, is when I'm looking long something and I'm so fixated on the entries and exits for the long, it's not as easy for me to start saying, okay, the longs are done here. It's time to look, where are the shorts? How can we get in? And oh, so the trend has changed. And like right now, I just caught myself looking. I'm like, this could be a flat bottom breakdown as a possible short. So I need to start to be able to look objectively for whether it's long or short. Just because I was long earlier doesn't mean I should continue staying long, right, Brad?
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm not sure how I got to that point or if I can give you any tips, but all I can say is keep doing you, my guy. And if it's in your playbook, you'll learn to eventually do it. And if it's not in your playbook, then it's not in your playbook. It's as easy as that, right? We did get our ad on Robinhood, which is good, but not our full size. So I'm still waiting to get more filled on that short for Robinhood. We're still watching what the market wants to do. It is now almost done with lunchtime. Only 10 minutes left for official lunchtime to end. We're gonna see if volume comes back into the market for the last hour between. For the last hour on the show for Sharif and myself, obviously at 2 o'clock, Sean, Neil, and Brendo will be back trying to look for more opportunities and looking for the areas to put damage, allowing them to make money and allowing you guys to kind of follow along on those trades. Time for, though, what we haven't done all day, which is going to be the YouTube spiel, ladies and gentlemen. Still have 5,000 of you watching at 1 o'clock. I think that's a new milestone, honestly. It's pretty rare to have all 5,000 of you still here after going into 1 o'clock. Usually it's around 4,000 of you. So since you guys are here, check to see if you've hit that like button yet or not. If you've not hit that like button, I would like for you guys to hit that like. Every single button, every single count on that like counter helps us with the YouTube algorithm. It pushes the channel out to more people. As you guys saw, a donation came in today from Tim, I believe, saying thank you for this channel. Thank you for the things that you guys do. My first time on here, so we would love to see more people learning about this channel. Only 360K subscribers for 2 years of being live, or at least more than 2 years. It's about to be 1 year for me. I think it's about to be 3 years on the show.
There's no way you haven't been on here for a year.
Nah.
Unbelievable. I'm telling you, it's really confusing me mentally. I feel like you've been on for much longer than that.
No.
Wow.
But yeah, only 360K subscribers, guys. So hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I think most of you are subscribed, but around 31 to 32% of you are not subscribed. So hit that subscribe button. You see people in the chat who have green names. They are members of the Trader TV Live family. If you hit that join button right next to the subscribe button, you'll see a pop-up window come out with Brando telling you exactly what it entails to be a member of the Trader TV Live family. So feel free to check that one out. We also have merch directly integrated into the YouTube homepage for our channel. So click on the little picture, go to our homepage. You'll see store coming up over here. You can click on store, get some merch for yourself. If you want to buy a hoodie with Miss V's face still on there, you can still do that. We have a towel, a beach towel that says bang on it. Okay, did not ever see that beach towel before. Might have to cop that one for myself. So yeah, feel free to go check out our merch coming in. Soon enough, we'll have new merch, so some of this stuff might not be for sale anymore.
See that beach towel real quick?
So if you do like anything, feel free to go check it out directly. Let's go see the beach towel, says Sharif. So here's the beach towel. Nice little blue towel that just says bang and money all over it. Not bad. Not bad with the nice little Trader TV logo in the corner left side.
Yes, sir. Salo retracing still. Breaking above 43 now. I was looking for a possible short, but this one looks like it wants to reclaim the 50 period from the downside. Or let's see if maybe it bounces back south off the 50 period. I'm not going to make my mind up on this one. I want to see what the price action is going to do and what the direction is going to be before I take another trade on it. But it's setting up for something juicy, I feel. TBLT continuing to be near highs. I think high of day is at 359 or 8. Now we're still at 351s and 2s here. So very much near high of day, 2 bull flags in a row. Here's the first one, the one that we caught, and then the pullback here, a consolidation, creating the pennant. And then you have the rocket ship back up again from the mid 30s into the high 50s. So 2 consecutive bull flags. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a third in the cards for this one, but it's near high of days. If you're able to secure shorts on it, I know that from looking at my brokerage, this one is tougher to short. I'm sure I can probably locate some with Day Trade the World, no problem. Well, we can basically almost find every type of short here. Just going to really depend on the price. But you know, I got to take a page out of Arun's book here, and this is what he says often. He's like, you know, when I get shorts, I feel obligated to use them in a sense. So I've paid the money for them. So you end up looking for possible short entries that may not be good. They may not be A+ or A entries, and so you end up getting like cut up just because you paid for shorts. So I'm not saying that's going to be everybody's story, but sometimes it's been the case for me anyway. This one's still got plenty of legs. Like, we're testing highs here. We've got almost a triple top. There's a double top at 59, and then looks like we just got to 58 again. So this one, I'm not giving up at all. Back to Sava quickly before I send it back to Prad, holding the 50 period from the downside. I want to see if this one's going to hold the 50 period from the downside, like, you know, when you get a rejection of VWAP, right, and then you start straddling it from the downside, and then you start retracing off VWAP to the downside. So I want to see if the 50 period is going to kind of act like that over here, or we're going to reclaim it and just stay above 43. So those are the two trades that I'm looking at the moment. I know DWAC's also making a move, or yeah, it's making a move. I mean, there was that pullback here to the 20 period, but then you have consecutively higher lows and higher highs here for a clear uptrend channel. So we had the lows here look, we're on the 27s now. We're flirting with 28s, and it looks like we top wicked here at 28.30 or so. So DWAC looking good. I'm not going to lie, Bradley. It doesn't look like it's giving up the goat at all. The ghost. I remember that. I said goat last week. Oh, the chat's going to make fun of me now. Yeah, it's playing off some key levels too. I mean, like, have a look at this level here. This level is a clear area of resistance, especially after trending down. And then when we broke through it and we retraced, we came right back down to that level. So there's some good price action levels that you can play off with DWAC here, I believe. But hey, just watch out, because this one can go south on you in a hurry.
Yeah, but there's a real important level on DWAC at $30 that stands out. I don't think we're going to break that 30 today. Yep. And that really stays there. So we'll have to wait and see if 30 ends up breaking, guys. I'm not trying to be bearish on DWAC. Don't get me wrong. I know a lot of you guys are bullish on it. I'm not trying to wish ill intent for your position. I'm just trying to warn you for it. Yep. It has struggled to get above 30, get below 30 all the way in July, June, July, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. Well, not in September, but July and August. Yes, I had to say all the months from January to figure out which one's 8th. Okay, leave me alone. But, you know, struggled to get below it, but then eventually did manage to break below it. Went back to almost as close to the IPO price, the SPAC price of the $10, and then recently started coming back into play again. So I'm expecting that $30 to be rejecting for a little bit longer, and then tomorrow, based on what Trump has in store for us, we'll see what goes on for us on the stock.
Trumpy. Someone, Will G, asking about PDSB. What do I think of PDSB? Let's bring in the black chart here. Let's have a look at PDSB. It's up 31% on the day. It's a $7 stock. Started the day off possibly in the $5 high 5 ranges. We had a nice aggressive move at that 7 a.m. time, which is when a lot of the retail investors come in. They get access to their brokerages at that time. A lot of brokerages do not allow you to access the market prior to that. So that we had a big move up at 782, but we've kind of been moving sideways, like nothing discernible here that you can say, oh, there's a clear trend and here's how to play it. That is until that 10:45 time slot where we really reclaimed and stayed above VWAP here. And that's been the story since that 11 o'clock time slot. So about 2 hours here, we've been kind of making higher highs and for the most part, higher lows on PDSB. We're near like the recent highs. So recent highs here, actually, technically the high of day is 739, but we did break that in the pre-market. But we're at day's highs at the moment. So this what could be a nice little double bottom to the south side possibly, or it could be a break of that level, that 740 level, and then you could have possibly a move up into that 780s. So PDSB, not a bad stock at all. I'm going to put that on my side counter here. I'll take out ENSC. That one is doing diddly. So PDSB, we'll put that one on the side. Not a bad stock at all to trade, especially if we can break through this range, Bradley.
Sorry, just updating the IT guys with my issues with my computer and letting them know what the problem is. DWAC, presidential platform. People in the chat still talking about DWAC. Yeah, guys, we'll have to just wait and see if any trades show up over there for us. Right now, nothing for myself, though. I'm watching it move up north. Congratulations for anyone who is long and able to capitalize on that position for yourself. NASDAQ moving back south side. NASDAQ still in the right. S&P 500 in the green, though, as we did pull back to 4K. And now we're looking to bounce above 4K, apparently, on the S&P 500 futures. Let's see if 4K holds, or do we nosedive under 4K again and pull back all the way to the south side on the market, at which point, why did you even break 4K? Like, you know, you got up to, not really up to 409, but you got up to 407, 408, and then you pulled back down. So we're waiting to see if this market has any buyers around 4K area at the moment. Take it back to 409. Maybe we break 409. Maybe we don't break 409 and we come all the way back south. We do have some trades on board to try and capitalize on it. We still have our SPY shorts, which are 20 cents in the money, sorry, out of the money. We still have our Robinhood shorts, which is absolutely flat on that position. And Rumble, we are short Rumble, which is 1 cent out of the money at the moment. So just waiting patiently to see if all of these positions can pay us as S&P 500 just now broke 4K, slight little break to 4K. Not a real move below 4K coming into play just yet. Guys, I'm going to start ignoring DWAC comments if you guys don't start asking me other questions, because that's all I'm seeing. DWAC to 1,000 if Trump runs for president. I don't know the future like that, man. People could guess those levels, but I don't know the future. I don't know if it's going to actually even break $50. So think about, you know, short term first. Then we'll think about where anywhere else comes into. But I'm not talking about DWAC for the next 15 minutes now.
Can I talk about it?
You can talk about it.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I've been talking about DWAC and Rumble for the past 30 minutes now.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just going to basically talk about the chart movements anyway. Looks like, yeah, we're creating new highs, guys. 28.30 now. It's continuing to have that lower high inclination, up 12%, but it's spready. I mean, at times it's 5, sometimes it's 10, 15, 20, right? I can go on. Right now it's 10 pennies. So this one, again, get quite spready. My personal opinion would be to take a level off, a dip level, and try to take a dip trade on this one. I don't want to try chasing this one up through more recent highs. I feel like, you know, with the spread and with its price action, it might be a little bit tricky. You may get lucky. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from punching in right at the right time when it starts spiking. But the better idea here is to try to take something lower level related. It's a bit hard to read this chart because it is really quite wicky. Each candle has like a pretty wide range. There are very few narrow range candles. And there are like, look at this. This one sold off quite aggressively, 28.10. And look, we have a 27.44 bottom there, and that was all in 1 minute candle. So this one can sell off quite aggressively. But look at this topping tail candle here. That should have been a nice little indicator that this was going to reverse. We haven't gotten anything like that lately, but maybe a 28 dip here, maybe off 27.80. The 20 periods at 27.90 at the moment. Look for a dip trade. That's at least my look at it. Sava retracing through. We didn't get a chance to take this one. We were talking about retaking it if it reclaimed the 50 period and stayed above it. Well, it did, and it did even more than that. So not only did it reclaim the 50 period, but it retraced back down to it and bounced off the 50 period to the north side. That's what you want to see when you reclaim a level. You want it to see acknowledging that level. At least that's what I look for. Breaking through it, retracing back to it, and then moving back above it. That shows that the 50 period is of significance here on the chart on Sava. So let's see if we can start making new highs. New highs, I think, would be over 44.28, but We'll see what that one does. Buried by Ghost sends a $6.99 super chat in Canadian, Bradley, not even American dollars. So that's a fellow Canadian right there, Buried by, but there's no comment that comes along with it. If you'd like to ask anything, just tag me. Make sure to @ me so that I can see my name highlighted in red, and I'll answer your question, Buried by Ghost.
Yeah, but he could have converted his USD into Canadian and then donated on us in Canadian just to make us think that he's Canadian, but he's actually an American.
Oh, DWAC making new highs probably, but that is accurate. That DWAC going through there, guys. Look at this, 28. Looks like we broke that 50. Yeah, we came right up to that 50. I think we printed 50s, but I'm seeing some size here on 50. Let's see if it gets taken out that easily. 49 printing now, but look at this. Spread opening up despite the fact the volume is going higher. That always confuses me, and I really need to understand that from a more fundamental perspective. When the volume's coming in, how do the spreads widen up at times? Chat, if you know, maybe you can let me know. 50 is again printing here. On the ask, let's see if we can break through this level. There is, how many lots? About a little over 100 lots here on the 50 level on the ask, Brad. But DWAC doing all sorts of things today.
Yeah, Rumble moving to 12, so more chance to take some more size over here. Let's see if Rumble can actually start pushing back to the south side, or is it going to be our losing trade on the board as we are trying to that double bottom long on SSR was screaming at me. I didn't take that trade. That's going to be my mistake. But we're going to try and build into a short over here as far as up to the 100 period EMA and see if we can work with this trade. Only 12 cents out of the money on this stock, so nothing too much to be worried about, but let's see if we can get that nice little flush coming in. The market, it looks like it bounced off of that 4K level. If we did break 4K, I don't know if we printed anything under 4K on the S&P 500 futures because I wasn't watching that. But I did see it for a second at 3999.75, and now we're back above that, back to 4002 on the S&P 500 futures. Even UVXY is actually moving up north, so that's actually a good indication, which means the market might be still trying to go to the south side if UVXY is trying to go to the north side. Today, for the most part, UVXY has been in the red zone, even when the markets, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ were both red. So that's part of the reason why I didn't really believe too much on the short side today. I was short, and you know I'm still up on the day with shorts, but overall keeping it very light, keeping it small, and also a nice little inside day coming in the market, which kept me away from taking too much size on the trades and really getting blown out. Buried by Ghost saying kind of from Brampton, bro.
Kidda, isn't that like something in Punjabi?
Yeah, it
Kidda.
means what's up.
Yeah, hey,
yeah.
bro, give me some
Yeah, it means
respect for
what's
that,
up.
man.
It means what's up.
Yeah, I had my boy in law school. He was Sikh, so he would always like teach me, and like there's like he would say tika a lot, like tika.
What does that mean?
I think it means okay or
Okay,
sure. So am I
okay,
right?
yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Hey, okay. Yeah, no, I got educated a little bit, bro. Sorry to interrupt you, Bradley.
No, that was wonderful.
Yeah.
Now I'm all I'm blushing now. I'm like, oh, this guy knows up Punjabi. Okay, let's go.
I know.
Now I have someone who talk Punjabi on the floor. We got this guy who's already laughing listening to it. He's laughing over there. No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, okay, guys. DWAC's continuing to make new highs. 28.60 now we're talking about. But the real one that I'm getting lots of FOMO on here is Sava. What a retracement, but a retracement down into an absolutely random level. I didn't have anything here on the chart that would show me that this would be the area that I could get a dip trade off, or this was the area that it was likely to retrace to. And now we're breaking 44 like nobody's business. Spreading, opening up a bit again. I asked you guys maybe in the spread to tag me if you understood why spreads opened up even though volume was increasing. I got more people that were wondering like me, but I didn't really get any answers to that one. But Sava continuing to make that push to the north side. Now up 17%, Bradley. Not too bad of a trade.
Watching the market patiently. That's all I'm doing right now, guys. Y'all need to get the Trailer Park Boys on the show. Wow.
Yeah,
okay. Thank you for the super chat, Cheeky Tax. Not sure how we could talk to them on the show about trading. But what we could talk about them is the sports gambling, because they do have a sports gambling book that they promote. I think it's called Points Bet or something, but no, I don't know how we could promote or talk about stocks with those guys. Don't think they'll be trading. Get them to hit the bell. Yeah, that's something that we could do. Maybe we could get them to hit the bell. That's something that we could think about. Where are we going over here? Looking at the scanners to see if we can find any trades for myself. Honestly, don't see anything, as I'm like I'm waiting for the market to decide. So you can't see the full view. My hands are folded. I'm just relaxing, waiting for the market to really decide where it wants to go. But in the meantime, RCL's popping up on the scanners to the downside. Look at RCL pushing right back to the low a day that it created off the opening drive around 950. We dropped as low as $57.50 on RCL. It eventually later on managed to go right back to the pre-market highs of $59.80. But now we're right back to $57.60 with the market pulling back too. So maybe time to watch RCL over here. A potential short off of yesterday's low if it does break yesterday's low, or even a potential short of today's low break, ride it to yesterday's low, and then go long from yesterday's low right back up to the north side around today's low or this previous low that we're at right now. But the stock could also bounce from here. So what are you supposed to do at these key inflection points or key levels for intraday levels that the stock is showing you? You start looking at the tape. So around these price points, are you still seeing selling coming in? Are you seeing some buying coming in? Look at these 100 share prints, 3,000, almost 4,000 shares short below the bid. That means someone is actually being aggressive and pushing the stock lower. They're punching 69s, they're punching 67s, 65s, and they're taking fills all the way below the bid. Look at that. Still aggressive selling coming in onto RCL as we are pushing to the low a day. Now, as we push to the low a day, does the velocity, the speed of the tape slow down to the downside, and does it start going a little bit more into the mid print? Then does it start going into the ask? And then you start seeing into the ask and above the ask like that, into the ask and above the ask with some mid prints coming in first. These are trends of these are characteristics of a trend kind of maybe changing and start bottoming out. If it wasn't bottoming out, you would have seen still selling coming in, big selling coming in, and it really plummeting to the lower day, breaking the lower day, and going south. Sadly, we are still seeing some selling. The buying was very little compared to the selling. We saw 3,000 shares selling and a bunch of 100 shares. Now we're only watching, 3, 4, 5, 6 of buys. More selling, a little bit of a mid-print. So the characteristics are not really changing to the long side just yet. A little bit of a nice little punch coming in for the long. So we're waiting patiently to see if RCL will give us a nice little double bottom long, or will it just be a nice follow-through short as the market might pull back.
TBLT setting up for what I see here is a possible flat top breakout. Look at this move here. This was the move that we got luckily caught in to the high side, and then you have, the testing of the day's highs at 359, and then you have a couple of touches at 58s as well. So, and now we're coming back. We're seeing 55s and 56s now printing here on the chart. So this could be an interesting 60 top breakout, but this could easily be one of those ones where, it prints 60 super quick or goes up to maybe 70 or 75, then flashes right back down, into 3. That's characteristic of some of these small cappers in 2022, making daily highs and flushing back anyway. It does look like a good setup, despite the fact that there are risks. I think that maybe taking a break of 360 here might prove fruitful for anyone, but size in accordingly. And this is it's a breakout trade, not a dip trade, and it's at a typically less liquid time. We are 112 at the moment, so it's not exactly power hour just yet. But I'm looking at TBLT. I didn't really want to trade it again because I didn't want to get back any money on it, but TBLT looking to set up. But Sava now looking like it's possibly curling here off a possible double top. We didn't quite make it back up to that 44.29, or is it 28? I think it's 28, which is the peak of this high here. We're curling back. I think we made it to 19s or 18s. Yeah, now we're curling back into 43.80. So let's see if this one can make its way back down. An interesting level would be if we can break this neckline here at that 42.80. I mean, there's obviously a ways away from 44 to 42.80, but if we need confirmation. So this one is it's got bigger range anyway than some of these other stocks. Like, look, we opened the day at 37, we got up to 44.5. So it's got range. You don't have to worry about 42.80 being too far away from where we're currently at. It could see 40s even if you get in at 42.80. So Sava, let's see what this one does, or is it just a momentary consolidation area and then we're going to continue to make new highs? DWAC does not want to stop. Now we are looking possibly at 29 in the face here. Weren't you telling me that there was resistance at 30? So Brad charted that out. There was a resistance at 30 on DWAC. We're kind of $1.20 away from that now. I'm seeing 28.83 coming in here on the ask. Spread is still frustrating, 8 pennies, 5 pennies, 10 pennies, in and around that area, but it's got a good direction to it. And, with no real aggressive retracements that could, blow through a whole bunch of stops or get a lot of people in the red and therefore reduce the amount of people participating in the stock. So DWAC looks good right now. I don't know what else to tell you about that. Quick check here on the market. Looks like we made a new high at 408. We're printing 407s now, so we're near day's high. I've got that 409 to the north side that Bradley told me was the close on Friday. So, well, it looks like we're staying in between that range of 39.80 and 409 to the high side, Brad.
Let's see what's going on. Looks like RCL is actually trying to bounce from that double bottom over there. And I'm still watching the tape to see if we can see some aggressive selling coming in or some buying coming in instead on RCL as we are around these bottoms to give me a nice little trade for myself. Previously, people in the chat were talking about pins, so let's go see what pins is doing today. I see it's already up 2.3% on the day, and I'm guessing it's around the high of the day range as the overall market's at the high of the day range. Yes, it is at the high of the day ranges, and still staying strong. We consolidated a little bit around this 24.50, 24.70 area. Now getting ready to go play with these end of October highs around $25 to $26 for Pinterest. Pinterest does move along quite a bit with some rumors behind them. So waiting to see if this is just a rumor move or just a natural buying the dip move. Also, obviously, the markets had a monster move. The S&P 500, I believe, was up 8% last week. I think we actually have it in our watch list. If you're not signed up to it, you're gonna miss out on information like this. Do ! Watch list in the chat and go subscribe to the watch list, ladies and gentlemen. So overall, S&P 500 5.9, NASDAQ 8.1. So monster move in the markets coming in. Pinterest getting saved by the bell over there like Alex Paera did. Getting saved by, I heard Luca smirking in the back. But, the little... but yeah, it's getting saved by the bell over here for the overall market. Good job on the market to get long the way it did. I mean, look, 4K coming back into play so quick. I think a lot of people expected 4K to not come into play until the end of the year or even till next year. But looks like 4K did come into play. The CPI started to go slowly back to cooling off numbers, and we are enjoying watching these moves happen. S&P 500 currently at the high of day once again, and only a few points away from the Friday's high. So we are watching very patiently to see if the Friday's high gets taken out or does it crumble at the Friday's high and then pull back to the south side. Looks like RCL did manage to hold up at the double bottom area and is now going up north. For anyone who was able to punch along over here, congratulations. I did not see the signs that I needed to punch long, so I looks like I'm going to miss out on this move over here for myself. The market is so strong, says Chas. Yeah, it is, baby. NASDAQ still up on the day. S&P 500 still down, sadly, but very close to turning green over here for the S&P 500. There we go. We are now green, on the NASDAQ. We're very close to turning green on the NASDAQ, and just recently we turned green. So I can't wait to see how big of a move can we get over here for the rest of the day on the futures. Markets are getting ready to test that Friday high. Let's go watch the S&P 500 futures a little bit as we are around those levels. Look at the volume still very light on the day today. I mean, inside day, so obviously can't expect the market and can't expect traders who don't really like inside days to put real risk on the board over here. So people might be putting less risk on the day like today, waiting for the market to really break out of ranges and giving them a reason to put risk on board. For that, I think that would be the break of 40.10, maybe a move to 40.20, 40.30 on the market. Well, not 40.20, 4,050 is what I'm trying to say. 40.50 would be something to look out for as the market's still trying to go up north side over here. No selling on the tape. I'm still seeing buying. You know, look at that. Oh, now a little bit selling as we push closer to that beautiful number from Friday. Inside day question mark? Yeah, inside day is basically when the market is trading exactly within the last day's range. So on Friday, we had a little bit of a range. We went from 3,950 all the way up to 4,009.75. Today, the market's stuck in exactly that range, 4,008 being the high a day and 3,974.50 being the low a day. Market never really managing to go to 3,951. If the market did push down to 3,951, I think we could have seen some good longs coming into play off that. And look at Apple, though. Apple almost to at 150, which is where it went to yesterday. And Apple here is once again close to 150. I think this is where we're going to be watching. If Apple takes out 150, maybe the market takes out Friday's high. If Apple rejects 150, then maybe the market does not take out Friday's high. Also, let's go take a look at the Friday's high for NASDAQ. NASDAQ's Friday high is currently, no, that's not the NASDAQ Friday high. NASDAQ's Friday's high is 11,876, and we're at 11,857 on the NASDAQ, a new high a day coming in. No, you're good, bro. Don't apologize for that. We got NASDAQ still going up north, which is now green on the day. Woo-wee, wow-wee-wah, Meta platforms. Yo, how much are you in the money on Meta right now? Reload $1.50 says the boy, so he's killing it. Only $1.50. Some late. Nothing big, you know. Only $1.50. Some.
That's funny. Guys, the market is making a move now as the liquidity starts to come back
took out Friday's high, eh? Damn.
Yeah. I was just about to tell you that 409 break is gonzino now with 411. 412, it continues to the high side, guys. There's a whole bunch pointing to the high side, whether it's Sava, it's DWAC, it's TBLT. They're all looking north, to be honest with you, at the moment. Meta now, we're just telling you about that. Off that bottom curl, now it's starting to curl to the high side. 115.08 is what I see on my chart. So a lot of options now. The liquidity's starting to come back. We're going to have to sharpen our senses here and get like basically, you know, we're going to have to figure out what kind of trades we're going to have here because I'm starting to notice the market wake up a bit. Sava, we're looking for that. I don't know why I keep looking back to this stock, but it's continuing to get my attention. Maybe I should just leave it, take it off completely, and then put on Meta, because Meta now is kind of moving with the market, and I want to be part of that. Let's see what this one's doing. Oh, this one's all pixelated. We're going to have to fix that. What the hell is going on? Bradley, what is it doing?
What?
Why is it doing that? Oh, this chart. Okay, can you take over for 1 second while I fix this thing?
Yeah, we're watching Apple now going closer to 150 as the market is absolutely metro booming to the north side, baby. We did take out the Friday's high on the on the S&P 500, but not on the NASDAQ. So we're still waiting to see what happens. UVXY, though, if you're watching UVXY, it's a pretty good indicator as to what's going on in the market. It is not really breaking the low a day, so I'm not sure if this move in the market actually has any substance behind it, even though we did take out Friday's high. The UVXY is not really breaking the low, so that's where my attention is. And Apple so close to 150. Apple got as high as what, 150? I think it's only 150, right, in the opening hours, and then after hours it went to like 152 or something. But off the open, and during regular trading hours, I think RTH is what a lot of people call it. During regular trading hours, Apple only got up to 150. So as we are going to 150 over here, I'm expecting it to reject one more time. If it doesn't reject and Apple actually manages to turn green on the day, then the whole baby monster move on the market over here to the north side.
Getty, GETY, the chat alerting me to that. That's making a big boy move to the upside. Look at that break of $6.30, and now we're printing like $7.70. I got in quarter size with this one. Let's see what this one does. I'll give it back to the low of this candle. A 720 break is where I'll give it to. My long and that is 762, so I'm about like 8 pennies out of the money at the moment. There you go. Now flat again. Let's see what this one does. It's got a good news catalyst. Does it have a good news catalyst? Well, I can't really take my eyes off it at the moment. I'll have to play the price action as opposed to the news, but it's up about 42% on the day. I want to be able to switch to the daily chart to glean some levels, but you know, we're going to give this one, let's see, we'll give it another 20 cents or so. We'll give it back down to about 720 if I can break this 1 minute candle to the south side here. Otherwise, we'll ride it north. Let me just check quickly on the other chart here. Just don't want to flip because I might have to get out of this one. Let's see what this one's going to do. Are we going to get out of this one for a loss? It looks like it's going to be the case here. No, back up into the 30s. Okay, so Getty, let's flip to the daily chart on Getty. Okay, so this one is a former runner. Going back to July, it had several nice days, even into August as well. But, you know, basically since September, it had a couple of decent days in September where it had some good volatility. Other than that, you know, one day looks like Halloween, and then we're seeing some reigniting of the ranges on this guy starting to come back. What is Getty anyway? Getty Images. Oh, the Getty Images company. It's the company that sells you the rights to a whole bunch of pictures. I've heard about them before. I've seen them online as well. But it looks like we may have topped out there at the moment anyway, at the mid in the low 770s. I don't see any news item to explain. Oh, here we go.
Getty, Coach Industries bought 80.5 million shares of Getty Images in Q3.
There we go. So there is a justification for that, guys. Brendo sending that to Pradley in the work chat. I was going to say super chat, but that's not what I meant. Anyway, looks like we may have to get out of this one for a loss. Printing 730s now. The spread opening up a little bit. If it breaks 720 to the low side, I'll be out of this one, Prad.
Brendo sending me super chat. I would love that. Let's go, Brendo. Thank you for the super chat, Brendo. Appreciate it. Much love. But man, this market is all about love right now to the north side. Just still going up, not stopping. What a crazy long on the day. Market started off originally red and now turning green, taking out the Friday's high on the SPYs, but not on the NASDAQ just yet. Someone's saying that the 4,000 exactly 38.2 Fibonacci level, clearly that level getting absolutely destroyed right now as we are clearing north. NASDAQ is still about 10 points exactly away from Friday's high on the NASDAQ. So let's keep watching patiently over here. If the NASDAQ can take out the Friday's high, or does it get absolutely destroyed over here? Any issues with your PC? Yeah, never mind. It's resolved now. Yeah, we're good. Let's see what the chat is looking at. DWAC is on free fall. I mean, it's not free fall, guys.
Oh, it's pulling back a bit. Yeah, it's changing trend a little bit. But wow, Getty is the one that's free falling here. Oh my goodness, this one is. I'm trying to take a dip trade here on it. Looks like it came down to my level, but the spread was too wide, so I didn't get filled. My dip trade is at that 70, is it 79? 76, okay. It looks like it made its way down to 676 on this one, but I didn't get the fill there, so sucks for me. Let's flip back to DWAC real quick, see if there's anything to play off here. Maybe a play off that 2820, which is the 50-period moving average. Not concentrating on that one fully at the moment as I'm trying to make my money back here on Getty, but it looks like I missed the boat on this one. This one here had a 676 dip, and I would have been well in the money on that. That would have made up for everything, but I didn't quite get that fill. That was a loud neck crack. Must have been very satisfying.
That was a pretty loud neck crack. Yeah, I crack my neck a little bit too much sometimes. DWAC paying money. Yeah, congratulations, guys. I'm loving the fact that you guys are making profits over here. DWAC has been a very, very active stock on social media, too. You guys have seen the Icon Terminal scanner that the Brendo showed you guys not too long ago. I'm going to show you Swaggy Stocks, which is a free one that I use. It's not as good as the one that Brendo has up there, obviously, because you know, that's a heat map showing you exactly what's going on. Oh, I like this one. Trending keywords. Meta platforms, 134. Cool. Meta platforms. Mark Zuckerberg layoffs. Oh, talking about layoffs. Amazon announced that they're going to be laying off 10,000 people from next week and so on, or starting this week. So not only is Meta Platforms already laying off a lot of people, Amazon's coming into that basket too and looking for layoffs. Lots of stuff going on over here. CEO Mark, 30 mentions for that keyword. Okay, keywords, trending keywords for Tesla. Oh, this is just for Meta. Ah, that explains why everything is about Meta over here. So trending keywords for Tesla, trending keywords for Disney. stock market sentiment. Let's see what's being talked about. Notice how I don't see DWAC on this one. Brendo, is there any chance you could pull up the social sentiment thing and then we could quickly show your screen on there just to show you guys like how much better that terminal is? Can you show Brendo's screen, guys? So yeah, guys, look at that board over there. You see DWAC, AMC, SPY, and a bunch of other stocks that are actually moving on the day compared to this scanner where I'm not seeing anything useful. So I'm gonna close this scanner and then I'm gonna continue watching the positions that Brendo has alerted us to.
Yes, not much happening in my world at the moment. Watching DWAC retrace, guys. Looks like we just broke 28 from the high side. 10-cent spread, some of it above 28, some of it below. We'll see if this is a key level from which to buy. It's below the 50-period moving average at this point. Again, I don't really see any important price levels. Maybe this one here, maybe that 28.10 or so, 28. Yeah, I want to say between 28 to 28.10. That's a couple of peaks in and around that area here that you could interpret as previous areas of resistance, current area of support. So we'll see what this one does, but retracing quite aggressively. My dip trade on Getty did not get filled. Sadly, it's going to go without me. Look, that 676, it came down below my entry, but the spread was just too wide and I wasn't able to get filled. Now we're going to take that one off. We'll see what this one continues to do. But DWAC on our watch list. How about TBLT? What's that one up to? Haven't seen that in a minute. Flip back on our other chart here. The TBLT, yeah, not doing a whole lot. In fact, actually pulling back now after kind of coming close to the day's high at 360, now coming all the way down to 338. So that one's selling off a little bit too. DWAC looks like that. DWAC looks like a possible short now. I mean, I don't want to take it short at the moment, but it's below the 50 period. And if it straddles the 50 period from the downside as opposed to the upside, that could be a good recipe for a flat bottom breakdown through that 2780 or so. So lots of volatility right now. We just need to be on the right end of it, Bradley. Otherwise, we'll give back some of the gains that we had earlier.
No risk, no Rari, buddy. Come on, put that risk on that table if you want to drive that Lambo or forever stuck with the Brampton Transit. Well, you're not with Brampton Transit, but you do get the point. Guys, I punched into a short on Apple because Apple was struggling to pull to 150 and Amazon was near 100. So I punched into my Amazon short near 100. My average price is 90. $99.85. I was like, I see $9. I was like, how is my average price 9? That's not possible. But no, $99.85 is my average price. Already 10 cents in the money on the Amazon short, and already 10 cents in the money on the Apple short. Also, as they both are pushing the south side. So let's see if we can capitalize on this move over here. The markets, though, S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, both took out Friday's high. NASDAQ took out Friday's high by about 7 points or so. I'm thinking 7 points. I'm just making a random number up. Maybe 5 points or so, but not more than 10. That's for sure. Not more than 10. It took out the Friday's high, but now we're pulling it down. Someone in the chat says no profit, no Porsche. I like that. You know what? From no more, I'm no longer saying no risk, no Rari because I don't even like Rari. So for me, now on, it's no profits, no Porsche. So you gotta go for that profits, and the only way you can get those profits is actually by taking the executions and having the entries on board that might give you those trades, right? So here's the market giving us a small little pullback, nice little pullback coming in with the market, allowing us to have some profits over here to take maybe soon on Amazon and on Apple. Robinhood is slightly out of the money, so is Rumble, but UVXY, which we've been long for God knows how long now. We've been long UVXY since 10:45 today. It's yet to break the low a day, so no reason for me to jump out just yet. No risk, no RAV4.
Like that. There we go, baby. Come on, let's take some more out. Nice little trade there on DWAC. Short 27.93, scalped out both times in the low 80s. Spread, I was trying to get out 75s there, but the spread just like momentarily really opened on me there. I saw another 70s coming in. There we go. Now we're out of that position completely. Really good trade on DWAC. Gonna spin the money for that. Took the 28 short, wrote it down to 26, 27.6. So not a bad trade on DWAC. I felt if this one didn't reclaim the 50 period from the high side and it was going to continue to straddle it from the low side and bounce off it back down that this was going to be a nice little short setup. Look, looking back at it, like, geez, we could have got in the 28s, obviously, here when it was like the first 5-minute candle to make a new low. But alas, we did not see that trade, and alas, it continues to go down.
I actually like this one better. ScarJo Rabbit came in with the no pain, no Porsche. It kind of aligns with the whole no risk, no Rari, because, risk, pain, kind of aligns with that one. I like that one. We also got no risk, no Rivian. Well, in that case, I'm never putting risk on the board because I don't want a Rivian. No bank, no Bugatti. I like that one too. No woman, no cry. That's a song. That's not.
Woman, no cry.
No, Sean, we got Sean singing over there. He's in Bob Marley mode. Look at him. He's in full Bob Marley mode.
Of course, he's in
Why would you
flying
not
mode.
be after that win that Green Bay pulled
Exactly.
out
That's
of
what I was
nowhere?
gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. And I had my boy over there too, who was a diehard.
Did you go?
Green Bay
Did you go to the
fan.
game?
No, I
No,
didn't
didn't?
go.
Okay.
No, like we ended up going too hard on Friday, so I didn't want to be driving all of Saturday. Not my 100% self. So didn't end up heading over there for that reason. But there's always next time. And to be honest with you, I don't know why I haven't gone to a Washington game. Washington's a lot closer than Green Bay. I was doing the math. It's almost about 11.5, if you're lucky, 11 from. The Giants is another one, yeah. But
Wouldn't the Buffalo Bills be the closest?
They rarely do they play. One's AFC, NFC. Oh, good call. Are they playing Detroit? Are they playing it in Detroit this year? We're gonna have to find out right now.
You three flying out to Buffalo?
I think I
You
looked
three
at it,
driving
Sean.
out to Buffalo?
No, that was the
You
closest.
three driving out to Buffalo? That's something
We're
you
gonna
guys
have to
should
pull
think
that up
about.
right now. I'm gonna find out where is Playmaker when you need him the most. Let's go into the Cowboys schedule here. Coming up, let's see. Hold on. Yeah, they're not playing. They don't play each other. Okay, so the Thanksgiving's the 24th, right? Yeah, they're playing New York in Dallas. So, yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Okay, that's not a bad game. Getty giving up the goodies here, guys. Look at this. Now, like basically what I was looking for here was a hold of 7. It has not been able to do that now. Testing back below to VWAP at 692. I think interesting area would be here, that 630 area, which is what I would call the breakout area when all the volume started coming in and you broke through these 2 peaks here. So Getty starting to retrace Bradley. This one burned me already. I want nothing to do with it at the moment.
Yeah, you were asking where is our buddy Playmaker. Shout out to our buddy Playmaker, though. He said 2 weeks ago on November 8th. So probably from tomorrow, it'll be 1 week. So November 22nd, he should be retiring. Look at that badge. It's so shiny. It says Dade County, Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office, retired police officer. I'm guessing that's the Miami, I almost said continent, like holy.
I like how you give him a badge even though when they're retired. So it's like,
Oh, he's about to be retired. That's his retirement badge. Oh, you're saying how you like how they get a retirement badge. Yeah. That's pretty cool. So yeah, shout out to our boy Playmaker. Sean's already partied with him before in Miami out there. Next up is my turn. I can't wait to go up there. Maybe the next Formula One they have it in Miami, I could go there. But we're already planning to go to Vegas. We're planning to go to Vegas. Guys, go check out our Trader TV Live Discord. Lots of fun conversations about the market. Even pictures of people who are not supposed to be on there are up on these. You got to take that picture down. I actually got to take that picture down, being the moderator of this group. So that picture is now deleted. We're no longer allowed to post that picture up there. Revive, I see you typing. If you post that picture, I'm timing you out, okay? I'm timing you out. You're not allowed to post that picture. But we got lots of fun conversations about the market directly, cryptocurrencies conversations, winning trade conversations, and even trade recaps. I love that more people are doing trade recaps, and actually I would love to see other people giving feedback on other people's trade recaps. Like here, Jamal over here saying amazing, which broker are you using? We got a person showing us how they entered to the short side and took profit on Pinduo Duo. Looks like that was today, and then where you took profit also. So Watch Amazon 100. I am short Amazon 100 right now, so we're about to see if Amazon breaks 100.
Right now,
We are printing around that 100 area, but we're not actually printing on the ask. We're printing at the bid still. Let's see if Amazon can clear 100 as the market's still launching up to the north side. NASDAQ now up 0.3% on the day compared to being down 1%. And S&P 500 now up 0.4% on the day compared to being down 0.4%. We're about to break 100. There you go, Amazon breaking 100. Now we're going above 100. How high can you go? How high can you go? I might need to jump out of Apple over here too because, Apple's still not near 150, so I'm chilling. But Amazon breaking 100. Look, we're waiting to see if selling comes in or do buyers actually step in. Take it to that 101 area that Neil, Sean, and Brendo have talked about in the morning.
Yeah, big move there on Amazon.
That's a short.
I took a little bit of a move there on Meta as well, retracing against me, but I was able to scalp out like 10 pennies there on Meta for that break. That's a quarter size, so it's going against me now, but like with like almost no size left. To be honest with you there on Meta, so I'll just let that one ride. 116.19 is my entry. Looks like we're retracing now a little bit on the futures here. 40.17 was the top we just made, 40.1725. I'm looking at that 009 as the area of support. That was kind of, Prad gave us that level earlier. That was Friday's close. As well, there is some confirmatory price action here. Look at this peak here right below it, 4007. So that area, I like that area as an area of support, hopefully coming back to the downside. That'd be a nice little dip trade. But yeah, we're still long Meta. We're going to hold Meta. We're like, what, a few pennies out of the money. No biggie on that one. DWAC, though, look at this. It kind of faked you out, thought that, it was going to retrace. It comes back into that 50-period moving average, then bang, it sells off again. What kind of a move is that? 27.90 all the way down to 27.20, so an easy 70-penny move there on DWAC. So I hope you didn't take that one long thinking that it was going to make a new high because this one looks more short-minded. This is the short that we had on DWAC earlier, very profitable short. We're still waiting, though, for something in the small cap land to set up. TLBT is not doing anything. PDSB is not doing anything. So we're going to have to continue to play these big caps until something does. DWAC pulling back. I consider DWAC like a small cap crapper because it just kind of moves in that way. So we can adopt it into the family, I guess. Yeah, holding on my Meta long here. I feel like this is a nice area to hold long. I'm in the money back again, proudly.
Apparently, Jake Paul to fight Andrew Tate now? Okay, we'll see how that one goes. Andrew Tate.
That's going to be jokes. Hold on, is that real?
Apparently. I don't know. I'm just getting push notifications
I don't think
on
that's
my
a good
phone.
fight for Andrew Tate. If he loses that fight, he loses
Andrew Tate
a lot of...
is a kickboxing champion.
Yeah, I realize that, but so was Anderson Silva. He was like a top guy too. So, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're not
a lot of these guys are like beyond their...
Who, Andrew? Tate's going to lose? Yeah, I agree.
That's the thing. Like, he's been walking around doing nothing. Jake Paul's been training like almost every day. He's been taking it super seriously. And the fact of the matter is he's past his prime. And, like, that's what all these guys claim to fame is, either to, like, other YouTubers.
I hope Top G gets his head ripped
That's not
off.
a good. It's not a good fight for him.
No,
for his brand.
I want that fight to happen. I want Top G to get his head ripped off, and I want every single Top G fans to start crying. I want to see tears on TikTok. No, my Top G. No, my Top G. I want to see those videos.
This guy's got revenge in his heart.
Yeah,
right
I want to see those. No, not my Top G. The way I was crying, no, not my Israel Adesanya. I want to see, no, my Top G crying people. All right?
Is that confirmed, or is it rumor?
We'll wait and see. We don't know yet. But guys, with the market pulling back over here, the 100 short on AMD is now, sorry, not AMD, on Amazon is now paying us. We're only 30 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get a bigger move to the south side. I had to jump right back into the trade when it came back below 100. 100 broke, yes, but we only went as high as 110, I believe, on that move up north. So not enough of a move to the north side for me to really pile in on the long. So as soon as it got back below 100, I jumped back into the short. My average price is $99.92, and we're right now at 30 cents in the money. So let's take some profits over here on Amazon to the downside as they are showing up. But sadly, Apple's not in the profit territories yet. So looks like Apple's still waiting for the market to really sell off before it can pull off.
Andrew, Andrew Tate. All right, footage emerges showing Jake Paul and Andrew Tate's ringside interaction. Floyd, okay, no, we want something recent. So go tools, anytime, we'll go past hour. See if anything, Andrew Tate versus Jake Paul, the trailer. No, that's not it. Okay, so nothing yet emerging on Google in the past hour anyway, so I don't know. I don't know what these videos are. I don't want to click them in case they're anything explicit and non-family friendly. DWAC is not being family friendly at all. What a retracement. Now back down into VWAP there at 20, look below 27.20, 27.15. That's a hell of a retracement after having a nice move up at that, starting around that 12 o'clock hour, kind of a random time to start moving up. But hey, what do we else do we expect from VWAP? From DWAC, it always does random things. I've got nothing on my watch list here, guys, to be honest with you. I'm kind of like in wind down mode. I'm holding Meta. I'm a couple of pennies out of the money on that one, but there's only 15 minutes left on the show. It's for small size, so no biggie on that, Pradley. What have you got on there? You got Apple?
Just waiting for the market to pull back. Apple's not really doing much. It's more Amazon. Amazon's actually paying us money at the moment on the shorts. We're pulling back south. We're back below 100. We're now 40 cents in the money. So just waiting to see how big of a move can we get. And also looks like I actually got my first ever payment on my Ethereum staking. I'm staking Ethereum now, and I'm not sure if Spencer got his stake too. You did? Yeah, I just got my little bit of my staked Ethereum. But sadly, if the cryptocurrencies, Spencer, keep going the way they're going, which is to the ground, thanks to Sam Bankman-Friedman, we're broke. So Sam Bankman over there going, did you see his flight path?
No, where'd he go?
Apparently, the day after he got caught, people were tracking his flights. The most tracked flight for a person in one day was that guy's flight, and it was going off to like another country, leaving the Americas, just flying away from America.
He's getting the hell out of here.
Sorry, where was he? He wasn't on that plane, so it was just
Isn't his residence in the Caribbean though? Like I heard that him and his parents, both of his parents are regulatory lawyers or.
Yeah, they are. They are regulatory lawyers. Yep.
I heard that they lived in some people saying the Bahamas. I heard the Caribbean. I don't know if Bahamas is part of the. Yeah, people are saying the Bahamas here. So interesting that. You know what? It's a hell of a story. We talked about that one earlier about the tin hat theory, about some of that money mysteriously disappearing from FTX under the guise of a security breach. So we'll see if that was really a security breach or where it was funneled. I know this is one of the smarter guys in the industry. A lot of people now having to cover up their tracks with this guy, Kevin O'Leary being one of those people too. he was singing Sam Bankman's freed praise to anybody who would listen. And at the moment, he's caught holding the bag too. So not a good look for Kevin there. He's a friend of the show's, but you know. That's not a good look for a lot of the people that were associating with him. And to be honest with you, like Tom Brady's in that camp, Giselle, whatever. Who other people?
Tom Brady got wrecked off.
Yeah, and he ended up winning yesterday. Big game yesterday for Tom Brady in Germany. Played Geno Smith and the Seattle Seahawks. Nice, interesting game. I think it's the first time they went to Munich, right? Yeah, it was packed. Yeah. Of course, Germany and their beers. Neil saying, did you see the beers? Yes, they're always big and gargantuan. Anybody who knows German settings, they drink plenty of beer up there. So interesting little tidbit yesterday from the NFL. Pradley, what do you got on your screen? Come to Pradley's screen. Is that Sam Bankman's Fried's flight? Yeah. Where'd he go? Or where did it technically go?
Is that like one of the islands?
Is that Argentina or is that
Hawaii?
Brazil?
That's Hawaii, right?
No, that's probably Bahamas.
That's Bahamas?
Yeah, everyone's saying that's the Bahamas. Right?
And then, so he took off over there and somewhere around. But according to Brando, though,
he wasn't on it.
He wasn't on the flight.
Okay, but where did it end up? Is that Brazil or is that Argentina?
Nassau. No, that's where he left.
No,
he
that's
left
where he
Nassau,
left.
not available where he's going, but looks like somewhere.
Oh, he's in the air.
Yeah.
This guy's in the air.
It's being tracked in the air, yes. It's not landed yet.
Like, where's Waldo? Where's Sam
this
going?
This is the old picture. That's the old picture. Obviously, he wasn't on there. He wasn't on there, so completely random picture overall, so it doesn't really matter. We're still watching the market, guys. Amazon still in the money. Market's pulling back south. Waiting for Apple to pull back south. There we go. Apple's now in the money. Waiting for Robinhood to pull back south side for us too, so we can take some more profits on there. Would love to take wins on these stocks. And keep banking it on the positions over here for the day. Market, though, with the crazy reversal from red to green. So congratulations for anyone who bet the market on going green on the day today. With only 12 minutes left on the show, let's go take a look at the like counter. We're only at 2.4K likes today. Part of me wanted not to ask for too much likes because I feel like, you guys are annoyed with all the times that I asked for it. But this is what happens when we don't ask for it. We don't get the 3K likes. We don't even get close enough to it. So guys, help us out with the like button, right? The YouTube algorithm is very, very needy. The YouTube algorithm loves to see the like counts and the interactions in the chat really elevated. So put the stocks in the chat that you guys want us to take a look at. We will pull that up for you guys. Hit that like button. Put some comments in the show after too, just to help with the YouTube algorithm if you can. If you have some time later on in the day when you're rewatching the videos, just go in the comment section and just put some comments in there. Help us out with the whole algorithm overall. For that 32% of you who are not subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. We just recently hit 360,000 subscribers, which is a brand new milestone. Thank you to all of the people who have been here for a long time and supported us. And you see names in the chat like Aaron Lamos or even Zach coming in with the green name, and you're wondering how you yourself can have that green name. Click on that little join button over there. You'll get a pop-up box with Brendo explaining to you what it entails with being a Trader TV Live family member. Trade Ideas Scanner. If you click on this link right here in the description below, you'll go directly to our link for Trade Ideas, where you can use this code right there, Trader TV, to get 15% off on those scanners. A lot of us on the floor here use these scanners. I myself use them every single day. They're a charting platform too. Another sponsor we have, which is Day Trade the World. If you're not from the USA, anywhere outside of USA, and you want to open up a floor like we have one in the background over here, Day Trade the World is your one-stop stop to go to. Go check out DTTW.com, or just scroll down once again into the oh, there is no link over here. Okay, so do ! sponsor or ! software in the chat. Click on the link that Bears vs. Bulls sent you over there. You yourself can open up an office, trade with floor funds, prop floor funds, and open up a successful floor like this for yourself. Have multiple traders working for you to the point where you don't even have to work anymore. So that's a nice little goal to have in the future for myself, maybe for yourself too, and that is a possible goal with Day Trade the World. So once again, DTTW.com.
Really interesting here, piece of information coming out about Cristiano Ronaldo and his relationship with Manchester United. It looks like that relationship is over. Listen to this. This is a quote from the interview. "Manchester United has betrayed me. I've been made a scapegoat. I felt that some people don't want me here at Manchester United, not only this year, but last year too. There was no empathy for my sick daughter. I've been unable to attend Manchester United's pre-seasons as my 3-month-old daughter has been hospitalized. I felt hurt because my manager doubted me when I gave them the reason for my absence." Here's the kicker. "I have no respect for Erik ten Hag." That's the coach, by the way. "I don't respect him because he doesn't respect me. If you disrespect me, I'll never respect you." Okay, so that I thought that was a little embellished, and then I went up on ESPN site here, and they have basically some experts from that interview as well. So I don't think that this relationship can subsist past the January transfer window. Chat, by the way, what is the situation with the January transfer window with the World Cup being in the middle of it and stuff like that? Are we going to get a regular transfer window where it just closes at the end of January, or is this one going to get extended, or what? If you guys
The World Cup goes till January?
No, but the transfer window typically for the Premier League and for European League starts January 1st and goes to the 31st, and that you have 31 days with which to make moves. Otherwise, you can't sell or buy players. But I thought maybe because it's a World Cup year and there's some stuff in the middle, some people are saying same as normal. Some people are saying extended. Okay, so I'll have to look that one up on my own. But yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo looks like his tenure at Manchester United, for all intents and purposes, might be coming to an end here. Super interesting how that works out, but yeah, you could just tell he was not being played at all, Bradley. Like these games, he'd be given like only the light games, the Europa League games that they don't really care about all that much. And in the Prem, he maybe if he was lucky, he'd come in on a sub, but never really starting any Prem games. And
Yeah,
you know
because
how
he's
he is.
trash.
That's a statement. That's a big boy statement.
How to pick fights with people 101. Say Ronaldo's trash, say Messi's trash, say I don't know, those are the only two names I know in soccer.
Well,
Well,
anybody who's polarizing.
yeah, exactly.
I got you.
Neymar is the best player out there, period. That's because
He says Neymar. I disagree.
that's because I go for Brazil no matter what, and no matter what year, I'm always Brazil. Even after they lost to Germany the way they did, I'm still Brazil to the death of me. Okay, yeah.
I like Brazil. My dad has always supported Brazil, so I've always been fond of them. But the fact of the matter is, if you're looking like at the top player, it's either going to be Kylian Mbappe or Erling Haaland. Right?
How's
Haaland-
Messi and Ronaldo not in the conversation?
Sadly, they're not anymore. They're not anymore,
Fair.
right? Like
Fair.
Mbappe is absolutely ridiculous. Haaland, I feel like he is ridiculous, but he needs like those big players around him to feed him the ball. Whereas Mbappe can just kind of generate stuff on his own because he's just a wizard-footed magician. I don't know. Does that even make sense? Wizard-footed?
He's a wizard with his
up, like,
feet.
his only things here. Anyway, we're digressing a little bit here, guys. Well, there's only 6 minutes left on the show. Before we send you back to Neil and Sean, the Big Kahunas, they'll be taking you guys through the Power Hour, 2 to 4 o'clock. Ample volume. I'm sure there'll be plenty of things moving at the time. We're near days highs here on the ES. We're at 40.16. High of days 40.17, so we're pointing off that. I'm still long Meta. I'm not going to close this one out because really there's no point. I'm going to see if we can ride this one through, I think, especially being near high of days on the ES. Bradley, what's Roblox up to?
Yeah, chats. Well, Apple's near 150, so that's what I'm watching. But someone in the chat said, can you please take a look at Roblox, which we for sure can. Roblox still in yesterday's range. So if you look at yesterday's high, we're kind of close to that yesterday's high over here on Roblox. With the market breaking out of yesterday's high and Roblox not doing that, part of me is getting ready to short Roblox over here. And look at the consolidation around these ranges over here for RBLX all day. Apple moving to 150, not managing to break 150, but we're still hanging out near that same price as the markets are also pulling back to the high day and waiting to see if they can help Apple break above 150. Gotta love your Apple position though. If you are long on Apple, you are enjoying watching Apple go back to 150 back-to-back days. I personally am so happy for it. Brad, listen to your, who the heck is that? DWAC put's gonna go up 500%. Oh, good luck with that one. Sharif, the January transfer window, that one's for you.
You can read it, though, because I think everyone might be interested because I brought it up. Right?
Tate beats Jake Paul any day. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
The January transfer window opens 15 days after the World Cup final. This means that the January window could effectively be almost 3 months long. If you're right, you're right. I mean, I don't know if you're right. Seems a little bit weird to me. 15 days after the World Cup final. So what day is the World Cup final? Like the 24th or something like that? The 23rd?
Of December?
Yeah. I know it's like a month-long tournament.
It's like so close to my mom's birthday. Damn.
Oh. Good luck.
Final day of World
Just
Cup.
type in World Cup final. Okay, December 18th. Okay, so what do you say? Said 15 days after that. What's 15 days after the 18th? Let's find out here. So the 18th is right here, which is a Sunday, and then you take 2 weeks and a day. So it'll be January 2nd. Okay, well, I don't know. We'll have to look that up. That doesn't look accurate to me, to be honest. Anyway, back to stocks. DWAC bouncing off VWAP here to the T. So if you took that dip trade off VWAP off that, I believe it was a little bit below than 27.20, 27.15 or 14 or so. It's now printing in the 60s. So good on you for that. I didn't have the guts to take VWAP on a dip here. It just looked a little too aggressive to the downside for me. I didn't think that. I thought maybe that was it for the day. But I shouldn't have made that assumption. It was above VWAP, so that had that on its side, and then possibly take that VWAP dip long. I do that for a lot of these ones. Bradley saying Apple broke 150 to the high side here. Let's flip to the big tech charts. There we go. I'm seeing 150.08 as the high. Still holding above 150 though. I'm seeing prints of 01 and 02 coming in. So let's see what Meta's doing. Meta not doing anything. Meta retracing back below. So this one looks like it's going to be a losing position on Meta for us on the day. We were already down on it. This is not helping. Tried maybe to ride that to the north side, but it looks like we got in too high, Bradley.
Yeah, market finally, well, not market, Apple finally breaking 150 to the north side, turning green on the day. Apple now up 0.22% on the day, but the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ not really getting extended off that move. And Apple has a little bit of size, not too much size. Oh, wrong box. A little bit of size, about 100 lots. Did they disappear on me? I think they did. Either they got filled, or no, they're still there at 150.25. To the north side on the ask. So we'll see if that size gets acted as a resistance for Apple, or does it continue going up north and finally break out the market one more time to the north side, which would be pretty insane. S&P 500 now up 0.4% on the day. NASDAQ also pretty close to 0.4, up 0.36% on the day for the NASDAQ market, which is your tech basket. So be a little careful if you are shorting anything. I know Amazon is 5 cents in the money for me as I'm short at 92s and we're still below 100 on Amazon. But if Apple keeps ripping the way it is, and if it takes up the market to the north side, Amazon could easily retrace itself back above 100 and then go to that 101 area that Sean and Neil have been mentioning from the morning show. So keep your eyes peeled. I'm sure they will be actually talking about all of these levels, that 150, the 100, the 101, the metas, and all other stocks around the board as we go into the 2 o'clock show. Make sure that you remember to hit the like button on that 2 p.m. show because it's a brand new show. The like counter starts fresh again. I told you about the whole YouTube algorithm thing. So help us out with that, guys. And if you did enjoy today, thank you for helping us with the like button. Thank you for showing up and having some good time, some good vibes in the chat. We will be back tomorrow. Sharif and myself will be back tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Same time at 11 o'clock. You know where to catch us. See you at the next Market Movers show. Adios.
See you guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a Monday that's turning into a little bit of a positive day, which is good to see coming off of back-to-back big moves for the overall market going into the weekend. It has been chop fest overall, depending on where you're looking within the market. We're going to talk about a few areas coming up here. I want to focus a little bit on some of the retail names that have bounced back a little bit today ahead of what is to come later in the week. Remember, Walmart, Home Depot, the big two that will kick off retail earnings tomorrow. However, we will get a reading as well on October.